Behind her, a pair of nearly transparent wings formed. Locking onto Season, F's wings slashed twice. In rapid succession, sending out 2 slicing gusts that flew toward him. She could actually slash up to 7 times, but 2 were more than enough for Season. Completely blinded, he couldn't dodge and was easily taken down. After that, the prelims continued. One by one, the other members from Omegakure Lanmu, Yukika, and Hei-8 went on stage in turn, each swiftly defeating their opponents. None of them encountered shinobi from Konoha or Suna in the prelims, so even with Karin withdrawing, the 5 remaining AIM genin still drew a ton of attention. Likewise, Gaara, Temari, and Kanker from Suna all made quick work of their adversaries, as did Konoha's Naruto, Suzuki, and Kabuto. Meanwhile, with Karin no longer in the bracket, someone got a bye and automatically advanced to the finals. By the end of the preliminary round, 36 ninja had secured their spots in the finals, including the 5 from Omegakure who had performed so well that most of the other contestants felt pressured. In fact, the village leaders themselves felt that pressure. Omegakure 5 had finished all their matches almost instantly. Their exact limits were a mystery, so no one knew how strong they really were. Once the prelims ended, everyone started making final preparations for the upcoming showdown in 15 days. Not long afterward, while Senshi and his group were relaxing at the inn, he received a high-profile visitor, the Raikage of Kumagakure himself. The 4th Raikage came with Darui to see Senshi. When Senshi spotted him, he greeted him warmly, "Abto, what brings you here?" "Got a good commission to throw my way." Raikage A, following the plan hashed out by the Kumo Council, explained, "Senshi, after the Chunin exams are over, Kumagakure hopes to invite you for a thorough visit to the village. If there's anything that might benefit Kumo's development, we can cooperate in any field you like." Senshi immediately understood. Basically, Kumo wanted to collaborate, but they hadn't figured out a concrete plan yet. So they wanted him to take a thorough look at their village and see what they could do together. But from Senshi's perspective, while Kumo's idea was fine for them, he personally wasn't too keen on heading there just to identify and solve problems. There were too many unknowns in that scenario. What if Kumo disagreed with his assessment, dragging him into a prolonged stay? After giving it some thought, Senshi said, "Hey bro, I need to think about it carefully. Of course, if Kumagakure ever has a specific mission to commission, just let me know." Hearing this, the 4th Raikage and Darui weren't surprised. If Senshi were so easy to sway, he wouldn't be the legendary black market mercenary. They weren't in a rush, anyway. There were still 15 days until the finals. In that time, they could keep working on him. If Kumo's higher-ups could devise a plan that appealed to Senshi and also helped Kumo develop, that'd be perfect. Not sticking around to chat any longer, the Raikage and Darui soon took their leave. After them, many other figures from various factions also visited Senshi in person. The stellar performances of Omegakure's 6 ninja had left a deep impression on every major force in the ninja world. Everyone realized that Senshi, already the strongest mercenary, also excelled at training shinobi. Since they'd run into him in Konoha, they wanted to seize the chance to get on friendly terms. That way, if they wanted to hire him for some high-stakes missions or send their own shinobi to Omegakure for advanced training, things would go smoother in the future. Among all these visitors, there was another especially noteworthy arrival, the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure, Mei Terum. Unlike the other leaders, Mei was a major client who had collaborated with Senshi multiple times. When Mei arrived, Senshi greeted her with a grin. "Sis Mei, any good commissions for me this time?" With a slight pause, Mei answered, "Indeed, there are a few I want to discuss with you. What do you say we go tour Konoha and talk about business at the same time? After a moment's consideration, Senshi agreed. The partnership with Kirigakure had grown substantially, so if they wanted to expand even further, they did need to sit down and talk specifics. Just then, Karin raised her hand. Senshi looked at her. Yes. Karin beamed. You and Sis Mei are going to be busy discussing commissions, right? So you don't need us along, do you? Can we explore Konoha on our own? She'd been longing to wander around with Yukika, Hayate and the others to check out all Konoha had to offer. After all, with the next 15 days free, they could really have some fun. Senshi nodded. Sure. But is everyone else going with you? Before Karin could reply, Muzan piped up, Lord Senshi, I'd like to go with Karin to explore Konoha. Hayate chimed in, me too. Yukika didn't speak, but nodded repeatedly. She was definitely curious about one of the 5 great villages. Lanyu took out a stack of books. Lord Senshi, I won't go. I want to make good use of this time to read and implement my plan to advance my jutsu. Lanyu was quiet and extremely self-disciplined. He'd rather dedicate his time to self-improvement than leisure. In other words, a total grind. Lanyu, on the other hand, said calmly, I'm not really interested in walking around Konoha. I'll stay at the inn and rest. Because of her somewhat aloof nature, Lanyu was chatty only around Senshi, her clan's savior and leader. With Muzan and the others, she was often silent. With strangers, she was downright icy. If there was no new order from Lord Senshi, she'd be perfectly content to spend the next 15 days just taking it easy at the inn. But that was obviously not happening, given how Muzan was an irrepressible ball of energy. Grabbing Lanyu and Lanyu by the wrists, he exclaimed, Come on, let's go. Lord Senshi's given his okay. We won't have many chances to visit Konoha again in the future. As he dragged them along, Hayate called out, Anyone want to race and see who can circle Konoha first? Yukika rapped him on the head. Stop copying Muzan with his crazy ideas. Hayate, unconvinced, rubbed his head. Sis, you're just scared you'll lose. His sister responded by giving him another resounding thump. She clearly believed in nipping her little brother's nonsense in the bud, better do it now before he got too strong to handle. Before they could carry on, Karin reminded them, Come on, let's get going. Konoha is one of the 5 great villages. It must have a ton of fun stuff. At this, the siblings promptly followed Karin out. Once they were gone, Senshi and Maitaram also headed off, planning to stroll around Konoha as they discussed business. Senshi's mantra could cover the entire village, so he wasn't worried about the kids. If they ran into trouble, he could teleport over in an instant. Meanwhile, somewhere near Konoha's gates, Kakuzu was leading F and the others from Takigakure out toward the black market. Spotting Senshi and Mei chatting happily in the distance, Kakuzu just shook his head. F looked at him curiously. Lord Kakuzu, is something wrong? Sounding rather regretful, Kakuzu sighed, Senshi has gone soft. There are 15 whole days before the finals prime time to hit the black markets in the land of fire and rake in more cash, yet he's just wandering around with Maitaram. It's such a waste. He shook his head again, as though mourning Senshi's fall from grace. But Kakuzu was just a few levels deep, while Senshi was well above. He had already clinched a 600 million RY mission with Hiruzen Sarutobi and Raza. Plus, while he was out leisurely chatting with Mei, many of his wooden clones would be busy tackling black market missions. In that sense, the clones and his mercenary group were the true engines of productivity. Kakuzu, with his old school methods, had no idea that he'd soon hit a performance ceiling compared to Senshi's more advanced approach. While Kakuzu and his group headed off to farm missions, the newly advanced finalists busied themselves with preparations. At one of Konoha's training fields, Rock Lee was trying to get Hyga Niji to spar with him. "Niji, spar with me, please. If I run into a genius like Sasuke or Naruto in the finals, I'm going to beat them." But Niji just shook his head. "Go train with Tenten." Lee refused. "No, I need to spar with a genius like you to improve." Not far away, Tenten overheard them and immediately flared up. "Lee, what's that supposed to mean? Are you saying I'm weak?" Lee scratched his head in confusion. "Aren't you?" Tenten's face twitched, and the next thing Lee knew, a meteor hammer-style weapon was flying at him from her scroll. He could only backflip out of the way, protesting, "Tenten, don't interrupt my training. I've got to beat Naruto and Sasuke in the finals." As they bickered, Naruto and Sasuke were also in the midst of training. Ever since Lee gave him a taste of true taijutsu in the Forest of Death, Sasuke had realized he should refine his own hand-to-hand skills. Combining that with his ninjutsu would yield a powerful synergy. Sometimes, though, you had to accept that talent really does exist. Everyone could work hard, but not everyone was equally gifted. Right now, Sasuke's taijutsu was improving noticeably in every spar with Naruto. Naruto himself was baffled as to why Sasuke was using only taijutsu, but if that was how Sasuke wanted it, Naruto was happy to oblige. They'd just duke it out fist to fist. New fanfic available. 1. Journey to Godhood begins in Frieren. 2. Leading Hunter x Hunter to the top of the anime multiverse. 3. Judgment descends upon the ninja world. Please check it out. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Youth. In the first round. After Karin left with her 5 rookies, she headed straight to where Naruto and Sasuke were training to find them. Having met once in the Forest of Death, both sides already knew that they were on the same team. So when Naruto and Sasuke, who were in the middle of sparring, saw Karin and the others approaching, they weren't the least bit surprised. However, upon watching the two spar for a while, Karin was utterly confused. When the two finally finished their sparring session, Karin asked curiously, "Why are you specifically practicing taijutsu?" Sasuke didn't hide anything and replied truthfully, "During the Forest of Death trial, I fought a ninja who specialized in taijutsu. I realized that improving my taijutsu can give a big boost to my overall strength, so I've been training it seriously for a while." Hearing Sasuke's explanation, Karin nodded. She didn't really understand such things because she basically never uses taijutsu when she fights. But upon hearing Sasuke's words, Raimon Hayate put forth a different opinion. "In my view, ninjutsu enhanced taijutsu, is the strongest. A ninja who can use lightning release taijutsu doesn't need to study pure taijutsu at all. Unless you encounter a special situation where chakra can't be used, or where chakra is restricted, you'll never have the chance to really shine with just taijutsu." After saying this, Raimon Hayate flashed a grin, showing his pearly white teeth. He then continued. Turning to Sasuke, "We're both ninjas proficient in lightning release, so I'd like to challenge you." As he said these words, a powerful fighting spirit surged around Raimon Hayate. Although Uzumaki Lanya was also a lightning release user, he possessed the storm release Kekkei Genkai, making his lightning techniques very unusual and difficult to handle. Sasuke, on the other hand, was simply a pure lightning release user, just like Hayate himself. When Naruto heard Hay-8 challenging Sasuke, he couldn't help but tease, "Not bad at all. You're confident enough to challenge Sasuke. If you manage to beat Sasuke, I'll fight you myself." Sasuke gave Naruto an exasperated look. "Naruto, are you suggesting that you're stronger than I am?" Naruto thought for a moment and answered, "Overall, I might still be just a bit behind you in certain aspects. But if we're talking strictly about combat ability, I'm definitely stronger. Don't forget I obtained a special power not too long ago." Sasuke scoffed, "Don't tell me I haven't improved either." However, he chose not to keep bickering with Naruto. Instead, he turned to Hay-8 and said, "You alone aren't my match, but I would be interested in challenging you and your sister at the same time." Raymond Hay-8 got angry at that. "Don't look down on me. I can beat you by myself." Before he could say more, his sister, Raymond Yukika, spoke up calmly and objectively, "Judging by his performance in the preliminaries, neither of us alone is really his match." Once Yukika said that, Hay-8 had no grounds to argue. After all, when his sister was nice to him, she was extremely kind and gentle, but when she decided to hit him, she never held back. He knew better than to go against his sister on this sort of thing. With the Raymond siblings getting ready to spar, Sasuke, Naruto, Muzan, and the rest were all excited. Muzan slung an arm around Naruto's shoulder and said conspiratorially, "Naruto, let's spar ourselves. When we get the chance. You're one of the few ninjas I truly admire." In Naruto's eyes, Muzan was also incredibly strong. So to be acknowledged by someone he recognized as a first-rate ninja made him very happy. Lan Yu, however, didn't join in the excitement. He moved off to the side, sat down, and started reading. Lan Yu glanced at Naruto and Muzan. She could tell those two would likely become great friends. But she didn't keep watching the two of them laugh and joke with their arms around each other. Instead, her gaze quickly returned to Sasuke and the Raymond siblings. Their three-way contest had officially begun, and both sides launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Raymond Hay-8 held a kunai and thrust it fiercely toward Sasuke's abdomen, but Sasuke tilted to one side and easily dodged. Sasuke then aimed a kick at Hay-8's head, forcing Hay-8 to evade and preventing him from mounting further attacks. But Yukika, who was waiting for a chance, saw an opening and went for Sasuke's flank with her kunai. Sasuke simultaneously drew a kunai from his pouch. With a crisp clang, his kunai collided with Yukika's, spraying brilliant sparks. At that moment, all three of them began showing off their skills. Sasuke, Yukika, and Hay-8 each infused their kunai with lightning chakra, which greatly increased the kunai's power. Seeing that the others could do the same trick, they paused slightly in surprise. Sasuke, no longer attacking, simply went straight to using lightning release armor. But then he realized something startling: the Raymond siblings activated lightning release armor at exactly the same time he did. Swoosh! In the next instant, they clashed again. After using lightning chop, lightning lariat, lightning ball, and several other moves in succession, Sasuke realized that indeed, sharing the same teacher must be the reason he couldn't break through their techniques. If he didn't use his ultimate move, Thunder Punch, he might not be able to defeat the Raymond siblings at all. Meanwhile, the siblings felt the pressure too. They saw that ordinary lightning release techniques weren't enough to beat Sasuke. However, they still had a trump card, a combined jutsu double lariat. But this match was only a friendly spar, so there was no reason to go that far. Sasuke felt the same way, otherwise, he would have used Thunder Punch right from the start. In the heat of their deadlock, Karin suddenly piped up, "Hold on a sec." The moment she spoke, they all halted. Then she grinned and said, "There's no point beating each other up like this. We can head to the black market in the Land of Fire to take on missions and beat up other people instead." Sasuke and Naruto had no objections to running some missions. For Musen, Lan Yu, and Lan Yu, it sounded like a meaningful idea as well. As for Yukika and Hayate, they had long wanted to do missions. Why was Karin considered the strongest ninja of this group? Because she had been following Senshi on missions from a very early stage. The Raymond siblings just wanted to seize every opportunity to undertake missions and level up in this 8-person crew. In Konoha, Kakashi had originally thought that during the Chunin exams, he could finally get a bit of rest. Turns out he was dead wrong. Naruto and Sasuke, those two rookies, simply wouldn't sit still. They were off to the Land of Fire's black market yet again, this time in a group of 8. Along the way from Konoha to the Land of Fire's black market, Kakashi followed behind the 8 youngsters in utter exhaustion. He couldn't figure out how in the world Naruto and Sasuke had gotten so chummy with these mist ninja kids. Naruto and Uzumaki Musen walked arm in arm, chatting and laughing, obviously the best of pals. Sasuke and Uzumaki Lanyu seemed to have endless topics to discuss, too, conversing non-stop about how to get stronger. Luckily, Kakashi could summon his ninja dogs to keep an eye on everyone, or he'd never have been able to manage them all at once. Truth be told, he didn't need to worry. This entire region was covered by Senshi's mantra, and most ninjas wouldn't dare run into these kids. After Naruto and company left, the black market's administrator gazed at their departing figures and thought, the black market's gotten too competitive nowadays. Even these super young ninjas are coming here in teams to pick up missions. And those two, Naruto and Sasuke, have been doing quite a lot of missions lately. Their completion rate is outstanding. I wonder what the other kids are like. The black market administrator would never have guessed that all these newcomers were equally remarkable and that there were even powerhouses among them. While everyone else was busily doing missions, Karin was already thinking about that night's dinner menu. They were all used to mission grinding by now. Only Yukika and Hayate found it new and exciting, since they'd been in ninja school the whole time, and hadn't had any chance to grind missions on the black market. Night fell soon enough. Because they only accepted D-rank tasks that day, they clearly weren't going to earn very much. Meeting back at the black market entrance, Kakashi surveyed the 8 youngsters, saw they were unhurt, and relaxed a bit. Then he took a breather. Sasuke started tallying up how much each person had earned and ranking the amounts. Once he finished, he showed the notebook to everyone. They discovered that today's top earner was none other than Uzumaki Karin. Even with only D-rank missions, she managed to earn a whopping 200,000 RY in a single day. Aside from her, the strongest pair Naruto and Sasuke only made just over 100,000 RY each. The rest earned progressively less. The one in last place was Raymond Hayate, at just over 50,000 RY. After Sasuke tallied everyone's totals, Karin beamed with delight. Without wasting time, she waved her hand and said, "Let's find a nice forest to camp in and have a cookout. I have a bunch of tasty dishes I want everyone to try." Naruto asked expectantly, "Karin, can you make ramen that's as good as Toka's ramen?" Karin waved him off. "Naruto, the food I make is 100 times better than Ichiraku ramen." When Naruto heard that, it was as if a beam of light shot up around him. Food that's 100 times more delicious than Ichiraku ramen, just how incredible would that be? He became extremely excited. No one hesitated, they returned to Konoha and found a forest where they could set up camp and cook outdoors. Seeing Karin pull out one piece of specialized cookware after another from her Kamui dimension, pots, pans, everyone started to look forward to her cooking. She looked so professional, surely she had to be a first-rate chef. But Naruto and Sasuke were still too young to understand one fundamental truth: the fancier they sword, the duller the blade. In other words, flashy weapons don't make a warrior skilled. True strength comes from mastery, not accessories. In the lush, densely wooded forest, Naruto and Sasuke, and the others, soon stood dumbfounded. They watched Karin summon her Susanoo and stir-fry on a massive scale. After one wild flurry of moves, she finished cooking a huge pot of something. Uzumaki Lanyu, staring at the inky black substance she produced, asked in confusion, "Karin, did you just extract black oil?" Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, so that pot of pitch black stuff was just some byproduct. At least, they hoped that meant it wasn't their dinner. But Karin cheerfully replied, "Ah, don't judge it by how it looks. Lots of dishes end up black, but taste incredible." Despite her reassurance, the others were still uneasy. Yet Karin ladled out a portion for each of them. Everyone stared at the blackish meal in front of them, feeling a surge of doubt. Can this really be eaten? Uzumaki Muzan thought for a moment and then looked at Naruto. "Naruto, do you dare try this new dish from Karin?" Naruto was nervous but refused to show weakness. "Of course I dare. What about you, Muzan? Do you dare?" Muzan burst out laughing and picked up his chopsticks. Seeing the two dawdles, Raymond Hayate pointed his thumbs downward and taunted, "Pathetic." With that, he grabbed his bowl and utensils and declared, "All right then, I'm digging in." He inhaled the food in a whirlwind of slurping and a moment later let out a burp, exclaiming, "Es good." But as soon as they all tried it themselves, everyone glared daggers at Hayate. Yet it was pointless. He'd basically delivered a Pyrrhic victory. He was now foaming at the mouth on the ground, far worse off than the rest. Although the others felt like their taste buds had gone numb, at least they were still standing. Hayate had completely collapsed. That prompted Sasuke to propose, "I suggest that since Karin's strength far surpasses ours, we remove her from the rankings for the remaining 14 days. Otherwise, we're going to have to eat her cooking every time she wins." Naruto, who rarely agreed with Sasuke, instantly said, "I second that." And soon enough, all the others, including the semi-unconscious Hayate, raised their hands. They motion passed unanimously. They weren't puppets like Sasori's body, who could handle dark cuisine without any ill effects. There was no way they could keep eating stuff like that. Karin thought it was unfair. From her perspective as a growing culinary artist, it was totally normal to fail a few times while perfecting her craft. After all, failure is the mother of success. One misfire now meant success next time. But Sasuke and the other 7 weren't giving her any more chances. That sole experience with dark cuisine had totally traumatized them. So over the next few days, the 8 continued doing missions in the Land of Fire's black market. With Karin off kitchen duty, she felt a bit out of sorts. And once she stopped being tallied in the competition, Sasuke basically became unbeatable, hence they all ended up sweeping through Konoha's most famous eateries. They were relieved to be free from more black sludge dinners, but never taking first place from Sasuke was exasperating, too. Even just beating him once would have felt great. After many days of failing to surpass Sasuke, Lanyu came up with a plan based on careful analysis. Sasuke has the Sharingan and is also a lightning release user, plus, he's very experienced with missions. If we want to beat him even once, we'll need to outsmart him within the rules. Tomorrow, let's pool any tasks that are quick to finish yet have high pay and give them all to me. I'll handle them on everyone's behalf, so we might finally take one win. Raymond Hayate objected, "Why you? Why not give them all to me?" Lanyu replied without hesitation, "First, I'm the strongest lightning release user out of the 6 of us. Second, I have the best problem-solving skills in our group. If we focus all the easy, high-paying tasks on me, we'll have at least some chance." Hearing that, Naruto and the others nodded. In the face of a gap in raw power, it was the only way. Sure enough, the next day, while the 8 of them did missions, Naruto and the rest coordinated with Lanyu. They handed off all the low-effort but high-reward tasks to him. It really worked. At day's end, they tallied their earnings. Sasuke had made 105,000 RY. Lanyu came in with 106,000 RY, just barely ahead. Sasuke, of course, realized what they were doing, but didn't mind. By now, they were all friends, and if Lanyu and the others tried that hard, letting them have a small victory was fine. After his win, Lanyu turned to Naruto. "Naruto, what should we eat tonight?" Naruto immediately said, "Obviously Ichiraku ramen." Raimon Yukika protested, "No way, I'm so sick of it already." Karin cheerily suggested, "Then let me make dinner for everyone." Yukika cut her off, Ichiraku ramen, let's go there." Muse N and Hayate chimed in as well, all in favor of Ichiraku ramen. Karin was left disappointed. In half a month, she'd only gotten to show off her culinary skills once. Meanwhile, because this group of 8 had become so active in the black market despite only handling ordinary tasks, their 100% completion rate and lightning-fast efficiency soon drew the attention of high-level figures across the ninja world. All the big players began paying attention to Omegakure and its ninja academy. Not only had AIM been expanding rapidly, it was now clear they were outpacing all other villages in training their ninjas. Even the strongest new-gen ninjas from the 5 great villages seemed to lag behind those 6 elite from AIM. Many influential leaders grew more and more eager to see AIM Genin's dazzling performances in the final round of the Chunin exams. As time went on, more major powers arrived in Konoha, hoping to witness this unprecedented spectacle of an exam jointly organized by Konoha and Suna. Not only that, 5 daimi, 1 each from the 5 great nations, also arrived with their entourages of officials and business elites. With such prominent figures attending, Hiruzen Sarutobi was delighted. Since Senshi had arranged for Karin to withdraw from The preliminaries, he believed the final round would be problem-free. In this last round, Konoha's Naruto, Sasuke, Neji, and Rock Lee were all strong enough to shine brilliantly. What better chance to show off Konoha's strength in front of all these VIPs? As far as Hiruzen was concerned, Konoha had essentially won big this time. Raza, the 4th Kazekage, was equally pleased. With Karin out, his son was now practically invincible. Nobody left in the field could match Gaara. This final stage would be Gaara's solo show in front of all the daimi and VIPs, clearly a huge win for Suna. Orochimaru was just as excited. He'd been waiting for this moment to sell his new products, and he had deliberately leaked information about his eternal chakra elixir. Some people had even noticed changes in the appearance of elders like Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu. By the time the Chunin exams concluded, word of mouth would be in full swing. Then he'd have a grand opportunity to rake in profits from the daimi and top-tier clients representing all major powers. So many wealthy premium customers gathered together, this might be the only time in his career that business could boom like this. He couldn't imagine how much he'd earn once the dust settled. From Orochimaru's point of view, the Chunin exams were already a massive victory. Senshi, meanwhile, had no idea that there were apparently no losers at all in this year's Chunin exams. Everyone felt they'd won big. He himself was just waiting for the final results so he could collect 600 million RY plus 600,000 employment points. Time flew, and the final round of the Chunin exams arrived on schedule. The 30-6 finalists gathered in the arena, and the spectators far more numerous than in the preliminaries filled every seat. The most coveted 5 sections of the stands had been reserved for the daime of the 5 great nations and their high-ranking entourages. Once everyone was settled, the proctor for the finals stepped onto the field. A ninja with a senbon in his mouth introduced himself to the 30-6 contestants. I'm Shiranui Genma, the proctor for the final round of the Chunin exams. The finals will be conducted in a one-on-one format. Our judging panel will determine whether you deserve to be promoted based on your overall performance. Now, I declare the final stage of the Chunin exams officially open. Many of the remaining genin looked at him, feeling some tension. While every one of them had skill, some, like Gaara, stood out as serious threats who might wipe them out or even kill them. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shiranui Genma announced the 2 contestants for the first match. For the first match, Sasuke Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf vs Rock Lee of Konoha. The moment those words left H's mouth, many of the other genin breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke and Rock Lee were both people no one really wanted to face. Up in the stands, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a pang of regret. Both of them were top-tier Konoha genin, so facing each other right from the start was a waste. But the bracket was randomly arranged, and this was no longer his personal show. The other 4 great nations had some say, too. Even so, it wasn't a problem. Sasuke and Rock Lee would definitely put on a thrilling display for everyone. Down in the arena, Sasuke and Rock Lee stepped forward. Rock Lee was clearly excited to face Sasuke again. Sasuke, as I said before, I'll make you see how hard work can defeat a genius. Sasuke's response was scathing. If hard work alone worked, who would need geniuses? Besides, are you even sure you train harder than I do? That jab made Rock Lee furious. He immediately attacked. Here I come. He moved in a blur, launching himself at Sasuke with extraordinary speed. Yet the sight before his eyes astonished him. Whoosh! This time, Sasuke didn't use his lightning release nintaijutsu. He just matched Rock Lee's speed, while remaining in normal form. Rock Lee was absolutely certain that half a month ago, Sasuke did not possess this level of raw speed. All his years of blood, sweat, and tears devoted to taijutsu Sasuke seemed to have caught up in just half a month. That was the terrifying rate at which a genius could grow. If not for Rock Lee's iron will, he might have lost his fighting spirit on the spot. Swoosh! He threw a punch, but Sasuke easily turned aside, dodging with a slight twist of his body. Sasuke then remarked casually, after half a month, you're still exactly where you were. Rock Lee, Omega Omega. Those words enraged Rock Lee, and he roared, redoubling his efforts. Leaf Whirlwind. Leaf Gale. Leaf Rising Wind. But despite his flurry of attacks, he couldn't even touch Sasuke's sleeve. Realizing he needed to give it his all, Rock Lee glanced at his teacher, Might Guy, clearly seeking permission. Seeing Lee's look, Guy gave a firm nod. Lee, let your youth burn to its fullest. Overjoyed, Rock Lee leapt back to open up space and began removing his weights. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Konoha vs Konoha. On a high platform in the finals arena of the Chunin exams, Rock Lee undid the weights on his legs and casually tossed them onto the ground. Rumble! Rumble! 2 massive booms rang out almost simultaneously, kicking up clouds of dust everywhere. Those who knew the truth understood he had just thrown down 2 leg weights. Those who did not know better might have thought he had tossed down 2 nuclear bombs. Having removed his training weight GHTS, Lee felt incomparably light. In this state, he was much stronger than before. When the audience saw what he did next, they could no longer just say wow, instead, they would have to say mom, because he had taken his W to a whole new level. Seisuke, seeing Rock Lee's actions, was rather surprised. He had not expected that Lee had been fighting him earlier while carrying such heavy weights. But it did not really matter whether in their previous clash in the Forest of Death or in this match. Just now, Sasuke had never gone all out. In the stands surrounding the arena, Kakashi, Might Guy, and several high-ranking members of the Hyuga clan were all watching. When Lee prepared to go all out, Guy was thrilled. He waved his arms and said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, my eternal rival, this time my student is definitely going to defeat your student. This counts as yet another victory in our many contests." Ha 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 ha. Kakashi shook his head at Guy's words. "I may be the temporary instructor for Naruto and Sasuke. But to be honest, I haven't really taught them anything. And although Lee is indeed quite strong, he isn't a match for Sasuke." Might Guy completely disagreed. He looked at Lee in the arena, full of confidence in his beloved student. He was clearer than any about how much effort Lee had poured into his growth. When a ninja pushes themselves to the very limit, fighting so hard they move even themselves to tears, they can defeat any genius through sheer effort alone. With a solemn expression, Guy said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, ever since Lee started training under me, he has always worked unbelievably hard. In this match, his youth will burn to the fullest. He can absolutely rely on his diligence and perseverance to triumph over any genius." Kakashi sighed and chose not to argue with Guy. He knew Sasuke's current strength better than anyone. In his eyes, Rock Lee was by no means Sasuke's equal. Sasuke's natural talent was already astonishing, and recently, he had been growing at an unbelievable rate. From Kakashi's point of view, after Kairin's withdrawal, there was almost no one in this Chunin exam who could defeat Sasuke. Back in the arena of the Chunin exams, as soon as Rock Lee reappeared not far from Sasuke, he struck his signature opening stance in iconic pose with his palms raised. From the stands, Senshi saw this and mentally gave Lee a dub. "Wing Chun, Rock Lee, please advise." But Lee himself had no idea about such famous lines. In a flash, he moved like a whirlwind of green, charging straight at Sasuke. As he closed in, he roared, "Gate of opening open!" Suddenly, a green steam burst forth around Lee's body. In an instant, his speed, power, and reaction time increased dramatically. Even without his leg weights, his speed had already risen a fair bit. Now, with the first gate open, he was even faster enough to amaze the entire audience. Cries of surprise erupted from all around the stands. What incredible speed! That Konoha Genin wasn't even using his full strength earlier. Unbelievable! This is ridiculous. He's only a Genin, yet his taijutsu is already this strong. That Uchiha opposite him must be in trouble. Well, I mean, he looks around 10 years old. Just making it to the finals of the Chunin exam is already impressive. As these voices fell, many around them nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha, the caliber of this Chunin exam is no joke. Right, from the start in the Forest of Death, the battles have been intense. I even heard someone used a tailed beast transformation. Given that, it's already proven how good that Uchiha kid is for getting this far. Even if he loses to Rock Lee here, there's no shame in it. While the crowd discussed, Sasuke and Rock Lee continued their fight. Most people favored Lee, convinced he was on the offensive. Yet Sasuke, facing Lee's fierce, unyielding attacks, showed not the slightest panic. He responded calmly from start to finish. With his 3 Tomo Sharingan, Sasuke could observe every move Lee made the instant he opened the 8 gates. Lee's speed was extraordinarily fast, but the Sharingan's dynamic vision was far from its limit here. Swish! When Lee suddenly launched a kick, Sasuke, cloaked in crackling blue chakra, used his lightning release taijutsu to dodge with ease. Lee, having missed, wasted no time whipping his foot upward in a fierce second kick, aimed at Sasuke's chin. But Sasuke, facing that kick, suddenly vanished only to reappear behind Lee. Against a novice, he might have already landed a decisive blow, but Lee was hardly inexperienced. Almost the moment Sasuke appeared behind him, Lee responded perfectly. Leaf Whirlwind. Lee whirled around, unleashing a back kick. Against Lee's impeccable taijutsu and his wealth of combat experience, Sasuke still remained calm. Protected by his lightning armor, he raised his right arm to block. At the same time, he snapped out a kick of his own. Boom! Boom! 2 dull impacts rang out. Lee's Leaf Whirlwind was fully neutralized by Sasuke's lightning armor. Sasuke's counter kick struck Lee's flank, sending him skiddy sideways at high speed. Lee twisted his waist midair to lessen the force, then stomped hard on the ground to steady himself. Lee, surprised face. Sasuke's skill surprised Lee. Even with the weights removed and the first gate opened, he was still no match. He felt unwilling to accept it. He had always believed that with enough hard work, he could defeat any genius. But what if the genius also worked just as hard? Lee had no answer for that because that would just be unfair to him. Sasuke's display also startled Might Guy in the stands. He exclaimed, "Kakashi, truly worthy of being my lifelong rival. Under your guidance, Sasuke's combat skills have reached such a high level." Without waiting for Kakashi's reply, Guy burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Even so, my Lee will still be the one to win in the end." Kakashi felt exasperated. He hadn't taught Sasuke that advanced combat style. Sasuke had gained it on his own. Moreover, even if Lee still had more tricks, he was unlikely to beat Sasuke. Others in the audience were stunned by Sasuke's skill. "My goodness, that kid can't be more than 10, yet he's this strong. It's unbelievable. I wonder who his teacher is." We shouldn't jump to conclusions too soon. That one named Lee hasn't shown his full hand yet. This last comment was right on point. As soon as the words fell, the battle shifted again. Gate of Healing open. Lee roared, and the green steam around him exploded anew. Once again, his speed, strength, and reaction time soared. Leaf Great Whirlwind. With even greater speed, Lee closed in on Sasuke. But even with his second gate opened, Lee's speed still fell short of Sasuke's, who had mastered lightning release taijutsu and trained extensively in hand-to-hand combat. When Lee unleashed a colossal spinny NG kick, his right leg swinging like a steel whip straight for Sasuke's head, Sasuke's body flashed with lightning as he dodged effortlessly. Lightning release, lightning ball. Simultaneously pulling away, Sasuke formed hand seals, launching one golden lightning sphere after another at lightning speed. Swish! 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 Lee twisted, flipped, and cartwheeled away, using remarkable taijutsu skill to evade every blow. Though uninjured, he was left a bit rattled. In kinder words, his brilliant taijutsu let him dodge all of Sasuke's attacks. But more bluntly, Sasuke's onslaught left him with no chance to retaliate. He could only defend. This spurred Lee to stop holding back. He was determined to show Sasuke some real intensity. Swish! He rushed Sasuke again, simultaneously unwrapping the bandages on his arms. Front Lotus. At high speed, Lee instantly appeared in front of Sasuke and unleashed a forceful kick. Sasuke leapt back to dodge. But Li, like a shadow, followed relentlessly, grabbing Sasuk and dragging him into the air. Swish! 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 Up in midair, Li used the bandages on his arm to bind Sasuke tightly. Then the two spun in a rapid descent. During this moment, Sasuke's expression turned peculiar. He made no attempt to go easy on Lee. Instead channeling lightning release taijutsu. Under Li's shocked gaze, Sasuke accelerated their fall. Rumble. The next instant, they crashed hard into the ground, sending rubble flying and clouds of dust everywhere. Thanks to the protection of his lightning armor, Sasuke was unharmed. Li, on the other hand, hit the ground so hard his head was buzzing. He was dazed. Technically, Sasuke was the one who should have been in that state. In the stands, everyone watched, dumbstruck. A clash of offense and defense like this, so many skillful attacks and counters were these two. Really just genin? In the arena, Rock Lee stared at Sasuke, who stood a short distance away, completely unscathed. Lee made a final decision. He would use the move he had originally reset RVED for Niji. He would no longer hold back. He, Rock Lee, wasn't just able to open the first and second gates. He could also Gate of Life open. Gate of Pain open. Gate of Limit open. In one go, he opened the fifth gate. Green steam blazed around his entire body, drastically boosting his speed and power. He was now so strong that he almost scared himself. Even the slightest movement felt like he was equipped with a shockwave engine, practically breaking the sound barrier whenever he moved. Seeing this, Might Guy was brought to tears. He gave Lee a thumbs up, shouting, "Burn your youth!" To the fullest, Lee. Receiving that encouragement, Lee, already fired up, grew even more so. "Oh, Guy-sensei, watch me!" Reverse Lotus. With the fifth gate opened, the bandages on Lee's arms shot toward Sasuke at impossible speed. Facing a fully unleashed Lee, Sasuke did not take chances. He pushed his 3-tomo Sharingan to its limit, pouring everything into his lightning release taijutsu. As Lee's bandages wrapped Sasuke once again and yanked him forward with terrifying force. Sasuke's thunder punch was already primed and ready. Uchiha's in danger. Someone in the stands cried out. The people around him nodded. In their eyes, even if Sasuke lost here, it would be an honorable defeat. Lee in fifth gate was already on par with Jonin. Many high-ranking figures from smaller ninja villages watched Lee and Sasuke intently. Both were clearly rare talents. What they did not realize was that no matter how strong Lee was, he was still some distance from defeating Sasuke. Just as the bandages on Lee's arm violently pulled Sasuke closer, Sasuke struck. His charged thunder punch blasted out with full power. Lee, blazing with green steam, unleashed his own Fire RCE punch. Reverse Lotus. Thunder punch. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Lee's green steaming fist collided with Sasuke's lightning wreathed punch. Boom! Rumble! A terrifying crash resounded across the entire arena. Every eye locked onto the TWO of them. The outcome was completely unexpected. Everyone had assumed this blow would decide Sasuke's defeat, sending him flying. Yet it was the other way around. Sasuke's all-out thunder punch sent Lee hurtling backward. Boom! Another explosion like Sonde rippled out. Lee slammed into the wall at the edge of the arena. The tremendous strain on his body from the 8 gates, plus the impact from Sasuke's final thunder punch, made Lee quiver as he stood. He could no longer fight. Seeing Lee struggling to stand, Might Guy instantly rushed over to support him. Guy was filled with concern and amazement. He never imagined his student would still lose after opening 5 gates. Kakashi truly was his lifelong rival. He was even better at guiding students. As he thought of this, Guy glanced up at Kakashi, who looked perfectly calm, as if this result had come as no surprise. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan, was astonished by the power on display from Sasuke and Lee alike. Their combat abilities are on par with some of our village's jonin. I never thought Konoha's genin would have so many promising young ninja. But, unfortunately, Niji is not born of the main family. At the edge of the arena, Guy was already comforting Lee. Lee, don't be discouraged. You've done extremely well. I saw your youth burn brightly. Hearing this, Lee hugged Guy and burst into tears. Though he lost, he had earned Guy-sensei's full recognition. He resolved in his heart to train even harder from now on. He believed that if he worked just a bit harder, he could definitely defeat Sasuke next time. But reality was harsh. Sasuke's talent so far exceeded Lee's, and Sasuke also worked night and day, doing constant missions. Not to mention, while Lee opening 5 gates looked spectacular, the price he paid was steep. He'd practically be sidelined for 600 episodes, unable to open the 7th gate until the very end. Truly tragic. No one else knew Lee's ultimate fate just yet. For now, the entire audience was in shock from his and Sasuke's fight. All around the stands, people chattered non-stop. Incredible 2 genin fighting at this level. Konoha really lives up to its name as one of the 5 great shinobi nations. Their ninja are strong, easily on par with those from the AIM. I'm not so sure. The elite genin of Omegakure aren't pushovers, either. As the Big Hots all offered their opinions, Shiranui Genma announced the next match. This match will be Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha vs Niji Hyuga. As soon as Genma read out the pairing, murmurs of surprise filled the stands. No one had expected Konoha vs Konoha for the first 2 battles of the finals. That was definitely an advantage for Konoha since they were from the same village. They presumably wouldn't fight to the death. If it had been against ninja from other villages, there'd be no reason to hold back. In the stands near Kakashi and Hayashi Hyuga, learning the next bout was Niji vs Naruto, Hayashi smiled and said, "Kakashi, you truly are an experienced jonin, able to guide a student as outstanding as Sasuke. So this Naruto you've taught must be pretty decent as well. Still, Niji is our Hyuga prodigy. I doubt Naruto will beat him." Kakashi felt tired of repeating himself. He truly hadn't taught Naruto or Sasuke much of anything. That essayed, he knew Sasuke and Naruto's strengths very well. He sighed. "Lord Hayashi, though Niji is indeed excellent, defeating Naruto will be extremely difficult for him." That was the most tactful way Kakashi could put it. In truth, he felt Niji had no chance to beat Naruto. Oh! Hayashi's face instantly darkened. He knew better than anyone how brilliant Niji was. If Niji had been born into the main family, he would surely become the next head of the Hyuga. Even though he was from a branch family, Niji's overwhelming talent and work ethic gave him formidable power. No matter what Kakashi said, Hayashi believed Niji would surely crush Naruto. While Hayashi and Kakashi discussed their respective students, Naruto and Niji appeared in the middle of the arena. Niji was a prodigy from the previous academy class. Naruto and Sasuke were geniuses who graduated early from this year's class. Everyone in the stands was quite eager for this match. Konoha was practically winning big. Their elite genin had occupied 2 rounds in a row, letting them flex their new generation's might before all the influential powers of the ninja world, and plenty of wealthy patrons. Niji glanced at Naruto, not underestimating him at all. He immediately activated the Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged noticeably. Naruto, facing this older classmate known for being a genius, did not hesitate. He let out a yell and charged straight in. Swish! His speed was also extremely fast. Having daily sparring sessions with Sasuke, Naruto's taijutsu was on par with his teammates. From the stands, Senshi observed Naruto and felt the vibe was off. Normally, Naruto would start by using his shadow clones, often many of them, and then charge in. Now he just rushed right in with no clones whatsoever, aiming to clash head-on. In fact, he had learned the shadow clone and even multiple shadow clone jutsu quite some time ago. He had drawn those from the system long ago, then passed them on during training. As for Sasuke, he had yet to figure out his own combo, but Naruto had already learned Naruto Renden, Naruto Barrage. Who knew when Sasuke would pick up on Naruto's move and come up with a combo for himself? Down in the arena, Neji saw Naruto racing toward him, kunai in hand, and prepared the starting form of 8 trigrams 60-4 palms. Sure enough, Naruto was soon right before him, stabbing forward with the kunai. Naruto's combat techniques, honed in countless missions, were on full display. Neji did not dare be careless. Uncertain of Naruto's true skill, he decided to probe him first. As Naruto thrust the kunai at his throat, Neji stepped back and slapped forward with his palm, aiming at Naruto's head. Naruto sidestepped in a flash, avoiding the strike, and again jabbed his kunai at Neji's throat. Naruto's skill surprised Neji. He had not expected someone merely around 10 to have such formidable combat prowess. But Neji had tested him enough to get a read on his strength. As the kunai streaked toward his throat, Neji calmly called out, 8 trigrams, on e palm. Neji's sudden palm strike knocked Naruto's arm off course. The kunai missed Neji by a wide margin. Hey! Naruto was startled to feel a strange sluggishness in part of his arm's chakra flow, as though something were blocking it. Though the sensation began fading after a moment, Naruto quickly realized that Neji's taijutsu was unlike Sasuke's or anyone else's. It directly impacted an opponent's chakra pathways. He knew that to fight Neji, he had to avoid letting that peculiar move hit him again, all while trying to land his own blows. For Naruto, who sparred daily with Sasuke and then trained under teacher Senshi, it was not an impossible task. He promptly ducked low, sweeping his leg around to knock Neji off balance. Neji, a true prodigy, swiftly leaped backward to evade, closing in again with an onslaught of 8 trigrams 60-4 palms. 2 palms, 3 palms, 4 palms, 5 palms. His flurry of strikes was as fierce as a raging storm. Naruto moved and weaved with confident footwork, blocking each blow. Though fast, Neji's strikes were neutralized one by Naruto. The crowd went wild. That blonde kid is way too strong. He's up against Hyuga Neji, the known genius of the previous class. I heard he's the one who graduated early alongside Uchiha Sasuke. He might be on Sasuke's level. It's no use. The Hyuga have the Byakugan bloodline plus that unique gentle fist. Naruto might be holding out now, but one slip and he's finished. Their chatter reached Kakashi and Hayashi's ears. Hayashi smiled at Kakashi and said, "Well, Kakashi, you still insist on your previous view? Naruto may not be beaten yet, but the longer this goes on, the more likely it is he'll lose. Neji has the advantage. If he makes a mistake, it won't matter much. If Naruto slips up even once, it's over." Kakashi kept his calm tone. "Lord Hayashi, Naruto still isn't giving it his all." Hayashi and the other Hyuga members did not believe him. To them, Naruto was obviously backed into a corner with only defensive moves. How could he not be going all out? 8 trigrams, 40-8 palms. Amid his relentless flurry, Neji marveled internally. What is this guy He just graduated not long ago, but he's already this strong. While he was amazed, Niji also decided that once he finds head 8 trigrams 60-4 palms, he would chain it straight into 120-8 palms. He refused to believe Naruto could keep matching him blow for blow until the very end. New fanfic available. 1. Journey to Godhood begins in Frieren. 2. Leading Hunter x Hunter to the top of the anime multiverse. 3. Judgment descends upon the ninja world. Please check it out. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Lightning vs Lightning. Naruto and Niji's fierce, continuous exchange of blows left the spectators in the stands marveling in surprise again and again. Many people had thought the duel between Sasuke and Rock Lee was the highest quality match of this Chunin exam. Who would have expected Naruto vs Niji to be equally spectacular? Especially Naruto, though just a genin who graduated early from the academy, he managed to fight a genius of the Hyuga clan on nearly even terms. It was simply incredible. 8 trigrams 64 palms. In the arena, between rapid, unrelenting attacks, Niji executed the entire 8 trigrams 60-4 palms. To his surprise, Naruto emerged completely unharmed. All Niji could do was continue attacking, this time with the 8 trigrams 128 palms. He was determined to use airtight offense to break Naruto's impenetrable battle rhythm. 8 trigrams 1 palm. He struck again. Each palm was faster than the last, a ceaseless flurry. Naruto's choice remained the same as before. Dodge Niji's tricky gentle fist taijutsu and look for an opportunity to strike back. So, the spectators saw an even more dazzling contest than before. Boom! 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 Niji's attacks raged like a violent storm, coming one after another. Yet Naruto continued to handle them calmly, as steady as a mountain. This time, Niji managed to unleash his 120-8 palms in a flash, landing them all, but even such an onslaught did nothing to harm Naruto. Niji couldn't help wondering if Naruto, like Rock Lee, specialized so heavily in close quarters combat that he lacked decent mid, or long-range moves. Thinking of this, Niji decisively pulled back. Up in the stands, those familiar with the Hyuga clan brightened at once, sensing Niji's intentions. As expected of the Hyuga's genius, he can still think and act decisively in the heat of battle. Niji's judgment must be right. If Naruto can match him blow for blow in taijutsu, then he must specialize in it. In that case, that little brat's going to suffer. After all, the Hyuga's gentle fist isn't limited to close quarters. Even casual onlookers understood Niji's plan. As head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi grasped Niji's strategy right away. He turned to Kakashi, smiling. Kakashi, is Naruto, like Lee, primarily a taijutsu specialist? If so, then his fight with Niji is all but decided. With Niji's battle instincts and skill in gentle fist, he can certainly keep Naruto pinned down from a distance until Naruto has no choice but to surrender. At those words, Kakashi's expression grew quite odd. The real reason Naruto's taijutsu was so formidable was that Sasuke was adept at lightning release based taijutsu. Naruto had been forced to improve by constantly sparring with Sasuke. Naruto's true specialty was a ranged ninjutsu called the Aura Sphere, far more dangerous than the Hyuga's 8 trigrams vacuum palm. All Kakashi could do was hope Hayashi and the other Hyuga elders would still be able to smile once they learned the truth. Down in the arena, events unfolded just as everyone had anticipated. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. No sooner had Niji put some distance between them than he fired a vacuum palm at Naruto. Without hesitation, A wave of compressed air appeared in front of Naruto in an instant. Naruto simply shifted his body to dodge with ease. Niji assumed Naruto would then charge in close to continue a taijutsu exchange, but Niji refused to allow that, firing another vacuum palm at once. However, this airborne strike was shattered by a single aura sphere Naruto released with one hand. Whoosh! After piercing Niji's vacuum palm, the aura sphere accelerated and kept barreling toward Niji. What? Shocked, Niji immediately used his ultimate defensive move. 8 trigrams palm rotation. He spun at high speed, covering himself in a perfect 360-degree sphere of rotation. Naruto's aura sphere slammed into it but was blocked. Hey? What technique is that? Naruto was momentarily surprised by Niji's rotation, but he didn't slow down. One aura SP here after another flew at Niji. The rapid changes in the battle left the spectators in the stands gasping to keep up. Niji's rotation and absolute defense jutsu covering 360 degrees was impressive enough, but who could have guessed that Naruto would use a mysterious ninjutsu no one had ever seen, bombarding Niji from afar in rapid succession? Even though rotation possessed an absolute defense, it could not withstand Naruto's barrage of aura spheres forever. Rumble. On Naruto's 7th aura sphere, Niji's rotation was finally breached. A thunderous explosion rang out, and the shock wave of aura sphere clashing with rotation sent Niji flying. With a dull thud, Niji hit the ground in obvious pain. He rose quickly, but his eyes held deep frustration. He had spent a great deal of energy and now looked disheveled, while Naruto was still completely unscathed. Facing a Naruto who was practically at full strength, Niji felt like he was up against a monster. These two who had chosen to graduate from the academy early turned out to be ridiculously powerful. The final outcome of the Naruto vs Niji fight left everyone in the stands astounded. Many spectators felt their emotions sway wildly through the course of that match. Seriously? That kid who looks around 10 years old defeated Hyuga Niji, the genius of the Hyuga clan. As unbelievable as it seems, that's exactly what happened. I wonder who taught him ninjutsu and taijutsu. From what I've gathered, it's supposedly Konoha's elite jonin Hitaki Kakashi who's guiding Naruto and Sasuke right now. Wow, so Konoha's instructors are just that good, hey. As similar comments spread around, Kakashi couldn't help his look of helplessness. He considered himself a decent teacher, but Naruto's abilities, both his ninjutsu and taijutsu, weren't really his doing. Meanwhile, the previously smiling Hayashi of the Hyuga now found himself unable to laugh. Not only him, the entire Hyuga clan fell into a heavy silence. Hayashi's gaze rested on Niji. Privately, he was 90% impressed with Niji's display and 10% disappointed in the result. In Hayashi's eyes, Niji had actually performed very well. Perhaps if he'd done just a bit better, he would have won. But Hayashi's attention soon shifted from Niji to Kakashi. He noted the calm, almost unsurprised look on Kakashi's face, as if Kakashi had known this outcome was inevitable. That forced Hayashi to re-evaluate Kakashi's skill at training students and to pay more attention to both Naruto and Sasuke. Indeed, as onlookers kept saying, Kakashi's skill in teaching was unbelievably high. Those two students of his were absurdly strong. Naruto had even defeated Niji, the Hyuga clan's top-tier genius, with apparent ease. However, what Hayashi didn't realize was that Kakashi himself was silently wondering where things had gone sideways. Though he wasn't truly the one who had trained Naruto and Sasuke, he was well aware of their daily practice routine. Those two crazy kids left at dawn and returned late at night, grinding mission after mission. That was how they steadily honed their strength. Kakashi found this method intriguing and had tried to study it, but personally saw little improvement. Despite mimicking their approach, he couldn't help feeling a bit helpless about it. Compared to the Hyuga clan's silence, the rest of the stands were lively. Many spectators felt coming to watch had been worthwhile. The first two matches of the finals were both top-tier battles. No wonder these candidates had reached the finals, they were all excellent. In the areas where different factions gathered, major figures conferred quietly among themselves. So it appears the intel we dug up recently was spot on. Yes. Both Konoha and Omegakure have been running missions almost non-stop to temper their ninjas. That sort of extreme training really works. Indeed. We have to keep investigating that style of training. Similar murmurs popped up on every side. Naruto and Sasuke's dazzling show convinced many influential leaders that repeated missions gave a ninja the most comprehensive experience and unleashed their greatest potential. Many planned to imitate this strategy when they returned home to strengthen their own forces. Plenty of other big shots, especially those aligned with Konoha, began loudly cheering at the success of Konoha's genin. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! All four of Konoha's genin who've appeared so far are outstanding. If even their genin are this good, imagine how reliable their chunin and jonin must be. No kidding, the four Konoha geni and just now were astonishing. Konoha's future looks bright. Indeed. It appears that none of the other great shinobi nations have such a formidable genin that can match Konoha's. Their remarks left the fourth Raikage with an uncomfortable mix of envy and jealousy. Kumigakure certainly had its own elite genin, but perhaps not as many as Konoha did. Determined not to let Konoha claim all the glory, the fourth Raikage recalled that Kumigakure had also brought two prodigies adept at lightning release. Konoha's elite genin had finished their matches, so it was time for Kumigakure's gifted duo to enter the stage. He turned to the Land of Lightning's daimyo. Lord Daimyo, it's true those four Konoha genin did very well, but our Kumigakure prodigies, Amwa and D. Karui, are sure to deliver excellent performances, too. Darui nodded in agreement. Yes, whether in the Forest of Death or in the preliminaries, Amwa and Karui both showed impressive abilities. They've earned respect from every corner of the shinobi world. I believe that in the finals, they won't disappoint anyone. Those words caused everyone nearby to nod. They agreed with Darui's assessment. Thus encouraged, the Land of Lightning's daimyo also began to look forward to Amwa and Karui's impending match. Not too far away sat the Land of Earth's daimyo, with the third Tsuchikage, Onaki, just behind him. To the side. Naturally, Onaki heard the fourth Raikage's exchange with the Lightning daimyo. Iwagakure and Kumigakure had never gotten along, so Onaki took the chance to mock the fourth Raikage. All right, enough of your boasting, Raikage. If you want to say Kumigakure has the greatest number of lightning users, I'll keep quiet. But if you claim your lightning users or your so-called new generation lightning prodigies are the best, you should learn some self-awareness. Everyone knows the strongest lightning user alive right now is Uzumaki Senshi. Even you, Raikage, are way behind him. And as for the strongest up-and-coming lightning user, if you ask me, it's obviously those kids from Omegakure. That made the fourth Raikage furious. Onaki, you looking to die? Onaki shot him a cold look. Watch it, kid. I was on the battlefield when you were still nursing. With the two of them at each other's throats, the host Sarutobi Hiruzen had to jump in as the mediator, lest the arena be destroyed. With a genial laugh, Hiruzen said, Now, calm down. We'll see soon enough once the youngsters face off in battle. Besides, each village has talented ninjas and secret trump cards. The Chunin exams alone can't prove everything. As a seasoned old hand, Hiruzen's words were perfectly chosen. If the two Kumo prodigies did perform well, so be it. But if they didn't, Hiruzen's remark about every village having its own rising stars would nip any trouble in the bud should the fourth Raikage or the third Tsuchikage stir things up later. Just then, as though on cue, Shiranui Genma announced the next match. This match, Raymon Yukika of AIM vs Karui of Kumo. Let the battle begin. A beautiful blue-haired girl wearing a high ponytail Raymon Yukika stepped into the arena, along with a dark-skinned red-haired Kumo genin. As soon as she appeared, Karui didn't immediately attack. Instead, she spoke with confidence. You shall ld just give up. You're no match for me. Hearing this, Yukika's lovely eyes narrowed slightly. Her voice was calm and collected. Did you train your lightning taijutsu just by running your mouth? Enraged, Karui shouted, how dare you speak to me like that? You'll regret it. Yukika shook her head. I do sometimes regret things, but speaking the truth is never one of them. Known for both her keen intellect and a bit of a sharp tongue, Yukika naturally wouldn't let Karui's attitude slide. The spectators in the stands, sensing the tension between the two, grew increasingly excited. This match is going to be fun. Lightning Prodigy versus Lightning Prodigy. Humph, how could some no-name village's lightning user compare with a Kumo prodigy? But hey, that no-name village gave birth to Uzumaki Senshi, who's stronger than the Raikage, no. Are you trying to start something? That doesn't count. Before the match even began, the stands were abuzz. Still, the Kumo's reputation for lightning mastery was widespread, so most spectators placed their bets on Karui. To them, a prodigy from a big hidden village was sure to outclass a prodigy from a small one. Because the first two matches had all been Konoha participants, there hadn't yet been a direct comparison between major and minor villages. But from this match onward, everyone was wondering whether a talent from a small village would prove inferior to one from a big village. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Yukika and Karui's fight officially commenced. Boom! Boom! Both opened with the lightning release armor and lunged at one another. That sight alone made many spectators' eyes go wide. What the? Can an AIM ninja use Kumo's secret lightning release armor skillfully? Am I seeing things, or is that AIM girl's skill in lightning ninjutsu every bit as good as the Kumo prodigies? Let's keep watching, maybe she's only mastered this one technique. Even so, seeing Yukika wield the lightning release armor shocked many. In particular, those from Kumagakure wore complicated expressions, none of them knew how their signature technique might have leaked beyond their own village. Still, they trusted their Kumo prodigy. The fourth Raikage said confidently, we in the Kumagakure are the true experts in teaching and developing lightning-based taijutsu. Even if that girl picked up a few tricks somewhere, her skill can't match Karui's mastery. But the fourth Raikage was dead wrong. Yukika's lightning ninjutsu and taijutsu were taught to her by none other than Senshi, whose lightning expertise was unrivaled in the shinobi world. So, from Yukika's perspective, Karui simply wasn't on her level. Down in the arena, Yukika and Karui were now clashing in a pure lightning taijutsu duel. Heavy style outburst. Lightning horizontal chop. Karui threw a punch aimed at Yukika's abdomen with a heavy style outburst. Showing no intention of backing off, Yukika countered with a hand strike, lightning horizontal chop. Colliding right against her fist. Boom! The two techniques met, triggering a fierce explosion. Yet Yukika didn't budge even an inch, while Karui felt a potent force slam into her, knocking her backward. From that single exchange, their difference in power was clear. The spectators watched, stunned yet again. No way! AIM's lightning user is stronger than the Kumagakure prodigy. This is unbelievable. I wouldn't have bought it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. The fight's just starting, maybe it's too soon to call. Of course, less experienced onlookers assumed Karui was still holding back. But many Kumo ninjas looked uneasy. Heavy style outburst and lightning horizontal chop were both fairly fundamental lightning taijutsu moves. If Yukika's foundational moves were stronger than Kurui's, it was likely she was stronger overall. And that was precisely the outcome Kumogakure dreaded. Kurui himself realized that. But she refused to accept it. She couldn't believe this rogue version of lightning taijutsu beat her well-honed Kumo training. So she flooded herself with lightning chakra, charging Yukika once again. In a flash, the two of them became arcs of brilliant lightning, colliding repeatedly. Up in the stands, onlookers witnessed a jaw-dropping sight. No matter what lightning technique Kurui threw at her, Yukika used the same move in return and in every exchange, she overpowered him. As the fight went on, Kurui's confidence began to crumble, and Yukika sealed her fate with an even stronger technique. Hell stab, four-finger nukite. Standing a short distance away, Yukika spoke calmly as she extended four fingers and drove them toward Kurui. Her four slender fingertips encased in lightning seemed as sharp as spears. Kurui felt a tremendous sense of danger. She tried to dodge, but Yukika was simply too fast. Even a not her lightning user like her couldn't follow her movements clearly. Before she could react, Yukika's four-finger nukite was upon her. Boom! Crackling with electric blue chakra, Yukika's strike hit Kurui squarely. She reeled as if she'd been hammered by an iron club, flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Three-finger nukite. Yukika gave her no time to recover, instantly pursuing her for another clean hit. Rumble. Crack. Kurui was pummeled yet again. Her lightning release armor shattered all at once, and she hurtled into the arena's outer wall with such force that she was practically embedded there. All the while, Yukika merely retracted her hand, perfectly composed and almost elegant. Generally speaking, lightning user and elegant don't go together, but they fit Yukika perfectly. Before Shiranui Genma could even announce the verdict, everyone already knew the outcome. That result sent a wave of shock through the stands. The scene of Yukika landing that final blow with her three-finger nukite was nothing short of breathtaking. Gasp! All around, spectators sucked in a collective breath. How on earth does a Megakuru's Ninja Academy train its students? She's barely into her teens, yet her lightning taijutsu is that advanced. Her future is boundless. If she'd been born in the Kumogakure, they'd be grooming her to be the next Raikage. Conversations surged in every corner, and the match's result left the fourth Raikage speechless for a good while. Not so for Onaki, who burst out laughing at the sig-ht of Kumogakure's lightning prodigy Kurui. Getting thrashed. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Orochimaru's Time to Shine. Seeing this, the daimyo of the Land of Fire directly asked Konoha's F3. Lightning release taijutsu, isn't that a top-secret technique of Kumogakure? How is that little girl from a Megakure even stronger than a homegrown genius from Kumogakure? As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen answered honestly, Lord Daimyo, that ninja named Raimon Yukika comes from a Megakure's Ninja Academy, and she is a student of their lightning release class. A Megakure's Ninja Academy was founded by the black market mercenary, Uzumaki Senshi. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained everything clearly, sharing all that he knew regarding a Megakure's Ninja Academy. When he finished, the daimyo of the Land of Fire more or less understood the situation. Raimon Yukika and her younger brother Raimon Hayate were both lightning release ninjas taught by Senshi. Not only that, the 6 elite genin from a Megakure participating in the Chunin exams were all personally guided by Senshi. That ninja, known as Uzumaki Senshi, was not only the strongest mercenary in the black market but was also extremely skilled at training ninja. His expertise was quite astonishing. While the daimyo of the Land of Fire was inquiring with Sarutobi Hiruzen, several other daimyos and leaders from different forces were gathering their own intelligence. After witnessing Raimon Yukika's stunning performance and learning about the Academy's remarkable teaching standards, many big shots were starting to think. Omegakure's Ninja Academy is incredibly strong. I wonder if we can send the young talents of our own clans there to study. It should be possible, as long as they move to Omegakure and live there. Any child of appropriate age can enroll in the Ninja Academy. That's not necessarily certain. Omegakure has become more and more regulated in its development, there might not be any loopholes to exploit. Actually, as long as one can become a direct student of Lord Senshi or at least get his permission, we should be able to send our children to study at the academy. After all, Lord Sensei is the headmaster of the Ninja Academy. Once inside, if you want the best guidance, you have to join the headmaster's class. Upon hearing that, everyone nodded. Based on what they had seen in this Chunin exam, letting their next generation ninjas become Senshi's students was the best option. If that wasn't possible, simply getting his approval for them to attend Omegakure's Ninja Academy was still good. Of course, as the Chunin exams were still ongoing, these matters could be slowly prepared in the meantime. While the crowd's thoughts ran wild, the next match was about to begin. Once again, the voice of the proctor, Shiranui Genma, echoed in everyone's ears. For this match, Uzumaki Musen from Omegakure will face Judosuchi from Iwagakure. When the MATC Hup was announced, the audience started buzzing again. Just like the previous match, it was another genius of Omegakure going up against a genius from one of the 5 great ninja villages. The 4th Reikage, who had just been heavily mocked by Noki, was in high spirits the moment he saw Omegakure genius facing a Iwagakure genius. Humph, you old geezer! I hope your IWA ninja won't lose too badly to a ninja from a so-called small village. Noki burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! Our genius from IWA is no pushover like those Kumo frauds. Keep your eyes open. Let me show you how our up-and-coming talent thoroughly crushes the pathetic nobodies from a small village. The 4th Reikage gave a cold snort. Noki, don't boast too soon or you'll end up eating your words in a moment. While the 4th Reikage and Noki bickered, the two opponents for the match began taking the field one after the other. Wearing a cloak with red cloud designs and sporting striking red hair, Uzumaki Musen soon appeared. Opposite him was Judosuchi from Iwagakure. Judosuchi wore a dark red stone ninja outfit. He was quite a handsome young man, who grinned and said, Uzumaki Musen, you're pretty strong, but unfortunately, this is where you stop. I've mastered more than 30 types of Earth Release Jutsu and even have the Explosion Release Bloodline. There's really no need for us to fight. Just surrender. Hearing that, many spectators were surprised. This IWA ninja genius was clearly the real deal. Even though he was so young, he had already mastered over 30 Earth Release Jutsu and possessed Explosion Release. That was certainly no ordinary strength. Once Judosuchi finished, Musen replied with a serious expression, since you're such a formidable ninja, then I must treat you with the utmost seriousness. Judosuchi quickly shook his head. No, you misunderstood. Even if you get serious, you're still not my match. You should give up now. Musen shook his head as well. At all times, I persist in fighting with unwavering resolve until the end. That is my ninja way. The moment Musen said this, it was as if a powerful theme song suddenly started playing in the background. It was a shame Senshi hadn't drawn the same luck as Naruto, because if he had Naruto's speaker system, he could have blasted some music to hype it up. When Muzan said that, Judosuchi also set aside his nonchalant attitude. He realized that Muzan, like himself, was a ninja with a firm, unshakable will. A foe like that deserved his serious effort. Judosuchi nodded and said, "In that case, I've decided to go all out. I will fight with everything I've got, to pay you, my opponent, the greatest respect. Let's begin." Once Judosuchi finished, Muzan wasted no time. He clapped his hands together and Shoyuthed would release, drew several thousand hands. Judosuchi, surprised face, the 5 daimyo, surprised face, everyone in the stands, surprised face. Muzan's move left the entire crowd dumbfounded. "Dude, do you think you're the first Hokage or something? Starting off with true several thousand hands?" Upon hearing Muzan solemnly call out true several thousand hands, Judosuchi was startled. Thinking, why am I caught up in such a high-level fight? But very soon, he realized that the ninja across from him was basically used to a loud fool. Even after that thunderous shout, absolutely nothing happened. Seeing that Muzan's grandiose true several thousand hands did nothing, Senshi covered his face with one hand. At this moment, he really felt the need to clarify that he'd never taught Muzan. He didn't know this weirdo very well. Having been blatantly messed with, Judosuchi was furious. He quickly formed a series of seals with both hands, preparing to let Muzan experience the might of his 30+ earth release jutsu. Earth release, rock gun technique. As Judosuchi finished speaking, a small stone projectile shot out of his mouth. It expanded in midair until it was about the size of a cannonball, heading straight for Muzan. Muzan did not move from his spot. Again, he brought his hands together and rapidly formed seals. Would release, silent strangling binding. A wooden beam shot up from the ground beside him, smashing into the incoming cannonball. After knocking aside Judosuchi's rock cannon, Muzan clasped his hands once more, weaving a new set of seals. Would release, great forest technique. This time, more wooden tendrils burst from the ground, surging toward Judosuchi in a fierce onslaught. Facing these incoming vines, Judosuchi didn't dare hesitate. He immediately launched another sequence of jutsu. Earth release, earth spear. Sharp spikes of rock, like jagged spears, kept erupting from the ground, clashing with Muzan's wooden branches. Some of the wood splintered, but many of the spikes were likewise shattered. Earth release, earth pillar explosion. Forming seals again, Judosuchi summoned even more rock spikes, which appeared among the first wave. Suddenly, they all exploded one after another, reducing the oncoming wooden branches to shards. But Muzan didn't mind. This was only the warm-up. He let out a shout, once again weaving seals for another technique. Would release, nativity of a sea of trees. Nativity of a sea of trees was a smaller-scale variant of deep forest emergence, something even Yamato could use casually. But seeing a genin pull it off was rather alarming. All of a sudden, Judosuchi's rock spikes were uprooted and shattered. Before Judosuchi had grasped what was happening, he was already surrounded by a sea of towering trees. Earth release, antlion technique. Even though Muzan's jutsu made Judosuchi's scalp tingle, his unwavering will of stone kept him from giving up. The newly sprouted forest began sinking as if mired in quicksand, relieving some of Judosuchi's tension, but he had celebrated too soon. Would release, wood dragon technique. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed across the arena as a relatively small, compared to the first Hokage's wooden dragon tore through the ground. Even so, it was larger than most giant trees. Looking up. Judosuchi saw Muzan standing on the dragon's head, controlling it as it slammed toward him. Crap! Judosuchi thought, his vision going dark. He felt certain he was done for. Yet Muzan halted the blow at the very last second, so it never actually hit Judosuchi. The outcome of this match was obvious. When Muzan first started, his over-the-top antics made some people think he was just fooling around. But he swiftly finished off Judosuchi, and the audience once again roared with excitement. Wow! Omegakure not only has a genius who's a lightning release master but also someone who's amazing at wood release. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He's so young, yet his wood release is already at this level. I heard that after the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan fell on hard times. Later on, Lord Uzumaki Senshi gave them refuge in Omegakure. Without that, many members of the Uzumaki clan wouldn't have survived. I also heard that Konoha used to be the ally of the Formeruzushigakure. By all rights, a wood release genius from the Uzumaki clan ought to have been nurtured in Konoha. Someone was about to continue talking when a companion quickly covered his mouth. He was hitting on a sore spot for Konoha. Konoha shinobi, naturally, heard these remarks too. Upon witnessing Muzan's wood release, members of Konoha, especially the so-called Konoha F3 and high-level Land of Fire officials, felt tremendously conflicted. It was Hashirama Senju's wood release that had once established the Leaf Village's supremacy in the shinobi world. After the first Hokage's era, though, the Konoha had never again produced such a wildly gifted wood release user. Seeing Muzan displaying wood release at such a young age, the thought that he might one day become a second Hashirama could not be dismissed. Omegakure's ability to cultivate talent was terrifying. One could also say it was really Uzumaki Senshi's teaching ability that was so frightening. According to intelligence gathered by various sides, Muzan was also nurtured by Senshi. Realizing that caused serious pangs of regret among Konoha's top brass. They had never imagined that a genius like Uzumaki Muzan could arise after the downfall of the Land of Whirlpools. Had they known, they would have spared no effort in gathering and supporting the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. As Konoha had originally been Uzushio's ally, that would have been much simpler for them to arrange than for AIM. But as it was, Konoha officials had let that alliance slip by, not even making an effort to rescue Whirlpool survivors. At this moment, they bitterly regretted the short-sighted pursuit of trivial gains, which had now cost them dearly. The other four major shinobi villages were all equally stunned by Muzan's wood release, though many were privately relieved that at least he wasn't from Konoha. The only one not laughing was Noki. All the laughter, in fact, now belonged to the fourth Raikage, who had previously endured Noki's jabs. Ha 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 ha. The fourth Raikage loud ghed out loud at that moment. The more he laughed, the uglier Noki's expression became. Noki had mercilessly mocked the Raikage not long before, so now the fourth Raikage was happily returning the favor. Noki, so your IWA genius can't beat a ninja from a small village. Fortunately for you, Omegakure hasn't produced anyone skilled in earth release as well, otherwise, would Iwagakure even have a reason to keep its name? Noki's face went a dark shade of green, his mood sour. And since Kumo and Iwawere historically hostile, he certainly didn't intend to back down. Furious, Noki snapped, "Raikage, do you really want me to teach you a lesson?" Boom! The fourth Raikage was anything but easily intimidated. In a flash, he was surrounded by crackling lightning armor, ready to fight. Noki, likewise, was no gentle old man. He immediately rose into the air, preparing his dust release. Detachment of the primitive world technique. As the old saying goes, with age comes wisdom, but in Noki's Kai, it also brought a sharp tongue. And an even sharper temper. If 70 meant he followed his heart, then nearing 90 meant he had no patience left for the rakich's nonsense at all. On Konoha's side, people were vexed. Missing the chance to recruit The young wood release prodigy from the Uzumaki clan stung enough. Yet they hadn't even recovered from that regret before these two old bulls, the Raikage and the Tsuchikage, were on the verge of coming to blows again. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke helplessly. You two, calm down. The Chunin exam is still ongoing, and both Kumo and IWA still have participants competing. This is a rare occasion that has brought together the 5 great nations for such a grand event. No need to shed blood. Though the third Hokage's words were reasonable, the fourth Raikage still grumbled, this doesn't concern Konoha. Go sort out your own issues first before meddling, Lord Hokage. After all, Uzushiagakure was originally your ally, and now in Uzumaki with wood release has ended up in aim. That obviously shows problems on your end. Noki, equally sharp-tongued, turned on Hiruzen. As I recall, after the land of whirlpools fell, Konoha never bothered to gather any of their refugees. Some so-called ally you turned out to be once you couldn't use them, you discarded them. Don't you treat your allies that way. From the beginning, the 5 great nations and the 5 major shinobi villages had never really been united. Although the Raikage and Tsuchikage had nearly come to blows moments earlier, they would still readily join forces against Konoha's interests if needed. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded coldly, Konoha's affairs require no outside interference. At the time the land of whirlpools was in trouble, Konoha was at war on multiple fronts and simply could not help. Besides, Konoha has always treated its allies consistently, and in the end, time will prove it. Though Hiruzen spoke eloquently, the fact remained that they had never tried to search for or assist the whirlpool refugees. Moreover, it wasn't just Uzumaki Musen, several other talented Uzumaki youngsters in this exam had also performed well. Konoha had essentially forgotten all about their fallen ally. This event made Hiruzen quietly decide that from now on, they would start actively gat-herring surviving members of the Uzumaki clan, just like Omegakure had done. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's mediation, Noki and the 4th Raikage once again refrained from fighting outright. Still, the bad blood between their villages ran deep, it would only take the slightest spark for an argument to flare again. In total, 30-2 participants had advanced to the final stage of the Chunin exams, meaning 16 matches in a single elimination format. The first 4 matches had all been spectacular, so the subsequent bouts inevitably felt slightly disappointing in comparison. Because of that, the attention of various leaders drifted to one particular section of the stands. There sat a red-haired young man accompanied by a red-haired girl, Uzumaki Senshi, the legendary figure of the black market, and beside him, his little assistant, Uzumaki Karin. Senshi was in a great mood. AIM's 6 elite genin had done an outstanding job showcasing their skills. For Omegakure, his mercenary group, and the academy. As a result, plenty of new hopefuls would surely flock to the Omegakure's Ninja Academy to learn the will of rain and eventually be fed into his mercenary organization. Besides that, he still intended to perform the detailed beast extraction surgeries on Gaara, F, and Naruto without anyone noticing, so he could lock all the tailed beasts away inside Karen's Kamui dimension. He'd do Gaara and F secretly. As for Naruto, he might trick or persuade him into it. Add to that the handsome payment of 600 million Ry he'd gotten from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Raza. He was making a killing on multiple fronts. Senshi felt he'd truly hit the jackpot. While Senshi mulled over these matters, the first round of the final stage proceeded normally. Many of the matches ended swiftly with overwhelming victories. The other 5 elite AIM genin all won their matches, too. By that point, the daimyo of the Land of Fire and everyone else were fully aware Megakure had brought 6 elite genin. However, noticing that only 5 had competed thus far, the daimyo asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, "What about that other one named Uzumaki Karin from Megakure? Didn't she reach the finals? How strong is she?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, not hiding anything, replied, "Lord Daimyo, that one is even more formidable. Uzumaki Karin is stronger than the other 5 AIM genin combined." Hiruzen's statement only deepened the daimyo's puzzlement. If she's that powerful, why hasn't she appeared in the finals? Hiruzen's explanation was rather vague. For reasons not yet publicly known, Uzumaki Karin withdrew during the preliminaries. Some say she'd overexerted herself in the Forest of Death and wasn't fully recovered before the preliminaries started, so she gave up. Konoha hasn't uncovered further details. Hearing this, the daimyo simply grew more impressed with Megakure's academy and mercenary corps but did not press for more information. Instead, attention returned to the arena. Next, Gaara of Tsunagakure, F of Takigakure, and another talented Kyumo ninja named Kuruiach dispatched their opponents easily. Most of the remaining matches ended almost instantly. At length, only one battle was left in the first round, and it attracted a fair bit of curiosity: Yakushi Kabuto of Konoha vs Iway of Iwagakure. Unlike previous Mise matches where a major village ninja crushed someone from a smaller village, both contestants in this fight represented major villages, so people had initially expected a fierce clash. In one corner of the stands, as Kabuto's match was about to begin, Orochimaru finally showed some interest. The first 15 matches hadn't caught his attention, only Kabuto's battle mattered. He had prepared numerous backup plans to demonstrate his newly developed Type -3 Eternal Chakra Elixir after Kabuto's match. In front of such a distinguished audience, he would prove the serum's power to enhance cell vitality and overall physical performance, and many of the VIPs would become eager customers. At last, the final match of the first round commenced. From the central arena, Shiranui Genma's voice rang out. "This match is between Yakushi Kabuto of Konoha and Iway of Iwa. Let the battle begin." Once the proctor finished, the 2 combatants appeared on the field. Many spectators didn't recognize Kabuto. He wasn't a famous child Piratagi like Naruto or Sasuke. A glance told them he looked about 16, an older genin who had failed to advance for years. If he had stayed a genin up to this age, his talent must not be very high. Consequently, many people who'd expected a rivalry between major villages were let down. It was just a so-called washed-up genin against a Iwa prodigy. Noki and the 4th Raikage both knew of Kabuto from sight but had never seen him fight. They only knew he was Orochimaru's subordinate. As for his abilities, there was no solid intel. Kabuto's only earlier victory had been against someone from a minor village. The Raikage couldn't help mocking Noki again. "Noki, don't let your Iwa genius lose to an overage Konoha genin, or you'll need to resign in disgrace." Noki retorted icily, "It's obvious Konoha held him back from promotion on purpose, so he could play the underdog here. Even if, by some fluke, Iwa lost, he wouldn't lose in terms of earth release skill." At that, the Raikage could only grit his teeth, unable to argue this was one scenario he couldn't completely dismiss. Even among Konoha shinobi, few truly understood Kabuto's real power. Seeing him constantly serve as Orochimaru's assistant, people assumed he was a research type, specializing in medic ine, sealing, or similar fields, not necessarily combat. So while Konoha ninjas were uncertain what to expect, the rest of the spectators had even less faith in Kabuto. How boring. I thought it would be an epic clash, but it's just an older genin versus a NIWA prodigy. Right? If it wouldn't be so rude to leave now, I'd already be on my way. Actually, there's no need to rush. Judging from the earlier matches, I suspect this will end quickly. Plenty of people agreed, nodding in the stands. Down on the field, Kabuto calmly adjusted his glasses, looking at Iway with a mild expression. Iway was a talented ninja known from a young age and somewhat arrogant. Seeing Kabuto, this older genin who hadn't advanced, he couldn't resist sneering. Hey, you're already this old and still stuck at genin. How do you have the nerve to keep calling yourself a ninja? If I were you, I'd have given it up and become a civilian ages ago. Save your village. The embarrassment. Hearing his words, many in the audience snickered, savoring the banter. However, up in the stands near Senshi, the atmosphere was different. Senshi wore a peculiar expression. He remembered that during Jiraiya's efforts to recruit Tsunade as 5th Hokage, Tsunade had fought Kabuto. Back then, she noted that Kabuto's skill rivaled Kakashi's. Kakashi was a top-level genin, so by that metric, Kabuto could wipe the floor with a fresh genin. And Iway had no idea that the older genin in front of him was effectively a high-level genin in disguise. Kabuto, for his part, was done talking. As soon as the match began, he rushed at Iway with lightning speed. Iway, outraged at Kabuto's daring approach, quickly formed a series of seals. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Large rock spikes erupted from the ground under Kabuto's feet, but he dodged them all with agile footwork. Gnashing his teeth in frustration as Kabuto drew ever closer, Iway abandoned the spikes approach for a more direct method. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. He formed seals again, turning both arms into massive stone fists. Seeing Kabuto right in front of him, he didn't hesitate. With unstoppable force, Iway slammed a punch at Kabuto's head. Unexpectedly, Kabuto just smiled. The speed he had shown while running was not even his top speed. He was already stronger than most genin. Moreover, he'd recently used Orochimaru's latest version of the Eternal Chakra Elixir, boosting both his cell vitality and stamina. At close range, Kabuto's right hand instantly flared with the Chakra Scalpel technique. The Enhi vanished from Iway's sight. In that split second, Iway felt a jolt of dread, completely losing track of Kabuto's position. Slit. Kabuto reappeared behind him, plunging the Chakra Scalpel into his back. Kabuto had no intention to kill, so he deliberately avoided any fatal points. Even so, the precise cut sapped Iway's strength in an instant, and he collapsed, entirely unable to continue. Sweat drenched Iway's back, cold as ice. Kabuto's strike could have pierced his heart if it had shifted just slightly. The entire audience erupted in commotion at this outcome, which was far beyond most people's expectations. Noki stared wide-eyed, while the fourth Raikage also seemed incredulous. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had known Kabuto was competent, was genuinely surprised to see him finish IWA Prodigy so effortlessly. Still, for Konoha, it was excellent news. AIM might have 6 elite genin, but Konoha also had 5 talented contenders in the finals. The fourth Raikage, recovering from his initial shock, immediately broke into a triumphant grin. Ha 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 ha, Noki! Is that what passes for a genius in Iwagakur? Losing to Konoha genin past his prime? If that's what you call genius, maybe you should consider stepping down as Tsuchikage. Noki's face burned, but he snapped back, Raikage, can't you see Konoha kept that guy at genin rank on purpose? It's like hiding a sharpened kunai in a bundle of training sticks just waiting for the right moment to strike. But the fourth Raikage ignored him, laughing even louder. Noki, you folks in IWA should stop throwing the word genius around so casually. Losing to an older genin, what a joke. Noki bristled. That's enough, you brat. Old codger, how about you retire, the Raikage growled, lightning armor blazing around him again. Countless onlookers in the stands had noticed the two Kage squabbling. They had already clashed verbally several times and looked like they might come to blows at any moment. But each time, Konoha intervened to separate them. This time, though, before Isaratobi Hiruzen could jump in, someone else approached them, a figure neither had anticipated, Orochimaru, one of Hiruzen's students. Orochimaru addressed them with a sly smile, please calm yourselves, you two. There's a special reason behind the results of that match. Many spectators had been watching the Raikage and Tsuchikage, fully expecting them to brawl. Yet, here came Orochimaru to interrupt, and he immediately drew everyone's attention. He stated clearly that there was a special reason why Kabuto beat Iway so handily, and now everyone was curious to hear it. Though the fourth Raikage loathed Orochimaru, he didn't want to start a fight with him on Konoha turf, or give Konoha any excuse to move against him. So he remained silent, glaring at Orochimaru. Noki, on the other hand, cut straight to the point, what special reason? That was precisely Orochimaru's cue. He eagerly answered. As you can see, Kabuto is an older genin. In the beginning, he truly had mediocre talent. But I happened upon a breakthrough, a special compound I've dubbed the Eternal Chakra Elixir. It not only heightens cell vitality but also boosts overall stamina and relieves fatigue. With repeated doses, over time, a person's body will gradually evolve. The reason Kabuto can fight at this level now is entirely thanks to this supplement. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Selling Dreams, Conning the Whole World. Orochimaru's plan to sell an Eternal Chakra Elixir was something he had already discussed with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Once Hiruzen Sarutobi knew about it, naturally Koharu Udaten and Homura Mito were also informed. According to Orochimaru, he would sell an older version publicly and a cutting-edge version internally, while also attracting investment to develop new upgrades. That way, both he and Konoha would always have access to a chakra elixir that stays far ahead, and there was no need to worry about other villages counterfeiting it because the production technology was highly advanced. After learning this information, Hiruzen Sarutobi certainly did not intend to stop Orochimaru from seeking investors. After all, Orochimaru's move was essentially using other villages' Monday EY to fund the development of Konoha's top-tier elixirs. Konoha and Orochimaru stood to gain mutually like a snake shedding its skin to grow stronger. Both emerged with something new. As more and more people's attention turned toward this matter, Orochimaru continued introducing the product. This Eternal Chakra Elixir can also stimulate the body and unlock potential, allowing ninja of any age to return to their prime condition. Some senior officials in Konoha have already tried this elixir, and after using it, the results were excellent. When Orochimaru said this, Onaki, the fourth Raikage, and many others around them suddenly understood. They had been wondering why Hiruzen Sarutobi, Homura Mito, and Koharu Udaten looked so vigorous and energetic. Tell why even some of their white hair had regained its color. It turned out that Konoha was holding on to something this amazing. Realizing just how powerful this item was, Onaki suggested, after the first round of the final Chunin exams, how about we take a few days off to rest and adjust before starting the second round? During that time, we can hold a 5-cage summit, and the 5 daimyo can send officials to attend. As well, we can discuss the joint development of this eternal chakra elixir. Such an epoch-making treasure surely requires more funding than Konoha alone can handle. Otherwise, we wouldn't have heard about it, right? When Onaki said this, Orochimaru was secretly overjoyed. Had Onaki not brought it up, Orochimaru would have had to raise the topic himself. Coming from Onaki, however, it was far more convincing. Orochimaru even praised him unabashedly, as expected of the Tsuchikage so wise and insightful. The eternal chakra elixir requires massive research costs and takes a long time to develop, but every phase of research can yield significant breakthroughs. We can iron out the specifics tonight. Everyone around heard Orochimaru's exchange with Onaki. Hiruzen Sarutobi soon stepped forward, saying, I agree to the 5-cage summit, and Konoha can provide the venue. With Hiruzen stating his stance, Raza also spoke, Tsunagakure is willing to participate in the joint development of the eternal chakra elixir. Neither Raza nor Tsunagakure wanted to miss out on such a valuable thing. After The Hokage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage had weighed in, the Mizukage Mei Terumi also nodded. Kirigakure will join the joint development. Once Mei had spoken, the other 4-cage all looked at the Reikage. Having once been burned by Orochimaru once bitten, Twice shy the 4th Reikage had originally been unwilling to get involved. However, the lure of the eternal chakra elixir was great. This elixir could breathe new life into the village's seniors so they could continue contributing, and it could also draw out untapped potential, turning mediocre ninja into elite, and elite ninja into real prodigies. If Kumagakure didn't take part, they would fall far behind the other 4 great villages. After hesitating for a while, the 4th Reikage decided to verify the elixir's effects carefully during the 5-cage summit. If Orochimaru wasn't pulling any tricks this time, then Kumagakure could also join. He nodded slightly. I'll take part in the 5-cage summit. After he spoke, Konoha also decided that the second round of the Chunin exam finals would resume 7 days later. So many major figures from all over the ninja world had gathered in Konoha for these exams, a beneficial thing for the village, so there was no hurry to wrap it up immediately. Although the second round of the finals would be a series of fights between top contenders, the crowd's attention at that point was already more focused on the eternal chakra elixir. In one corner of the stands, Senshi, observing Orochimaru's maneuvering, grinned from ear to ear. All of Orochimaru's earnings would ultimately flow into Senshi's pocket, so Orochimaru's hustle was essentially earning money for him. And while reaping enormous wealth, he'd also gain a lot of employment points. It was a beautiful arrangement. As the first round of the final concluded, people gradually left the arena, and Konoha began preparations for the 5-cage summit. While the upper echelons of the 5 great villages were getting ready to meet, Senshi had no intention of staying idle. He ended to act on an idea he'd had for a long time, capturing the 1 tail, 7 tails, and 9 tails and locking them all up in Kairin's Kamui dimension. Time quickly rolled into evening, and the 5-cage summit officially began. Besides the 5-cage, EACH of the 5 great nations daimyo had sent their own representatives. In a spacious conference room at the Hokage building, the 5-cage summit was in session. The 5-cage and the 5 daimyo representatives sat around a circular table. Orochimaru and Kabuto had brought various product samples for demonstration. With a smile, Orochimaru said to the 10 people present, "You've already heard the basic effect of the eternal chakra elixir earlier today. Before I go into the details, why don't you give this product a try yourselves?" As Orochimaru spoke, Kabuto began distributing T3 eternal chakra elixir to everyone. Expressions varied as people took the vials. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had long used the T3 version, swallowed it right away. Others were more cautious, letting their bodyguards be the first testers. The daimyo representatives did the same. This version of the elixir already had remarkably immediate effects. Shortly after consumption, it took effect. Onaki personally witnessed the Tsuchikage's bodyguard from the land of Earth, an elderly man with white hair, having some of that white hair slowly darken at the roots. Over time, more hair changed from white to black. Not only that, the old man's overall energy visibly improved. Onaki was astounded. He hadn't expected Konoha to really have developed something so potent. He immediately turned to his own guard, Akatsuki, and asked, "How do you feel?" Akatsuki, who had taken the elixir meant for Onaki, carefully sensed his condition and then answered, "I do feel more energetic, and there's no discomfort. The improvement is minor in my case, though definitely nothing like a complete transformation." The bodyguards of the other cage said more or less the same thing. Even so, this was enough to deeply intrigue all the big shots present. Once the elixir had been confirmed safe, Kabuto handed it out again so that the cage and the daimyo's representatives could try it themselves. Everyone got to experience the T3 version's remarkable effects, especially Onoki, whose white hair was already beginning to revert to black. His chronic back pain was also somewhat eased, which delighted him greatly. He couldn't say if it would be just as effective for younger ninja, but for an elderly person like him, the Eternal Sihakra elixir certainly worked. So he turned to Orochimaru, "Tell us more about this elixir." Smiling, Orochimaru responded, "Not a problem." All eyes fell on Orochimaru. He was a pro at product presentations and got right to the point. "You've just sampled the Tier -3 Eternal Chakra elixir," he said. "Compared to the first and second versions, its effects are noticeably enhanced. And the Tier -3 elixir isn't far from completion. It will be even stronger. As for the ultimate version of the Eternal Chakra elixir, its function will be to allow every elderly ninja, anyone weakened by age, to return to peak form until their natural life ends." After Orochimaru said this, the conference room went dead silent. The potential of such an elixir was too staggering. Once a ninja reached a certain age, unless they were like Lady Tsunade, with special techniques to maintain their peak condition, most would see their bodies deteriorate. A truly old ninja was effectively out of commission, incapable of returning to the battlefield. If Orochimaru's Eternal Chakra elixir could be completed, the impact on the 5 great villages and the entire ninja world would be massive. While Orochimaru was spinning his tale for the summit audience, Senshi took Karin and set off on his own plan. In this Chunin exam, Temari and Kankuro had already been eliminated and were not in the finals. Second round, but they hadn't gone back to Suna. Both of them and Gaara were staying in a Konoha inn designated for Suna ninjas. Behind Gaara, a dark red, swirling vortex appeared out of nowhere. Gaara was still trying to figure out what was happening when Senshi knocked him out with a single chop. Then Senshi turned to look at Karin. Karin instantly understood, and brought Senshi and Gaara into the Kamui dimension. Whenever Karin appeared there, the 2 tails and the 6 tails would both cower. Now that Senshi was also present, they were even more terrified. The 2 tails muttered quietly, "Hey, number 6, we're done for. That meal we had before was our last meal, wasn't it?" The 6 tails paused and then sank into despair. The 2 tails was equally at a loss, and the 2 of them slumped in utter gloom. 2 tails, oh, oh. 6 tails, oh, oh. But Senshi ignored them. He expertly pulled the 1 tail, Hyokaku, out of Gaara's body. When Gaara had been knocked unconscious, Shikaku had wondered why his Jinchuriki had suddenly blacked out. It had wanted to emerge and investigate. Before Shikako could do so of its own accord, though, someone on the outside grabbed hold of it. Furious, Shikako bellowed, well, daring to yank Lord Shikako out of his Jinchuriki? See how I'll thrash you once I'm out. But Senshi was already pulling from the outside, Shikako was pushing from the inside, so it took almost no effort to extract Shikako. One finger nukite. Before Shikako could roar, Senshi struck first. He cleaved it neatly into a large part and a small part. Shikako, surprised face, it was utterly stunned and enraged. It couldn't make sense of what had just happened. But it soon gave up on anger when it saw Karin smiling sweetly. Shikako had been sliced by Karen's Kamui Shuriken in the Forest of Death earlier, and that alone was enough to rattle it. Now it faced the bigger red-haired fiend. One move, and Shikako was in 2 pieces. Senshi had initially thought that Shikako would put up a fight, but apparently, after being terrorized by Karin, the beast was petrified. It looked at Senshi and Karin with clear dread in its eyes. Still, Senshi felt it best to go through the procedure, lest Shikako cause trouble in the future. Lightning. A giant pillar of lightning struck Shikako, knocking it out cold. Shikako, arg! The 2 tails and 6 tails had told it that they'd fought hard and only got beat after resisting, but Shikako had barely resisted at all, yet it still got hammered. Seeing Shikako formally processed made the 2 tails and 6 tails feel much better. They'd worried that Shikako might get off easy by giving up so fast. Boom! Once Shikako was out cold, Senshi summoned another huge pillar of lightning and zapped it back to consciousness. Regaining its senses, Shikako was furious but didn't dare show its teeth. From what Shikako had learned both from its own brief encounter and from the 2 tails and 6 tails earlier accounts, the red-haired duo was far too strong, leaving Shikako completely outmatched. So it not only refrained from snarling at them but even lay itself down, trying to appear meek, as though rolling over with its belly exposed. Senshi was satisfied with this attitude. That made things easier. He looked down at Shikako. You're not to breathe a word of what happened tonight. Understand? Shikako nodded vigorously, like a pecking chick. After capturing Shikako and locking it in the Kamui dimension, Senshi carried the unconscious Gaara out. Then he returned to his lodgings with Karin, having achieved his objective for the night. Back at the inn, Karin went into the Kamui space alone to talk sense into the 3 smaller-tailed beasts. Shikako took the hint and shrank itself down to a small size. When Karin appeared, the 3 of them lined up to hear her lecture. Matatabi and Seiken already know the rules here. Shikako, these apply to you now too, Karin said. There are 3 main rules. 1. Do not go near the forbidden area of the kitchen. 2. Do not waste food. 3. No fighting or destructive behavior. Got it, Shikako? Deep down, Shikako scoffed. Got it, my foot. It was plotting its escape the moment it found an opening. But outwardly, it nodded obediently. With that settled, Karin didn't go straight to her kitchen to cook. She planned to look through a few newly bought recipe books, to refine her skills. Once Karin left, Shikako, Matatabi, and Seiken all let out a long breath. They could finally relax a bit. Matatabi then patted Shikako on the shoulder. Don't worry. Life here isn't so bad. I'll share my tips for surviving in this place, and soon you'll be living comfortably. Shikako ignored Matatabi and began to inspect the dimension full of large stone blocks, trying to figure out a way to escape. Matatabi, oblivious to Shikako's real thoughts, went on, actually, once you're captured here, there's only one real threat. Every so often, that little red-haired devil forces us to eat her, dark cuisine. Those words came straight from experience, but Shikako clearly didn't care. Matatabi, Seiken, you cowards! Afraid of a mere human's cooking, it sneered. Wait and see when that day comes, Lord Shikako will face her food head-on, slowly savoring each bite, no flinching. Matatabi, surprised face, Seiken, surprised face. Shikaku's response stunned both of them. Matatabi had thought that Seiken's willingness to gulp down Kairin's dark cooking in one go had been unbeatable. Yet here was someone even bolder. Meanwhile, at the inn where Suna Shinobi were staying, Temari and Kankuro rushed into Gaara's room, very tense. Just a few minutes earlier, Temari had come looking for Gaara but got no response. Worried, she barged in and found Gaara unconscious on the floor. Panicking, she called Kankuro, who was now equally worried and frightened. What happened to Gaara? What do we do? Temari examined Gaara closely. He seems just knocked out. Let's see if we can wake him. If not, we'll go tell father. Kankuro nodded gravely, and together they tried to rouse Gaara. Because Gaara was always afraid of Shikako taking over if he fell asleep, both siblings were quite anxious. Gaara, wake up! Gaara, what's going on? Are you all right? Gaara, Agi, heard his siblings' voices. When he opened his eyes, confusion filled his gaze. He got up slowly and looked at Temari and Kankuro. What happened? He asked. Temari could only answer truthfully, I came to see you and found you out cold on the floor. You don't remember anything? Gaara shook his head. He glanced around the room in puzzlement. He was particularly surprised that, during his loss of consciousness, the monster inside him hadn't seized control and run amok. Normally, Shikako would have used the chance to break free and wreak havoc. Unsure why that hadn't happened, Gaara shifted his consciousness inward to the tailed beast's space. He saw that Shikako had shrunk drastically. Gaara asked, What's with you? Why are you so tiny? Shikako snorted, What do you know? Being small can still be fierce. Gaara didn't pay attention to its nonsense. He sensed that Shikako had gotten much weaker. Which, to him, was good news. Previously, with Shikako at full power, Gaara had never been able to fully wield its strength because he was too busy fighting for control. Fearing that Shikako would erode his consciousness and run rampant, he never dared to sleep. Tsunagaku's sealing jutsu couldn't compare to Konoha's. But now, for reasons unknown to him, Shikako no longer had the power to erode his mind, and Gaara could freely access the One-Tail's power. For Shikako, this was awful. But for Gaara, it was a huge stroke of luck. He wouldn't have to live in constant fear of Shikako taking over while he slept. Withdraw his consciousness, Gaara turned to Temari and Kankuro and said casually, I can completely control the tailed beast now. The One-Tail won't go on a rampage anymore. He said nothing more, mostly because even he himself wasn't sure what had happened. Temari and Kankuro, who understood their little brother's personality well, trusted his words. If Gaara said it was fine, then it was truly fine. Both felt relieved and happy for him. Elsewhere, the 5-Cage summit continued. Having given a straightforward introduction, Orochimaru was about to unveil the main event. He knew these seasoned veterans wouldn't invest without being promised something huge. But that was fine, he could sell a dream as easily as a bard spins a legendary tale. With a sly smile, he said, we've advanced the Eternal Chakra Elixir to Tier -3. You've all just experienced its effects. Next, I'll develop Tier -4, which will be even more potent. Before long, we'll achieve our ultimate goal, letting every ninja suffering from age-related decline return to their prime. If Orochimaru had started with that, few would have believed him. But now, having personally experienced T3, they were more inclined to believe the possibility of a perfected elixir. Especially Onaki, who desperately wanted it. What do we need to do to secure that perfect eternal chakra elixir? Orochimaru replied with a smile, it's not so simple. It requires extended research and huge funding to yield results. My plan is to proceed step by step, making each generation of the elixir stronger than the last, until we reach perfection. If every party invests in each phase of development, I'll share each interim breakthrough with you. Provided there's enough funding, I'll soon be able to finish Tier 4. Having heard this, everyone in the conference room fell silent. After a moment, Onaki was the first to speak again. All right, how about each of the 5 great villages and the 5 great nations contributes 10 million RY per development phase, so you have a total of 100 million RY each time. Both the other Kage Reikage, Mizu Kage, Kazekage, and the 5 nations representatives found this acceptable. But Orochimaru, upon hearing the figure, turned and headed straight for the door. When he reached the THRES hold, he paused and spoke one last sentence, you aren't disrespecting me, you're disrespecting technology. If each development phase only needed 100 million RY total, would Konoha really have had to share such a monumental invention? With that, Orochimaru angrily opened the conference room door to leave. Wait, the 4th Reikage quickly called out. Such a miraculous technology couldn't be allowed to remain Konoha's exclusive property. Though Kumagakure had previously been swindled by Orochimaru, his time was different. Orochimaru had already shown them something tangible. Unless Orochimaru wanted to become an enemy to all the ninja world, he wouldn't dare dupe them all at once. Within this project, old grudges could be temporarily set aside. Once they obtained the perfected eternal chakra elixir, they could always settle their score with Orochimaru afterward. Plus, with the elixir in hand, Kumagakure's own researchers might be able to reverse engineer the formula. The 4th Reikage said, how much does each party need to pay per development phase for you to proceed, and how many vials of the latest eternal chakra elixir will we get in return? Orochimaru smiled, having waited for precisely that question. Each development phase requires each party to invest 100 million RY, with which you will receive 30 vials of the latest eternal chakra elixir. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Konohamaru has the makings of a great Hokage. Once the price was settled, everything else proceeded remarkably smoothly. No one worried that Orochimaru would pull any tricks. If anything went wrong in this deal, it would be tantamount to Orochimaru making enemies of the entire shinobi world. Once each party got what they wanted, the 5-Kage summit concluded. A little while later, only Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi remained in the meeting room. During the earlier negotiations, Orochimaru had been the picture of a professional technician, calm, collected, and mostly taciturn. But now, with the others gone, he dropped his cold expression and gave Hiruzen a cheerful smile. Sensei, there were outsiders present just now, so I had to keep a tough tone during the talks. Please don't take it personally. Let me hand over the Tier -4 Eternal Chakra Elixir to you now. To the public, Orochimaru had claimed that the Tier -4 Elixir was not yet developed. The truth, of course, was quite different. He had created an even more potent version ages ago. Hiruzen soon received 30 vials of the Tier -4 Eternal Chakra Elixir from Orochimaru. But neither he nor the Konoha leadership were fully satisfied. Fixing his cloudy old eyes on Orochimaru, Hiruzen asked, Orochimaru, having an elixir one tier ahead of the others is excellent for Konoha. But is there any way you could help us get 2 tiers ahead? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru immediately put on a pained expression, speaking with difficulty. Sensei, I've always informed the village truthfully about my research progress. I only just finished developing the tier -4 Eternal Chakra Elixir. Developing the tier -5 Elixir will be extremely difficult. Rather than disappointment, Hiruzen looked a bit excited. After all, Orochimaru was saying it could be done, just that it was very hard. And that was workable. As long as it could be done, Konoha could support Orochimaru in every necessary way. So Hiruzen said, Orochimaru, tell me what help you need from Konoha. We'll see to it. Orochimaru gave a deep sigh. Sensei, naturally I'd like to give Konoha an even more powerful Eternal Chakra Elixir. But to develop such an improved version, I need a bigger research budget. If I could get at least another 200 million RY, I could produce a small batch of a tier -5 elixir and supply it to Konoha. It seemed Orochimaru had picked up Senshi's knack for negotiation. Any problem could be solved. But there would always be a sizable difficulty along the way. Hearing Orochimaru's request, Hiruzen began weighing the pros and cons. An additional 200 million for a 2-tier lead in the Eternal Chakra Elixir, was it worth it? He didn't take long to decide that it was indeed worthwhile. Besides, once the money was invested, Orochimaru would speed up developing the perfect elixir. And that perfect elixir would be for Konoha's exclusive use. No one else could buy it, no matter how much money they had. Thinking this, Hiruzen handed over 2 checks for 100 million RY each to Orochimaru and said, Orochimaru, you must hurry and develop the tier -5 and the perfect version. Especially the latter, its strategic value to Konoha is immense. Orochimaru wore a sincere look. Don't worry, Sensei, I'll pour all my effort into the research and try to finish both versions as soon as I can. Relieved by those words, Hiruzen left the conference room in a buoyant mood. There was still something else he needed to do afterward, but there was no rush. As Orochimaru watched the old man depart, his heart brimmed with joy. He had made a huge profit, 1.2 billion RY in one swoop. And it wasn't a one-off, either. From then on, every time he released a new round of the elixir, the 5 great shinobi villages and the 5 great nations would obediently pay up another 1.2 billion. He was in high spirits indeed. Meanwhile, at the inn where Senshi was staying, Senshi was also in a great mood. He had been monitoring Orochimaru with his mantra the whole time, and once he realized Orochimaru had made a bundle, he felt as if he'd earned it himself. Senshi planned to have Orochimaru split off half of that money when they met, then discuss further details. By now, he also knew Orochimaru had been using Senshi's own chakra as a main ingredient for the Eternal Chakra Elixir. If that was the case, then next time Orochimaru needed to buy more chakra, Senshi could easily quote him 600 million. He had a monopoly, after all. Orochimaru had no clue how ruthless Senshi's pricing would be. He merely thought he should manufacture more Chakra storage devices and buy more from Senshi next time. After pocketing 1.2 billion, he still owed product deliveries to 9 other customers besides Konoha. And his existing stock of Senshi's chakra would be insufficient for all that production. Orochimaru was now feeling somewhat troubled. After the first round of the Chunin exam finals, the shinobi who advanced to the second round spent the 7-day break training intensely. Over on the Omegakure side, Muzan and his 2 teammates, plus the brother and sister duo, were preparing for the second round as well. Early that morning, they followed Naruto and Sasuke to the Uchiha clan's training grounds. While they were practicing hard, a swirling red-black portal appeared some distance away. In the next instant, Senshi and Karin emerged. Seeing the 5 of them practicing, Senshi beckoned Muzan and his 2 teammates over. Naruto, Sasuke, and the Raimon siblings were in the midst of sparring. They, too, wanted to come see what was up, but Senshi waved them of "F you guys keep sparring. I need to talk with these 3. Naruto and Sasuke, hearing that, continued their match, while the 3 from Omegakure approached Senshi with curiosity. Senshi spoke, some amount of sparring is necessary, but the core of your training should be completing missions. By taking on missions, you'll test and improve all aspects of your skills, and your strength will grow faster. All 3 nodded intently, fully agreeing. Compared to the monotony of sparring, they preferred sharpening themselves across the varied tasks that missions offered. Before they could ask more, Senshi had more news: to help you finish more tasks in less time, and thus get more experience, I've decided to enhance your capacity for missions. Muzan and his friends cheered. Muzan even jumped for joy. Now they could get more done in the same amount of time. Not wasting a moment, Senshi once again used Wood Release, Storm Release, and Ice Release on the 3 of them. Reapplying the same Kekkei Genkai would further strengthen it, like the difference between Yamato's Wood Release and Hashirama's world-shattering Wood Release. It was partly down to the inherent strength of the power itself. With a soft tap on each of their foreheads, Senshi bolstered all 3 Kekkei Genkai yet again. If that continued, Muzan might actually be able to open with Wood Release, true several thousand hands in the not-too-distant future. Having his Kekkei Genkai upgraded, Muzan was so excited he started jumping around. Lanyu and Lanyu were also delighted, but subconsciously shuffled away, lest someone think they were part of his silly antics. After Muzan hopped around for a bit, he dashed off toward Naruto and Sasuke, who were fiercely clashing. Charging right between them, he slung an arm around each and said, "Don't waste valuable mission time on sparring, come on, let's rush off to the black market for some tasks." Sasuke was annoyed by Muzan's lack of boundaries but didn't refuse. Naruto, equally mischievous, readily shouted, "Exactly. Let's hit the black market, stack up some missions, and blow off some steam." After Naruto and Sasuke agreed, Muzan turned to the Raimon siblings. "Yukika, hey Aikman, let's go take some missions together." At his invitation, the group of 7 little hotshots decided to look for Kakashi so he could help them pick out missions. Watching them go, Senshi turned to Karin. "Karin, you go have fun with them." 2. Karin's eyes lit up. She'd been expecting to follow Senshi on some other job, but this was way better. She was free to tag along and play. She said excitedly, "Awesome! Senshi, you're the best." Seeing her so thrilled, Senshi couldn't help but smile. Then the 8 of them went off to torment Kakashi, leaving him to wonder if the wheels of fate had begun turning the moment he signed with his 8 Ninken. Dealing with 8 over-enthusiastic brats would be impossible for almost any other ninja. After Karin and the others headed off to farm black market missions, Senshi vanished on the spot. The next instant, he appeared in a forest behind Konoha. Another person stood there, none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. He was holding a crystal ball, surreptitiously watching Senshi with the telescope technique. Seeing Senshi suddenly arrive, Hiruzen was not surprised. He only gave a soft sigh. It seems Konoha's intelligence was accurate. Lord Senshi truly is an exceptional sensor-type ninja. Senshi smiled faintly. "Lord Hokage, you must have something you wish to discuss with me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be using the telescope technique to watch me so closely." Hiruzen paused in surprise, then nodded, his expression growing more guarded. Not only did Senshi know he was being monitored, but he was also aware that it had been going on for quite some time. Such a keen sense was truly astonishing. Without further ado, Hiruzen explained his reason for being there. Lord Senshi, Konoha is prepared to pay a price to have Uzumaki Muzan, this descendant of the Uzumaki clan, join the village. Senshi hadn't expected that. But letting Muzan go to Konoha was out of the question. Muzan was practically the life of the party in his mercenary group. Sending him away would deprive Omegakure of a great deal of fun. Senshi shook his head. Muzan is my clansman. Almost all remaining Uzumaki are now settled in Omegakure, and I'm not about to separate him from his kin. Hiruzen's heart sank at that. Senshi's explanation was perfectly logical. Having Muzan leave his relatives, friends, and clan would be unreasonable. Hiruzen felt a pang of regret. The Uzumaki clan and Wood Release both had deep ties to Konoha, and Muzan and Uzumaki with Wood Release would be a perfect fit. Unfortunately, Konoha had moved too late, and now Muzan and the other Uzumaki were already settled in Omegakure. It was next to impossible for them to switch allegiance. Just as Hiruzen was lamenting, though, a surprising twist occurred. Senshi's lips curved into a faint smile as he said, Lord Hokage, while I can't let Muzan join Konoha, I can give Konoha its own wood release user and cultivate that user's wood release to a level on par with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Hiruzen, surprised face. Even if it was Senshi saying it, Hiruzen wondered if the man had lost his mind or if he himself were hearing nonsense. How could Senshi claim he could train a wood release user to Hashirama's level? Seeing Hiruzen's bewildered look, Senshi realized the old man didn't comprehend his capabilities. So, without further explanation, he simply clapped his hands together. Wood Relia Se, nativity of a world of trees. Rumble. All around, the ground cracked and buckled as if giant dragons were turning underground. Enormous quantities of earth rolled back, and trees sprouted and grew at a mad pace. Thankfully, this was in the mountains behind Konoha. Anywhere else, villagers might have believed the first Hokage himself had risen from the grave. After conjuring this forest, Senshi clapped his hands again and cast yet more techniques. Wood release, true several thousand hands. Rumble. The colossal wooden statue that Muzan had so often tried, and failed, to bring forth rose up toward the sky. Wood release, wood golem. Wood release, top transformed Buddha. Senshi unleashed them one after another, having a grand old time. Hiruzen, meanwhile, was practically crawling out of his skin. Hiruzen, Omega Omega. He finally understood why Senshi said he could train someone to have wood release as great as the first Hokage, because not only was Senshi's lightning release second to none, his wood release also surpassed that of Lord Hashirama. After a brief shock, Hiruzen broke into elation. Orochimaru's Eternal Chakra Elixir was Konoha's first trump card. A wood release user trained by Senshi would be the second. He never imagined that, in his old age, he might steer Konoha toward such new heights. That in mind, Hiruzen spoke hurriedly, Lord Senshi, please put away your wood release. He didn't want ninjas from other villages noticing anything. The wood release ninja Senshi was going to train would not instantly achieve Hashirama-like prowess, so Konoha needed to keep the entire process under wraps. If the other villages never learned how Konoha got its wood release user, then even if Senshi had the power to replicate the process for them, they would not know how to find him or how to proceed. After watching that grand display, Senshi withdrew his wood release, and Hiruzen wasted no time in asking, Lord Senshi, which Konoha ninja could become this wood release user? Senshi smiled. I have a very unique UE method for training wood release ninja. While it guarantees a 100% success rate, it also requires massive resources. Hiruzen, surprised face, he sensed an uncanny resemblance to Orochimaru's negotiation tactics. So it can be done, but it's quite difficult. And from how Senshi spoke, it sounded like almost anyone could master powerful would release under him. While Hiruzen was puzzled over this, Senshi continued with a hearty laugh. My training proceeds in stages. Hiruzen, surprised face, in stages, each requiring funds, no doubt. Orochimaru had thought he learned from Senshi's style. But evidently, it worked both ways. Senshi had picked up Orochimaru's phased development trick as well, and he wouldn't make it a one-and-done deal. Frowning, Hiruzen asked, how exactly does it go in stages? Rubbing his hands together, Senshi said, every ninja has different potential, nobody can predict how many stages they'll need to cross the threshold of God of Shinobi. But I guarantee, in the honor of the stringest mercenary in the black market and the headmaster of a Megakure's ninja academy, that at each stage, I'll develop Konoha's would release user to their highest level possible. Hiruzen felt both thrilled and anxious. Wasn't this basically a bottomless pit? On top of already investing money into Orochimaru's eternal chakra elixir, Konoha would have to invest in developing a would release user too. That was quite a burden. He started wondering if he should just grit his teeth and pay a lump sum to finish it at once. Just as Hiruzen was weighing his thoughts, Senshi dropped another revelation, Lord Hokage. Konohamaru Sarutobi has true Hokage potential. I think he'd be an ideal candidate to become a would release user on par with the first Hokage. The dullness in Hiruzen's aged eyes vanished, and he practically lit up like a beacon. There was no better news than this. With Uzumaki Musen as proof of Senshi's safe and highly effective would release, and given that Konohamaru was his cherished grandson, this was perfect. If it were someone else, Hiruzen would have had to measure the pros and cons. But Konohamaru was family, he had nothing to hesitate about. He said at once, Lord Senshi, Konoha will pay 100 million Ry per training stage, hiring you as Konohamaru's private teacher to guide him, step by step, into a would release user like the first Hokage. Is that acceptable? Senshi was delighted. He had found himself another lucrative, long-term arrangement. Each time he imparted would release to Konohamaru, he could collect another commission from Hiruzen. But in addition to raking in money, he had another condition Hiruzen would have to meet. Senshi quickly added with a smile, Lord Hokage, that quote is fine. However, I have one more request. Once Hiruzen made his offer, Senshi explained cheerfully, Lord Hokage, as I understand it, Konoha invested heavily in bringing back would release but never succeeded. It shows just how precious a Hashirama level would release really is. There's no way I'd just hand over something that priceless for mere money. To be frank, I only share would release with my friends. Hiruzen frowned. What are you implying, exactly? Senshi chuckled. I mean just what I said. Konoha must be my friend, and then I'll pass down would release without holding anything back. Hiruzen's brows furrowed deeper. How exactly does Konoha become your friend? This was precisely what Senshi had been waiting for. Without missing a beat, he laid out a rather outrageous demand. As friends, it wouldn't be too big a deal for Konoha to let members of my mercenary group take on a bit of your missions, would it? No. Hiruzen refused instantly, in no uncertain terms. This was no minor favor, it was huge. He wasn't about to agree to that. Konoha's finances came from two main sources, the fire daimyo's annual appropriation and the mission fees collected through the village's own ninjas. The village had no say in how much the daimyo allocated. But as for the mission commissions, Konoha's own shinobi were under 6 liege authority, so if the village treasury needed funds, they could just encourage local ninjas to do more missions. However, if they gave some portion of the village's tasks to Senshi's mercenaries, that would reduce both the village's income and its own ninjas' earnings. Unacceptable. Senshi knew it wouldn't be easy, given Konoha's particular circumstances. He couldn't just replicate his success in Kumo. Still, he had to find a way to ultimately open a path for his mercenary group to take missions in Konoha and earn him more employment points. He needed to make inroads. He intended for his group to do missions everywhere in the shinobi world through black markets or any other channel. Anywhere a mission could be posted, his group ought to be there. So he said, "Well then, Lord Hokage, if Konoha doesn't want to make friends with me, I don't see any need to continue discussing this." Hiruzen's heart lurched. He did want to continue, of course, but these conditions were harsh, paying repeatedly for wood release training plus granting mercenaries the right to handle some of Konoha's missions. That was overreaching. After a short silence, Hiruzen said, "Lord Senshi, don't you think you're showing too little sincerity in this partnership?" Senshi spread his hands. "Lord Hokage, this is my greatest sincerity. If Konoha can't even meet these 2 conditions, I have to conclude you don't earnestly want to be friends." Hiruzen, surprised face, he was speechless. Senshi was naming exorbitant terms, yet he was acting like Konoha was being insincere. Unbelievable. Just as Hiruzen was about to shelve the matter until Senshi might change his mind, Senshi pressed on, "Lord Hokage, Konohamaru is a very talented boy. Do you really want to see that talent go to waste?" Whether Konohamaru was gifted or not was secondary. More important was the fact that he was Hiruzen's beloved grandson. Faced with Senshi's confidence, Hiruzen could only grit his teeth. Konoha desperately wanted a powerful wood release user, and he couldn't abandon the idea of making Konohamaru that user. At last, Hiruzen said, "All right, I can accept, but your mercenaries must not cause severe damage to Konoha's interests. Otherwise, we'll have to revisit the agreement." Senshi laughed. "Of course, Lord Hokage. Our cooperation will definitely be a win-win." He sounded reassuring, but in truth, even Senshi wasn't entirely sure how it would go. The mercenaries he recruited were all highly capable wildcards. Any one of them might cause some major stir in Konoha. Even so, he'd just make the promise for now and worry about problems if they arose. Naturally, Hiruzen was ignorant of Senshi's deeper thoughts. Otherwise, he might have insisted on completely different terms. Shortly thereafter, Hiruzen took out a check for 100 million RY and handed it to Senshi. "We will pay 100 million per stage and allow your mercenary group to carry out missions in Konoha. In return, we hire you to cultivate Konohamaru step by step into a wood release ninja, rivaling Lord Hashir Ama. Deal." Mission accepted. Client, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Goal, gradually raise Konohamaru to wood release mastery on PAR with Hashirama Senju. Reward, 100 million RY. Mission rank, S. Bonus, 100,000 employment points. A system notification rang in Senshi's mind, and a satisfied grin lit his face. Accepting the check from Hiruzen, he said cheerily, "Old man, just as you wish. Konoha will be my good friend, and I'll make sure to teach Konohamaru well." Having concluded 2 major deals, Senshi saw no reason to keep calling Hiruzen Lord Hokage so formally. By this point, he'd received a total of 400 million from Hiruzen, with more still to come, so it made perfect sense to be on friendlier terms. With that settled, the two of them went to Find Konohamaru. At about 6 years old, 4 years younger than Naruto, Konohamaru was in the Sarutobi clan's training ground practicing shuriken throwing. He sensed their arrival and, mischievous as always, hollered and charged straight at the third Hokage, attempting a sneak attack. Sarutobi casually grabbed him by the back of his collar, foiling the plan instantly. Setting Konohamaru down gently, Hiruzen said, "Konohamaru, from now on, Senshi here will be your tutor. He'll help you train so you can become a splendid ninja like the first Hokage." Konohamaru, Omega Omega. Hearing that from his grandfather, Konohamaru was shocked. Staring at Senshi, he suddenly remembered something. His eyes went wide. "You're Karin Boss's teacher, right? That move Karin Boss used in the Forest of Death, can you teach me that?" Senshi, surprised face, "Wait a second, shouldn't Naruto be the boss? Why did it become Karin Boss? And besides, the jutsu Karin used was actually an Uchiha dojutsu, inherently tied to that clan's dark ways." Konohamaru, a squeaky clean Sarutobi, definitely couldn't learn Susanoo. But that didn't stop Senshi from smiling and saying, "Karin's move doesn't suit you. You'll have your own mecha, so to speak." Konohamaru, of course, had no idea what that meant. Still, he was fired up. He would be taught by Karin Boss's teacher, which surely meant he'd grow as strong as Karin Boss. As Konohamaru bristled with excitement, Hiruzen lovingly ruffled his hair. "Konohamaru, sensei here says you have the makings of a Hokage. You must follow him and train hard." Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Another Muta Muta Muta. Konohamaru, thrilled to be recognized by Senshi, started jumping around excitedly, looking just like a miniature Naruto. During a brief conversation, Senshi learned why Konohamaru called Karin Boss. Not long ago, Karin had engaged in a fierce battle with Gaara in the Forest of Death, summoning that towering Susanoo giant which Konohamaru had witnessed. He had also gathered some intel from his clan members, discovering how unbelievably strong Karin was, even able to beat down a tailed beast. He decided on the spot that he wanted Karin as his boss. After chatting briefly with Konohamaru, Senshi began teaching him wood release. Under the curious eyes of Konohamaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi, Senshi pressed 2 fingers gently against Konohamaru's forehead. Though Senshi often used his system's abilities in ways like this, Itaka had never seen it happen. Otherwise, that person might have exclaimed, "Hey, that's the technique I was going to use on my Otauto." The moment Senshi's fingertips touched Konohamaru's forehead, Konohamaru's whole body jolted. As a mysterious force instantly permeated him. Then he realized. This teacher is the real deal, absolutely top-notch. Senshi-sensei was far stronger than Ebisu, his other private tutor. Once Konohamaru absorbed the knowledge that had just flooded his mind, he quickly formed a few hand seals and suddenly roared out loud. Wood release, silent strangling binding technique. As soon as he spoke, the ground beside him cracked apart on both sides, and the very next moment, a wooden stake broke through the soil, soon growing to Konohamaru's own height. Konohamaru, Omega Omega. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Omega Omega. Seeing this, both Konohamaru and Hiruzen were astonished. Konohamaru thought that Senshi's skill level must be incredibly high to teach him jutsu this way. Hiruzen, who had lived so long, felt it was the first time he had ever seen someone gain a Kekkei Genkai in such a manner. But once he confirmed that Konohamaru truly had awakened wood release, Hiruzen couldn't have been happier. He no longer held any doubts about Senshi's teaching. If Senshi could give Konohamaru a wood release Kekkei Genkai in such a short time, then as time went on, Konohamaru might well rival Lord Hashirama himself. Feeling completely at ease, Hiruzen left Konohamaru in Senshi's care and went off to handle other village affairs. Once Hiruzen was gone, Konohamaru spent a while merrily playing around with his new wood release. Seeing Konohamaru's boundless energy, Senshi felt gratified. It was clear that once Konohamaru got a bit older, he would be another talent on PARW with Naruto or Sasuke. After messing around with his wood release for a bit, Konohamaru settled down. Smiling, he walked up to Senshi and asked curiously, "Senshi-sensei, where did Karin boss and the others go?" Senshi answered casually, "Karin and the others have already moved on to the next stage of training. They're not in the village." Konohamaru, surprised face. Konohamaru tilted his head. "Senshi-sensei, what do you mean by the next stage of training?" Senshi laughed and explained, "A higher stage of training means sharpening yourself in every way through missions so your strength can advance rapidly." They went to take on missions in the land of Fire's black market. The moment Konohamaru heard that, he piped up, "Senshi-sensei, I want to go do mission S in the black market too." Senshi shook his head. No. You can't go to the black market yet. You need to stay here in the village for a while, do some simpler tasks, build up experience, and only then can you tackle black market missions." Though it was a bit disappointing not being able to go right now, Konohamaru found the idea of doing smaller tasks in the village appealing too. He said excitedly, "Senshi-sensei, let's go to the village mission hall and pick up some tasks." Seeing his enthusiasm, Senshi grew even more fond of the kid. No question about it, Konohamaru was a natural for grinding out missions. Meanwhile, at the black market in the land of fire, Naruto, Sasuke, and Musen's group had just received mission assignments from the hall once AGA in. As Naruto and Sasuke headed out on their next job, they glanced over toward Musen and his friends, noting how astonishingly fast they were improving, especially Musen, who had previously lagged far behind them. Now he was gradually closing the gap. By tea time they finished a mission. Musen's group often wrapped up theirs soon after. Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help feeling a bit of pressure, though for them it was probably unnecessary. Both of them tended to grow stronger as time went on anyway. At that moment, Naruto held a stack of mission request forms, heading off to work. Deep inside, the Nine Tails spoke to him. "Hey, kid. I don't think that teacher of yours is any good. For some reason, he's been capturing a bunch of tailed beasts." Such a sudden mental voice no longer frightened Naruto. Under Senshi's guidance, he had already made contact with the Nine Tails and could partly use its power. Hearing the fox speak, Naruto just kept moving, replying inwardly. "Nine Tails, what are you even talking about? Senshi-sensei is definitely a good guy. Whatever his reasons for capturing tailed beasts, he must have his own logic, don't overthink it." Nine Tails, surprised face, the fox felt utterly exasperated. It had laid out a warning as plainly as possible, and Naruto just wouldn't listen. Seeing Naruto continue happily going about his missions, it couldn't help feeling both pity and annoyance. In the Nine Tails' eyes, if this went on, sooner or later Senshi would sell Naruto, and Naruto would still be cheerfully helping him count the money. What the fox didn't know was that it wouldn't even have to wait for sooner or later. Naruto, that hotshot, had already been working under Senshi's system for half a year, contributing plenty of points. While these 8 youngsters did mission after mission, Kakashi was following them around. Having witnessed Muzan and the others display ever-growing prowess through tasks, Kakashi began doubting himself again. He'd been supervising Naruto and Sasuke since they first applied to graduate from the academy. Early. From that point on, he noticed that neither of them ever truly trained, yet their power kept climbing at an alarming rate. After carefully observing them, he came to a conclusion: aside from resting, Naruto and Sasuke spent all their time doing missions, growing stronger by farming tasks. The longer he watched them, the more convinced he was. Yet his own attempt at adopting this very special training method yielded nothing but exhaustion, with negligible gains. That oni made him doubt his assessment of Naruto and Sasuke. But their steadily increasing strength forced him to trust. His earlier reasoning was correct, maybe that crazy mission-based approach only worked for them. But now, after seeing Uzumaki Muzan, Lanyu, and Lanmu experience a drastic boost in power, Kakashi was completely baffled. He had been watching those 3 closely between the preliminaries and the finals of the Chunin exams, so he knew exactly how strong they were. Yet in such a short time, they had soared in skill. From his investigations, he knew they weren't doing heaps of normal training, just the needed sparring, and spent the rest of their time on assignments. By following that unbelievable approach, they too had taken a huge leap in power. Right after Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi felt like a detective staring at a nearly completed puzzle. One piece was out of place, but he couldn't immediately tell which one. The more he looked, the more the picture seemed both complete and fundamentally wrong at the same time. Though he couldn't figure out the reason behind this bizarre phenomenon, the massive jumps in Muzan's group's ability left him more certain that steadily doing missions to level up was definitely possible. If he himself hadn't made comparable progress, perhaps it was because he was already stuck at a bottleneck. To break through, he might have to take on even more missions. Possibly the same for Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate. That realization comforted Kakashi a little. As time passed, the second round of the Chunin exam finals began. 16 ninja would fight in 8 matches. The winners would continue in A2 advance, 1 falls format until the strongest genin was determined in the end. After watching the first round, people had a better grasp of the abilities of these 16 finalists. If a ninja lacked any further hidden trump cards, the audience could often predict the result just by seeing that ninja's opponent. The proctor remained Shiranui Genma for the second round. With a senbon in his mouth, he addressed the 16 contestants directly. "I'm Shiranui Genma, proctor for the second round of the finals. As before, you'll be placed in random matchups and fight in a 2 advance 1 falls format. I hereby declare the second round of the Chunin exam finals officially open. This match, Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha vs Gaara of Suna." The moment the matchup was announced, the crowd exploded in excitement. Those who didn't know the full story just saw 2 strong competitors squaring off. It was going to be a spectacular duel right from the start. But the few who did know were even more stunned. They had intel that Naruto was Konoha's tailed beast host and Gaara was Suna's. A head-to-head Jinchuriki showdown. Right away, they were thrilled to have come. Meanwhile, the expressions on the Konoha and Suna sides weren't quite so cheerful. After all, there were 4 knockout stages, total 16-8, 8-4, 4-2, and 2-1. Ideally, Naruto and Gaara would only meet in the 4-2 bracket. If not, the 8-4 bracket would have been acceptable. No one expected that of the 16 names drawn for the first match, these 2 Jinchuriki would end up paired. Knowing Naruto's true power, Hiruzen only frowned slightly but said nothing, considering that Besides Naruto, Konoha also had Sasuke and Kabuto, both very strong. Should Naruto lose, the village wouldn't be entirely out of hope. Actually, Hiruzen felt Naruto had a decent shot. Raza, by contrast, was tense. Standing with arms folded, he frowned deeply. This year's Chunin exams had been fiercely competitive. Even his daughter Temari and son Kankuro hadn't reached this round. If Gaara lost to Konoha's Jinchuriki, that would leave Tsunagakure with nothing. In the arena, Gaara stared blankly at Naruto, who in turn did not let his guard down. He said nothing about perseverance, friendship, the ninja way, never giving up, or bonds. At this stage, Naruto handled everything by physical force. When the match officially began, Gaara wasted no time in attacking first. From all directions, spectators started buzzing. These are two tigers fighting. Both Naruto from Konoha and Gaara from Suna are really powerful. Yet, from what we've seen, it might well end in mutual harm. They're both that tough. From what I've heard, that Genin from Suna might be stronger. He's the one who fought that armor-wearing, invisible giant in the forest of death. It caused a massive commotion. Hearing this, people around turned wide-eyed at Gaara. They hadn't known he was the one who had traded blows with Kairin's Susanoo. That revelation made many believe Gaara was favored to win. With Karin having withdrawn from the competition, they assumed no one else could possibly match Gaara. Raza's aide Baki also thought so. Relaxedly, he said, Kazekage-sama, from the previous matches, it looks like Konoha's Jinchuriki can't really use the tailed beast's power effectively. Gaara has a good chance. Raza sighed. Let's hope so. From his own observation, Naruto hadn't needed to rely on the tailed beast to handle his past opponents. It didn't necessarily mean he was incapable of drawing on it. In the arena, Gaara's gourd unleashed steady streams of sand, which he manipulated with precision to attack Naruto. Sand claws lunged from all directions, but Naruto, with his remarkable speed, dodged freely around the battleground. Compared to Sasuke's speed, Gaara's was slower. His constant sparring with Sasuke was paying off now. After several exchanges without landing a blow, Gaara continued attacking but couldn't help frowning slightly, thinking, this guy is even faster than that green-clad ninja. My sand can't keep up. It was the first time Gaara had ever faced such a situation, but he wasn't fazed. He planned to use the sand claws to restrict Naruto's movement, predict Naruto's next dodge, then trap him with sand coffin and finish him with sand burial. Everything progressed smoothly. Gaara used intense pressure to confine Naruto's range of movement to a small area, carefully watching every step Naruto took so he could deliver a perfect preemptive strike. Swish, swish, swish. Huge claws of sand kept slamming down, but Naruto managed to slip away easily each time. In that short exchange, Naruto had already assessed Gaara's level. He hadn't even G1 all out, and Gaara's attacks were still lagging behind him. But from the perspective of many spectators, Naruto appeared to be pinned down, unable to close in on Gaara. Up in the stands where Kakashi was, Might Guy, Rock Lee, and Neji were watching. Seeing the current state, Might Guy said with some regret, Kakashi, it looks bad. If Naruto doesn't have any other trump cards, he's gonna get worn down by Gaara's long-range offense. Kakashi shook his head. Naruto will definitely win. He's stronger than most people realize. Guy, hearing that, immediately got fired up. Kakashi, my eternal rival, let's make a bet. If Naruto wins, I'll do 500 handstand laps around the village. If Gaara wins, I'll do 500. Handstand laps around the village together with you. Kakashi, surprised face. Over the years, Kakashi had grown used to Guy's antics, but he was still somewhat taken aback by this sudden proposition. Clearly Guy just wanted an excuse to do those 500 handstand laps. Before Kakashi could respond, Rock Lee raised his hand enthusiastically. Guy-sensei, please let me join this passionate test of youth. Additionally, could we make it 5,000 laps instead of 500? I believe our youth should burn even brighter. Guy was ecstatic when he heard that. Beaming, he gave Lee a thumbs up. Lee, it seems you've completely bounced back from defeat. Your youth is blazing. I'm proud of you. Lee, deeply moved, burst into tears, hugging Guy and sobbing. Guy too was overcome with emotion. Tears welling up as he shouted, Lee, our youth has no price. Train until you drop. Lee nodded determinedly, striking a fighting spirit pose. Guy-sensei, I'll definitely complete this training. While the two of them discussed their exuberant plan, Kakashi's attention never left the fight below. He was used to their routine by now. Because the pair had so many similarities, and since nothing was known of Rock Lee's parents, many in the village assumed Lee was Guy's son. As Kakashi idly mulled over these things, the match suddenly shifted. Gaara's extended planning finally came together. Once more he controlled the sand claws to attack Naruto. Based on his earlier observations, he had deduced Naruto's evasion pattern. Right at the moment Gaara launched sand coffee and in anticipation, Naruto dodged straight into its range. In the blink of an eye, thick streams of sand coiled around Naruto. That sight surprised many in the stands. Realizing what had happened, they cheered Gaara's cunning. They could see now that he had orchestrated everything for this final capture. From what they knew of Gaara, once things reached this point, the fight was as good as over. If Gaara didn't care about holding back, he could even kill the Konoha ninja. However, not everyone agreed. The likes of Hayashi Hyuga saw it differently. Hayashi, employing Byakugan, clearly saw that Gaara had caught only one of Naruto's shadow clones. Sure enough, the next instant, Naruto simply vanished in a puff of white smoke. A clone? That's impossible! Gaara cried. He had been watching Naruto non-stop. He had no idea when Naruto replaced himself. Nor did he know where the real Naruto was now. Swish! While Gaara was searching for him, Naruto sprang out from a mound of sand right in front of him. He'd hidden himself beneath Gaara's own sand flows. The instant he emerged, Naruto executed a fierce upward kick, sending Gaara flying into the air. Then, weaving hand seals, he used his signature multi-shadow clone jutsu. Swish, swish, swish. Several clones burst into the sky one after another, delivering vicious kicks that knocked Gaara higher and higher. Even more clones appeared above Gaara, chopping downward from above. Seeing Naruto fight Gaara in this style, Senshi wore a satisfied grin. That was exactly the sort of fighting approach he associated with Naruto. It was just too bad Naruto's foes so far hadn't been so formidable. He hadn't needed the talk no jutsu or his harem technique. Down in the arena, Gaara crashed heavily to the ground under this relentless barrage. His sand armor sported multiple new cracks. Furious, he didn't have time to dwell on it before a fresh wave of Naruto's attacks rained down. Facing such a tough opponent, Naruto gave him no chance to breathe. Clones from all directions converged in a rapid assault. Some got crushed by sand before even reaching him, bursting into white smoke, but others landed solid punches or kicks. Unable to disrupt Naruto's onslaught purely through offense, Gaara decided to take a step back and then push forward again. Sand shield. In a moment, he manipulated the sand in massive quantities, piling up layer upon layer of defense. With his body protected, he could safely control the sand to strike at Naruto, as long as Naruto couldn't get at him, he was effectively untouchable. The swirling sand quickly formed a giant spherical barrier around Gaara. Naruto's taijutsu had no effect on the ball's exterior. Now that his real body was safe, Gaara launched a counterattack at once. Sand Shuriken. Inside his hollow sand sphere, Gaara reconfigured the spare sand in the arena into numerous spinning shuriken, launching them at Naruto with incredible speed. The attack came swiftly and covered a wide area, forcing Naruto to retreat without actually injuring him. But that was precisely what Gaara wanted. Maintaining distance from a close combat ninja like Naruto worked best for him. Sand Coffin. As soon as Naruto landed further away, Gaara precisely anticipated his movement once more and used Sand Coffin. A wave of sand instantly engulfed Naruto. This time Gaara didn't hesitate. From inside his sand sphere, he clenched his hand. Sand Burial. Boom. The sand contracted violently, and Naruto dissolved into white smoke again. Another shadow clone. Gaara didn't even have time to consider where the real Naruto might be before a fresh attack arrived. Aura Sphere. Realizing how difficult Gaara was, Naruto decided to cut loose. Boom. A dark energy sphere blasted the surface of Gaara's sand shield but failed to penetrate. Naruto frowned, marshaled his entire chakra, and upped his power. He took a deep breath and bellowed. Muda! 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 Boom! 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 As he roared, a hail of aura spheres pounded Gaara from every angle. Even a Shikako-level defense might have trouble holding under that. Before long, Gaara's sand shield cracked and fell away into streams of sand. Boom! One of the spheres hit Gaara full force, sending him flying like a cannonball. Fortunately, his sand armor kept him from being fatally injured, though he was hurt considerably. While airborne, Gaara seized the moment to try the sand coffin technique one more time, stubbornly refusing to yield. This time, he managed to bind Naruto, who was still launching aura spheres. As Gaara slammed into the ground, he spoke coldly, "Sand Burial." The instant he activated it, Gaara felt relieved it was all over now. Hey! But he quickly realized something was off. The sand burial wasn't finishing Naruto off. Instead, some kind of orange chakra now surrounded him inside the flowing sand. The immense pressure generated by sand burial couldn't overcome that orange chakra. Boom! With a resounding noise, the sand coating Naruto exploded outward. He now stood there cloaked in a transparent orange-tailed beast shroud. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Another Aura. After Gaara collapsed, the proctor, Shiranui Genma, announced the result of the match. Konohazuzumaki Naruto is the winner. For Raza, this outcome was the hardest to accept. The whole reason Tsunagakure had participated in the first place was to let its ninjas show their capabilities during the Chunin exams, hoping to win more opportunities for the village's development. Originally, Gaara and his siblings should have been able to display Suna's underlying strength in this exam. But with the 5 great shinobi villages and numerous smaller villages all getting involved this time, Temari and Kankuro failing to enter the top 16 was bad enough. Now Gaara, too, had been sniped by Konoha's Jinchuriki and eliminated in the round of 16. The fourth Raikage began fanning the flames. In our Kumagakure, both of our Jinchuriki have been jounin for ages. If one of them had been the One to face Konoha's Jinchuriki, there wouldn't have been such a huge gap. Onaki, too, laughed boisterously. I never realized there could be this big a difference between Jinchuriki. Konoha's one clearly wasn't even going all out, yet soon as Jinchuriki still lost. Confronted by the ridicule of the fourth Raikage and Onaki, Raza inwardly seethed, but in the end, he kept silent. It was their bad luck that Gaara had drawn Naruto. Ordinarily, it wouldn't have been such a disgrace for soon as Jinchuriki to lose to Konoha's, but it was troubling that Konoha's methods of training ninja were turning out to be so formidable. Clearly, Konoha's Jinchuriki was a full tier stronger than Gaara. Elsewhere in the stands, Might Guy, seeing that Gaara had lost to Naruto, accepted defeat in his bet. And laughed at Kakashi. Kakashi, you truly are my lifelong rival. I've lost to you yet again. After a bit, I'm going to take Lee and do 5,000 handstand laps around the village care to join us in this youth burning workout. Before Kakashi could reply, Lee spoke up eagerly. Guy-sensei, I can't wait to start this youth burning training. Guy, delighted by Lee's enthusiasm, hugged him. Lee, I'm so proud. Your youth has never stopped blazing. His words thrilled Lee. Once a Guyan, he'd gained Guy-sensei's approval. However, Kakashi shook his head at Guy's invitation. Guy, times have changed. The old-fashioned training method doesn't cut it anymore, he said. You and Lee have both been using taijutsu-focused training, and that only leads to slow improvements. It can't keep pace with the new era's demands. Naruto, Sasuke, and those 6 elite ninja from Omegakure have been using a madly doing missions approach to rapidly boost their strengths. Might Guy, Omega Omega. Rock Lee, Omega Omega. The mentor and student pair were both shocked by Kakashi's words. Guy understood Kakashi very well. If Kakashi hadn't thoroughly investigated, he wouldn't say something like that. After his initial surprise, Guy suddenly realized this might indeed be a genius way of training. On missions, ninja inevitably face various troubles, and dealing with each one thoroughly honed their skills. Between missions, there's enough downtime to slip in physical training. By training this way, not only do ninja cultivate a broad range of abilities, they also earn good mission fees which they can then use to buy nutritious food. A perfect 2-for-1 idea. Guy at once gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Kakashi, this training method is fantastic. I've decided I'll try it with my student. Lee's eyes shone with anticipation. If he could train the same way Naruto and Sasuke did, he was sure that, with his constant hard work, he could prove that even an ordinary ninja like himself could surpass geniuses through enough effort. As Kakashi and Guy were speaking, the Chunin exam went on. Unquestionably, any genin who'd made the last 16 was an elite, but even among elites there could still be gaps in strength. In comparison, Naruto's match with Gaara had actually been fairly close. In the second match of the last 16, Yakushi Kabuto quickly wiped out his opponent. Then it was Aim's turn for a showy run. Uzumaki Musen, Uzumaki Lanyu, Uzumaki Lanyu, Raimon Yukika, and Raimon Hayate all steamrolled their opponents in overwhelming fashion. The spectators could only sigh with amazement, and with the coming quarterfinals, semifinals, and the final strongest genin bout, everyone's anticipation was stirred even higher. After a string of similarly lopsided battles, another intriguing matchup arrived. Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha vs F of Takigakure. Both of them had performed excellently in prior matches, so the crowd awaited their fight with eagerness. Not far from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Onaki eyed the two contestants and shook his head. Sasuke is pretty strong, but from what we've seen, F from Takigakure likely holds the advantage. No matter how potent Sasuke's lightning taijutsu might be, he can't fly, whereas F's aerial advantage is huge. While Onaki's words sounded reasonable, in Trut H he was favoring F. He had little choice, since Iwa's two geniuses, Judosuchi and Amwa, were both out. All he could do was hope a small village could help out. The fourth Raikage chimed in as well. Sasuke is the famous genius of Konoha's Uchiha clan. If he can't handle a ninja from a mere small village, that'll be a joke. Although Kumagakure wasn't entirely eliminated yet, the Raikage was still doing his best to undercut Konoha, and not just Konoha, but the other three major villages as well. The surprising part was how calmly Konoha's upper brass reacted. And they had a reason. Konoha's leaders all knew, thanks to Hiruzen Sarutobi, the true strengths of Naruto and Sasuke. So they had complete confidence in them, even though Sasuke's opponent now was Takegakure's Jinchuriki. Hiruzen's old, clouded eyes shone with a little smile as he said to Onaki and the fourth Raikage. Why don't you both wait and see? I'm quite confident in Sasuke. Since Hiruzen understood the real power of Naruto and Sasuke, the audience, who didn't, was largely skeptical of Sasuke's chances. After all, F had repeatedly shown tailed beast powers. People now knew she was Takegakure's Jinchuriki, so they had their doubts about Sasuke. Sasuke doesn't seem like Naruto, he doesn't have strong long-range moves. Right. Once F just flies up, Sasuke might have nothing against her. In that case, maybe Sasuke's going to be stuck in the round of 16. While people were busy chatting, the fight in the arena started. Whoosh! Lightning chakra flared over Sasuke's body, and he charged at F at extreme speed. F, aware that he was a powerful lightning release user, had no intention of engaging him in close-range taijutsu. She instantly sprouted transparent wings on her back, swiftly soaring upward. Sasuke wasn't bothered. He knew she could fly, but his lightning ball and other ninjutsu could attack her anyway. And the height of the arena ceiling wasn't enough to put her out of range. Many spectators, seeing F take to the skies, believed she was now unbeatable. Kakashi was intently watching. By his side, Might Guy wasn't trying to bet with him this time, but standing not far away was Higa Hayashi, who remarked, Kakashi, from my close observation, I think your student's about to lose. F can fly for a long time, whereas Sasuke doesn't have any strong ranged jutsu. If she stays up there, he won't be able to do anything. Hayashi's view matched a good chunk of the audience. Surprisingly, Kakashi replied calmly, Lord Hayashi, yes, it looks unfavorably for Sasuke, but he'll still win. Oh! Hayashi said, skeptical. But before he could dwell on his doubts, the situation in the arena changed again. Lightning release, lightning ball. At some remove from F, Sasuke rapidly wove hand seals and activated H's jutsu. One golden lightning orb after another appeared around him, and under his control, they shot at F in the air at high speed. If the orbs had been few, they wouldn't have amounted to much of a threat. Unfortunately, Sasuke was generating plenty of them. Beset by a continuous barrage of lightning balls, F was forced to dodge frantically midair. Though she flew fast and could shift direction on a dime, the trouble was that flying safely up high actually turned her into an easy target. Sasuke could stand anywhere on the ground and bombard her from below. She was stuck avoiding his relentless attacks, with barely any chance to fight back. This left onlookers stunned. They saw that, though F gave it her all, Sasuke's lighting power was so overwhelming that all she could do was block and evade. How can Sasuke's lightning release be this strong? Right? Except for Kumo, it seems like everyone's lightning jutsu in this exam is crazy powerful. Ha ha ha, go say that near the Raikage, see if he kills you on the spot. I wouldn't dare, but it's the truth. The spectators around him burst out laughing in good humor. Meanwhile, F finally found a chance to respond. Hiding in scale powder technique. F spat out a cloud of scale powder that began to rain down everywhere. At once, Sasuke's Sharingan spun into a three-tomo form, giving him terrifying dynamic vision. As the powder fell, he deftly evaded while continuing his lightning ball bombardment into the covered zone. Although his attacks remained heavy, the scale powder cloak eased the pressure on F somewhat. She didn't get much time to relax, though. Sasuke soon used lightning release taijutsu to dash straight through the powder-shrouded area. Crossing that zone several times, he more or less pinned Dion F's location. Heavy style outburst. Charging into the powder one more time, Sasuke delivered a blind strike based on prediction. He didn't actually hit F, but it startled her enough to flap her wings and flee out of the powder zone. Immediately, Sasuke locked onto her again and launched another attack. Wing slash. Seeing Sasuke tear toward her, F frantically flapped her wings, unleashing the slicing wind. Swish! 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 5 consecutive air blades slashed toward Sasuke. He sidestepped to do DG the first, then used heavy style outburst to smash the other 4 to pieces. Sasuke's strength clearly exceeded F's expectations. While she could produce up to 7 wing slashes at once, it had become obvious that continuing that move would be futile. Faced with an opponent like Sasuke, she had to go all in. In the next moment, F flapped back into the powdered area and used ninja art, cocoon. Instantly, she was shrouded in a large cocoon. Sasuke gave chase as soon as he saw her move. Hey! Within the zone of powder, he found something blocking him, a large cocoon, though he couldn't see it very clearly. Without pausing, Sasuke struck, heavy style outburst, and followed immediately with a second blow. Inside the cocoon, F completed her partial Tai-led beast transformation. She still didn't show herself, waiting for Sasuke to break the cocoon so she could launch a surprise attack. Boom! 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 After 5 or 6 straight punches, Sasuke did indeed smash the cocoon. Just as planned, F made her move. Dark red chakra enveloped her body, giving her a form entirely composed of tailed beast power. A horn sprouted from her forehead, with 7 tails trailing behind. At the very instant Sasuke broke cocoon, F attacked with all 7 of her tails. Yet Sasuke neither panicked nor wavered, he fended it off with composure. Crackle! Crackle! Lightning coiled around his entire form as he unleashed a flurry of lightning punches. Charging forward, he roared, Aura! 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 Even though F had 7-tailed beast tails, she couldn't hold off such fierce attacks. Under Sasuke's storm-like barrage, she could only backpedal, scrambling desperately to defend herself and still couldn't manage it. Before long, Sasuke landed a clean punch that sent her flying. Boom! She shot through the air at high speed, exiting the powder zone. Reverting from her partial-tailed beast form, she returned to normal. Fighting Sasuke had burned through a tremendous amount of chakra. At that moment, she couldn't summon her wings fast enough to break her fall. She didn't smash against the ground, however, because a certain ninja caught her. Looking up, F saw a pair of familiar green eyes. She apologized, Kakuzu-sama, I've let you down. Kakuzu shook his head. Not at all. None of that matters now. Your match is over. Put your focus into running missions with me. These days, Kakuzu had practically been living in the land of fire's black markets, doing tasks non-stop. The land of fire, as one of the 5 great nations, had unbelievably many black market missions available. He wouldn't have bothered leaving if F hadn't had a match to attend. Now that her fight was finished, she could join him and do as many missions as they wanted. F had felt down about losing, but hearing Kakuzu's words, she quickly brightened up and nodded. Kakuzu-sama, I'll do my best to assist you on missions. I'll become your very best assistant. As she spoke, she glanced toward where Senshi and Karin were seated, like she was challenging. Karin. Karin promptly clasped Sensei's arm, her face solemn. I'll keep helping Senshi finish every single mission too. I'm the real best assistant. Senshi, a little taken aback, patted her head. That's right. Karin, you're my top assistant. Karin. Her mood soared at Senshi's words. She held out the cookbook she'd been reading. Senshi, what if I cook you this recipe? It looks delicious. Senshi's face stiffened. He quickly closed the cookbook and whispered nervously, Karin, focus on the match. Don't bring up such frightening things. Naturally, Karin was unconvinced. Senshi, don't underestimate my bond with cooking. I've been practicing really diligently lately, and the chibi baijuyu all say my food is great. Watching her tilt her chin up in defiance, Senshi could only sigh inwardly. Meanwhile, in the stands where Hiruzen Sarutobi and Konoha's upper echelon sat, Hiruzen smiled as he turned to Onaki and the 4th Reikage. So, how about it? Was I wrong? I've always had faith in Konoha's kids. These youngsters work very hard. They won't disappoint me or the village. Humph. Onaki snorted, feeling a stab of envy. Why didn't Iwagakure have new talent on par with Naruto and Sasuke? Among the younger generation, Deidara had potential, but the kid was fixated on clay art, had caused all sorts of trouble, and then vanished, impossible to depend on. The 4th Reikage, too, was feeling sour. With Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Yakushi Kabuto, Konoha's up-and-coming ninja all seemed outstanding. Thog H. Kumo did have strong ninja, in both quantity and quality, they couldn't quite measure up to Konoha. Still, Kumo was better off than the other 3 major villages, whose genin had all been wiped out. Kumo still had one genius lightning user in the Runin-G with a decent shot at the top 8. Even after F and Sasuke's match ended, discussions continued. Many felt F's loss was unfortunate. Had her opponent been anyone else, she might well have made the quarterfinals. That to Kigakure ninja's a pity. This F fight with Sasuke was barely a loss. She used that jutsu to obscure visibility, so we can't be sure what happened with the scale powder. But from the look of it, she could have made top 8. At the root of it, this Chunin exam is just insanely competitive. While the crowd formed a new impression of Sasuke's strength, Hyuga Hayashi formed a new impression of Kakashi's teaching ability. As the head of the Hyuga clan's main branch, he possessed an incredibly powerful Byakugan. In watching Sasuke's battle WITHF just now, he'd seen things others missed. His initial impression of F that she had great combat experience and considerable skill with her jutsu wasn't wrong. But F, to Kigakure's Jinchuriki, ran up against an even more formidable opponent in Sasuke. Even going all out, F had been crushed by Sasuke's raw power. Glancing toward Kakashi, Hayashi felt a surge of emotion. Kakashi truly was the son of Konoha's White Fang, astonishingly capable in every respect. No wonder he's famous as Konoha's technisha, and the students he's produced are exceptional. Kakashi hadn't expected such praise. Lord Hayashi, I honestly haven't taught Naruto and Sasuke much, he said sincerely. Yet to Hayashi, that only sounded like modesty. Given Naruto and Sasuke's brilliance, Kakashi's instruction obviously had to be top level. Other people nearby overheard Kakashi's conversation with Hayashi and began murmuring among themselves. Kakashi is so modest, saying he hasn't taught them anything. Without him, they'd never be this stringy. Haha, maybe he's just being humble. If he'd taught them seriously, they'd be even stronger. Could be. But from what I know, Kakashi's not one to show off. Kakashi couldn't help feeling both amused and helpless. He'd already tried explaining to multi-PLE people that Naruto and Sasuke hadn't exactly learned from him, but nobody believed him. Worse, some in the stands were now chatting about how to send their kids or clan elites to him for training. Kakashi could only sigh. He might be capable of training ninja, but it wasn't like he could turn any random genin into someone on Naruto or Sasuke's level. Time rolled on, and before long, the 16th match of the finals commenced. This last match promised to be just as interesting. Uzumaki Lanyu from Omegakure vs Imwa, the Gifted Lightning user from Kumo. Up in the stands, Oniki went on taunting the Raikage. Raikage, it'd be embarrassing if your Kumo lightning prodigy lost again to a small village's lightning ninja. The fourth Raikage huffed, giving Onoki a chilly look. At least Kumogakure isn't wiped out yet. I'm not sure what you're gloating about. Besides, there's no way we'll stumble on the same stone twice. Just watch. To him, Omegakure was just a small hidden village with few ninja. They'd already shown Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate, so there couldn't be a third top-level lightning prodigy. He was aware of Lanyu's fights, that Lanyu also had storm release, like Darui. His style was measured and methodical. In previous matches, Lanyu rarely won by a total steamroll and often took victory only after a hard battle. So the fourth Raikage felt sure Imwa could beat Uzumaki Lanyu. In the seating area, the spectators watched Lanyu and Imwa with interest. Cloud's lightning prodigy probably has the upper H and here. Right. Unless Lanyu's been hiding something, Imwa should be stronger. Haha, if Imwa loses too, the quarterfinals won't have any of the four great villages present. Amidst their chatter, Higa Hayashi asked Kakashi, out of curiosity, Kakashi, I heard you recently spent some time around these AIM genin. What do you think? Who's going to win? If his opponent is Imwa, there's no chance Lanyu will lose, Kakashi replied dryly. He'd long grown numb from seeing those 8 kids farm missions day in and day out. Imwa was dark-skinned with white hair, arrogant in nature, and violently aggressive in combat. When Shiranui Genma declared the match open, Imwa cloaked himself in lightning armor and dashed at Lanyu like a bullet, planning to smash him in a direct assault and secure a quarter-final spot. Boom! He reached Lanyu in no time, slamming forward with a fierce punch. Exactly as he had anticipated. Lanyu used his usual straightforward counter-attack approach. Lanyu's own lightning armor flared up, and as Imwa's punch came in, Lanyu sidestepped while delivering a punch of his own. Bam! Both being lightning release users employing taijutsu, Lanyu's speed was clearly faster. Imwa's punch missed, while Lanyu's hit home. However, thanks to his lightning armor, Imwa wasn't injured. But as the saying goes, a single clash reveals who holds the upper hand, and from that initial skirmish, Imwa realized he shouldn't underestimate Lanyu. He quickly grasped that the reason Lanyu sometimes needed a lengthy tussle to beat opponents wasn't that he was weak, it was that he was so confident, he used his opponents as sparring partners. Lanyu was very strong, or else he wouldn't dare do such a thing. The stands erupted with gasps of surprise. Wat Imwa saw, many others also noticed, and they were stunned to discover Lanyu's true depth. Numerous spectators found their gazes drifting toward Senshi. While Konoha's Hitaki Kakashi had taught 2 outstanding genin, the Rain's Uzumaki Senshi seemed even more remarkable, having nurtured 6 top-tier genin. As the crowd marveled at Senshi's teaching abilities, the match below reached its climax. Realizing how strong Lanyu was, Amwa abandoned any thought of holding back, charging full force amid crackling ARCS of electricity. Lanyu did not retreat, he chose to meet force with force. Heavy style outburst. Heavy style outburst. At the moment they clashed, both used the same lightning release taijutsu. Their fists collided. Lanyu stood unmoving, sturdy as a mountain, while Amwa staggered back a step from the recoil. Members of Kumo's leadership jumped to their feet in alarm. Another formidable foe? They'd assumed Raimon Yukika was AMD's strongest lightning user, yet Lanyu, at this point, seemed no weaker. After that exchange, Amwa and Lanyu went at it again. Lightning oppression horizontal. Amwa swung a lightning-charged chop at Lanyu's neck. Lightning oppression horizontal. Lanyu responded with the same move. Boom. Their hands struck, and once more Amwa was on the losing side in a head-on clash. Rather than accept defeat, he threw caution to the wind. Lightning oppression horizontal chop. He swept his arms in a storm of blows, trying to crush Lanyu with rapid-fire attacks. Lightning oppression horizontal chop. Lanyu fought back with the exact same taijutsu technique. Boom. 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 Their exchange was as swift as a raging tempest. In a flash, they dealt dozens of lightning-charged hand strikes at each other. But Amwa truly couldn't match Lanyu, and was forced back before being sent flying by a blow. Dropping to the ground, Amwa prepared to charge once more, only this time Lanyu took the initiative. With a roar, Lanyu shouted, "Lariat!" And in a flash of blue lightning, he hurtled straight into Amwa. Amwa, equally unyielding, roared back, "Lariat!" He, too, transformed into a blur of blue lightning, smashing right at Lanyu. Boom! Rumble! The collision made a colossal crash, the sheer force sending both men bouncing away. Lanyu remained mostly fine, while Amwa was worse off. Seeing it was no use continuing in pure lightning taijutsu, Amwa decided to employ his best Kumo sword style. Aware that Amwa's sword skills were dangerous, he'd seen them before Lanyu chose to end the fight immediately. Why, spotting Amwa streaking toward him like a bolt, Lanyu raised his right hand and roared, "Storm release, laser circus!" In an instant, arcs of lightning shot from his palm like fluid streams, weaving and curling midair. As Amwa closed in, those shifting beams of storm release rained attacks from every direction: front, back, left, right, above, below. Amwa could not withstand it, soon knocked flying. Witnessing this, the fourth Raikage's expression grew terribly complicated. Another defeat, yet again. The last of Kumigakure's lightning prodigies had lost to a AIM lightning ninja. Onaki, who hadn't expected Lanyu to win, found himself pleasantly surprised. Since Lanyu had proven so impressive, Onaki saw no need for restraint. He sidled up to the fourth Raikage and taunted him gleefully, "Tisk, tisk. It seems Kumigakure has really gone downhill. Your carefully raised pair of lightning prodigies were both beaten by a small village's lightning ninja. How humiliating!" The fourth Raikage flew into a rage. "Onaki, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Seeing the Raikage on the verge of exploding, Darui and the others rushed over to calm him. A clash between the Raikage and the Tsuchikage here was impossible. As they worked to restrain the Raikage, Darui himself glanced at Lanyu in the arena, feeling an immense sense of regret. If only Raimon Yukika, Raimon Hayate, and Uzumaki Lanyu all belonged to Kumagakure, if even one of them did. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Snake Bro is Rich. After the quarter-final matches of the Chunin exams ended, Konoha and Omegakure emerged as the biggest winners. They effectively monopolized all 8 slots in the quarter-finals. Originally, the 5 great nations and the medium and small-scale countries, Omegakure had always seemed like a very closed-off village. It was only after Senshi became famous on Omegakure's black market, and then spread his reputation to the black markets of the surrounding shinobi villages, that Omegakure gradually attracted more attention from the rest of the ninja world. Still, nobody could have anticipated that in just half a year, this small Omegakure would develop into a small but extraordinarily powerful shinobi village. During these Chunin exams, Omegakure Ninja directly took more than half of the quarter-final spots. Had Uzumaki Karin not withdrawn from the exam for unknown reasons, Omegakure would likely have claimed 3/4 of the quarter-final berths. After the quarter-final lineup was announced, many people in the stands turned to look in a certain direction. Seated there was a red-haired youth with a carefree, almost slouchy air, alongside a red-haired young woman. These two were, of course, Uzumaki Senshi and Uzumaki Karin. It could be said that without Senshi, Omegakure would not enjoy the flourishing prosperity it does today. On one hand, Senshi is the instructor of the 6 elite genin from Omegakure. On the other hand, he was the prime advocate for Omegakure's rapid progress. From current information, one could summarize this shinobi named Senshi as invincible at doing missions, invincible at teaching, and invincible in strategic vision. Moreover, all 3 domains he's skilled in can be hired with money. Because of that, the daimyo and top officials of the 5 great nations, as well as the leaders of other major forces throughout the shinobi world, have all become intensely interested in Senshi. No matter how difficult their requests might be, there's no doubt they can commission Senshi to fulfill them. As they considered these possibilities, everyone also began leaving the stands. Senshi was more or less aware of what they were thinking. Bringing Karin and the other 6 here for the Chunin exams all in one go was, in fact, his own form of publicity. A moment ago, when the heads of so many different factions in the ninja world were watching him with burning eyes, of course he noticed. And as for whatever tasks they had in mind, he was open for discussion, all of it negotiable. Not only was he happy to take on missions and grind them out, but the small fry in his mercenary group hungry for work could likewise take on large quantities of commissions. Senshi felt that in this joint Chunin exam held by Konoha and Tsunagakure, from the moment he brought along Karin and the other 6 despite not doing all that much, he had no idea how many times he'd won already. It was like a gambler hitting the jackpot on every spin, he'd completely W on it all. While Senshi was winning big, naturally Onaki and Raza were losing big. Kumagakure and Kirigakure both maintained cooperative ties with Senshi, and Konoha, just like Senshi, ended up in the winner's circle this time. As for Tsunagakure and Iwagakure, they were comparatively miserable. Not only did they fail to get anyone into the quarterfinals, they also ended up as stepping stones for the meteoric rise of Konoha and Omegakure. At that point, both Onaki and Raza had begun seriously wondering how they could partner up with Senshi to resolve their current predicament. Obviously, they couldn't rush, they had to think carefully before taking action. After all, hiring Senshi cost an enormous commission. In the ideal scenario, they would pay as little as possible while reaping as many benefits from Senshi to aid their village's development. With the top-16 round over, there would be a 3-day break. During those 3 days, most people took it easy, but one person stayed busy. Orochimaru, who was in his laboratory conducting further research on Senshi's chakra. At his side, Kabuto watched Orochimaru's work attentively. Orochimaru-sama, it seems Senshi's chakra is quite different from that of the majority of ninja. Hearing that, Orochimaru nodded. Long ago, Senshi captured the three tails, Isabu. I analyzed its chakra. From that moment, I realized tailed beast chakra is more advanced than ninja chakra, superior in every respect. Senshi's chakra is very much high level in that same way, but it's on a wholly separate development track from tailed beast chakra. Kabuto, pondering this, asked, in other words, Orochimaru-sama, does that mean we could artificially create a tailed beast from Senshi's chakra? Orochimaru, surprised face. Kabuto's comment left Orochimaru's face full of question marks. This kid sure dares to think big. But Orochimaru did not outright dismiss the notion. After all, it was all high-level chakra, and in many respects, Senshi's chakra was even more advanced than tailed beasts. If one thoroughly researched Senshi's chakra, maybe it would indeed be possible to create a chakra life form akin to a tailed beast. At the moment, Orochimaru had yet to learn of the Zero Tail's existence, or else he might be absolutely certain that Senshi's chakra could indeed produce tailed beast-type creatures. Still, Orochimaru had no need to make tailed beasts. What he wanted most right then was to use Senshi's chakra to develop a perfected version of the eternal chakra elixir. Glancing at the devices containing Senshi's chakra, Orochimaru sighed. We likely won't see a major breakthrough for a while. We'll have to buy more of Senshi's chakra to continue our research. Kabuto asked, Orochimaru-sama, would you like me to go invite Lord Senshi now, to purchase his chakra? Orochimaru shook his head. No, wait until I've made 2 more chakra storage devices. After that, Orochimaru and Kabuto tinkered with the existing storage units, upgrading them to dramatically increase their capacity. The upgrade D devices could each hold about the total chakra of 15 Kakashis. Once they'd finished everything, Orochimaru told Kabuto to go find Senshi. Kabuto soon departed for the inn where Aim's team was staying. Senshi was not the slightest bit surprised to see Kabuto. He recalled that when he commissioned Orochimaru for capturing the 2 tails, he had sold Orochimaru a large amount of chakra then. With Orochimaru's business booming, he must have already used up that core raw material. Upon recently learning that Orochimaru had earned 1.2 billion RY in one fell swoop, Senshi had even mused about splitting the winnings. So seeing Kabuto arrive, Senshi's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Kabuto bowed politely. Lord Senshi, Orochimaru-sama invites you to his laboratory to discuss a collaboration. Hearing that, Senshi nodded and brought Karin with him to Orochimaru's lab. Entering, he spotted 3 chakra storage devices connected to transparent glass cylinders. Besides those, the lab also contained a display rack holding Tier -1 through Tier -4 versions of the Eternal Chakra Elixir. Senshi greeted Orochimaru with a carefree grin. Hey, Snake Bro, got any good tasks for me to handle again? Catching sight of Senshi's mischievous grin made Orochimaru's heart ache. He, too, had learned much from all his dealings with Senshi. Forcing his own sinister smile, Orochimaru said, this mission is quite simple. He had hardly started when Karin peered around Senshi and said, Senshi, let's go. This vile man is obviously looking down on you, throwing you a simple mission. Orochimaru, surprised face, he'd labeled the mission simple specifically to lowball Senshi. He knew by now that if he didn't find a way to press the price down, Senshi would certainly name an outrageous figure. But neither could he let Senshi leave, so he hastened to clarify, no, that's not what I meant. I only meant that, 4. It's straightforward because all I want is to purchase your chakra. Worried Karan would stir up more trouble, he simply laid it out. Little did he expect that, while Karan stood by calmly, it was Senshi who became problematic. Once he realized Orochimaru's true intent, the grin on Senshi's face abruptly shifted into a look of helplessness. Orochimaru, surprised face. Seeing Senshi's sudden change in expression left Orochimaru baffled. Wasn't this a trivial matter for him? Last time he'd only had to press his palm to the device and it was done. So why the long face? Now? In the next moment, Orochimaru heard something that almost made his eyes pop out. Senshi sighed. Snake bro, I'm all out of reserves now. Last time, it was only because we're good pals that I gave you such a large quantity of chakra all at once. Losing that much chakra that fast, even I can't handle it. Hearing that, Orochimaru inwardly cursed. Nonsense. Last time you discharged a ton of chakra and looked absolutely fine. Clearly Senshi just wanted to quote a sky-high price. Nonetheless, Orochimaru had no choice, as he still needed more of that chakra. Mulling it over, he decided to negotiate. Smiling wickedly, he said, but last time you gave me a huge sum of chakra with no sign of fatigue. Your total chakra must be enormous, so providing that much again shouldn't be hard. Senshi kept shaking his head. Snake bro, you only saw me low-oaking fine. Really, I was forcing myself. Again Orochimaru cursed inside, forcing yourself, my foot clearly you're trying to fleece me. But since Orochimaru needed Senshi's chakra indefinitely, he carried on. Pointing to the 3 upgraded storage devices, he said, what if I pay you 200 million RY to fill these 3 units with chakra? Is that acceptable? But Senshi shook his head once more. That quote's way too low, and I can't possibly have that much chakra. I told you, last time was at a discount D family and friendly price, and I only did it so your research would go smoothly. Hearing that, Orochimaru just wanted to let out a rage-filled shout, but he dared not do so in front of Senshi. Forcing himself to stay patient, he said, Senshi, 200 million RY would buy 2 Yamata no Orokai fruits. If I'm paying 200 million purely for chakra, that is perfectly fair. From any angle. Once you expend your chakra, you can replenish it with time. It won't affect you at all. Again Senshi shook his head. Snake bro, heavens no, losing that much chakra at once is a real strain. From behind Senshi, Karan popped out to echo him, exactly. When Senshi loses so much chakra at once, it really takes a toll on him. He can't even savor my cooking properly. Orochimaru was exasperated. Every time he pocketed some money, Senshi swooped in to gouge him. Yet he had plenty of outflows too, and his methods of earning were high risk. Who knew when they might stop working? With a profound helplessness, Orochimaru asked, fine, then name your price. Senshi sighed deeply, raising 3 fingers in obvious reluctance. Seeing that, Orochimaru's furrowed brow finally smoothed. He'd wondered how high Senshi might go, but it turned out to be just 300 million. So Orochimaru promptly agreed, 300 million. Done. But Senshi waved him off. Snake bro, that's not 300 million, I meant 3 times your original quote. That nearly made Orochimaru spit blood on the spot. 3 times my opening? That's 600 million. Are you insane? Before Senshi could explain, Karin put her hands on her hips, smirking, Senshi, you should punch him, he's insulting you. Orochimaru felt drained. When did I insult Senshi? Desperate to avoid trouble, he clarified, I'm no tea. Insulting him, just strongly expressing my shock. And I absolutely can't accept that price. Let me be frank, once your chakra is turned into potions, I'll earn about 1.2 billion. But in the entire process, from market research to product marketing, R&D, PR production, finding customers, after sales service, there are huge costs. If you just supply the raw materials but pocket half the profits, that's not right, is it? Senshi feigned confusion. I see nothing wrong with it. My chakra is precious, after all. Inwardly, Orochimaru seethed at the absurdly high figure. He wasn't lying that the cost of developing the eternal chakra elixir was not trivial. If he paid what Senshi demanded, he'd do all the work only for Senshi to reap the biggest reward. So Orochimaru dug, no way. I can offer at most 300 million for the chakra. I'm not going through all this just to break even, or worse, lose money. Senshi dug in, too. Snake bro, heavens no, losing that big chunk of chakra at once really does hurt. Beside, I only do it because we're such close friends. If it were somebody else who wanted to do business with me, they'd first have to become equally good friends. Now Orochimaru had a splitting headache. He wanted that chakra, but he sure didn't want to SHL out 600 million. Forking out that sum would make him the ultimate sucker. While he hesitated, Karin poured more salt in the wound. Senshi, Orochimaru obviously isn't sincere about working with you. He starts by offering a super low price, and when you say your fair number, he hems and haws, no sincerity. He's messing with you. Startled, Orochimaru hurriedly explained, I'd never dare mess with him. It's just 600 million. Is far too high, and I have to think carefully. Karin went on, you're not treating Senshi as a real friend. You're making 1.2 billion, what's wrong with giving Senshi half? Without his chakra, you wouldn't be making any money at all. Orochimaru was practically trembling. That's just sophistry. I already said the R&D and sales process also cost a lot. At that moment, Senshi offered another proposal. Snake bro, if you really don't want to spend 600 million, I can do 400 million worth of chakra. I'll only fill 2 of those storage units instead of LL3. Hearing that, Karin immediately tacked on, Orochimaru, at that price you're getting a great deal from Senshi. Orochimaru, surprised face, he truly wanted to throttle these 2 red-haired devils. For 100 million you could buy a tailed beast, yet here he had to pay double to buy some chakra. Still, after carefully reconsidering, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and capitulate. Fine 600 million. But you have to fill all 3 storage units. Also, once we fix the price at 200 million per unit, it can't be raised later on for any reason. Though even 200 million a unit was high, Senshi refused Orochimaru's condition. Snake bro, you're forgetting that I'm still growing. Next time you buy my chakra, it's going to be even more advanced, so how could the price remain the same? Orochimaru turned dizzy and almost fainted on the spot. Kabuto rushed to check on him. Orochimaru-sama, are you all right? Orochimaru was shaking with rage, but could only swallow it. Senshi's shamelessness truly had no bounds. Even after swindling him 600 million this time, he was blatantly saying prices would keep climbing in future deals. In the end, Orochimaru, though furious, was powerless to do anything about it. So he muttered, I will hire you for 600 million RY. Fill these 3 storage units and supply me with enough material for my research. Mission accepted. Client, Orochimaru. Goal: provide enough chakra for Orochimaru's research. Commission reward: 600 million RY. Mission rank: S. Mission bonus: 600,000 employment points. When this alert echoed in Senshi's head, he grinned ear to ear. Indeed, Snake Bro was the best. Another 600 million plus 600,000 employment points in one deal. It was going to pay for countless extras and treasures. After issuing the commission, Orochimaru produced 6 checks of 100 million each, practically grinding his teeth as he handed them to Senshi. So, 3 days? Think you can fill these upgraded devices by then? Senshi's face turned icy. Snake Bro, don't be a stranger. I'll handle this for you right away, no need for 3 days. I'll finish before you know it. With that, he walked over to the 3 upgraded storage devices. Watching him go, Orochimaru smirked inwardly. He had said each upgraded device held the entire chakra supply of 15 Kakashis, making 40-5 Kakashis total for all 3. 0.45 of a Naruto, by his calculation. Likely, Senshi would only fill one of them before reaching his limit. But the moment Senshi pressed his hand on the first device, Orochimaru blinked, and suddenly, warning lights started blinking wildly. The container had reached maximum capacity. Not only that, it was on the verge of bursting. Stop, switch to the next device before this one explodes. Orochimaru yelled. Senshi frowned. Your upgraded storage device's capacity is not so great. He murmured to himself. That it only held 15 Kakashis, which was hardly cost-effective for what Orochimaru spent. But that wasn't the end of the shock. Senshi then effortlessly filled the remaining 2 devices, leaving his own condition completely untouched. Orochimaru and Kabuto stared as though at some freakish monster. In their eyes, such colossal chakra reserves would make even a tailed beast suspect that Senshi was the one with a bottomless well of energy. Indeed, after dumping so much chakra, he wasn't even breathing hard. Even as Orochimaru stood there reeling from surprise, he felt inflamed. Senshi's chakra capacity was obviously astronomical, yet he'd still extorted Orochimaru for 600 million. Orochimaru realized he'd need new plans going forward, like more deals with Senshi, akin to the Yamata no Orochi fruit business. After the transaction concluded, Orochimaru turned to Kabuto. Kabuto, show our guests out. He had no desire to see Senshi and Kairan's beaming faces a moment longer. Just thinking of how Senshi had squeezed 600 million from him made him feel unable to breathe. Senshi declined the courtesy. No need, Snake Bro. Karan and I will just look around a bit and then head off. Inwardly, Orochimaru cursed, please, just get out of here. But he didn't dare say so aloud. Returning instead to his research, Kabuto stayed at their side without leaving. They took only a few steps when Kabuto shouted in alarm, Karan, don't press that. Too late. Karan had already poked a button, throwing the entire laboratory into darkness. Luckily, Kabuto reacted quickly and pressed another switch, restoring power. Grimacing, he said, Lord Senshi, Karan, please avoid touching any switches or reagent bottles. The one just now cuts power to the entire Konoha, redirecting all the village's electricity to this device. Kairan's big watery eyes sparkled. So the whole village blacked out just now. She couldn't help wanting to press that button a second time. Looking serious, Kabuto confirmed, yes, the entire village lost power for a few seconds. Seeing Karan so eager, Senshi felt a twinge of déjà vu. It reminded him of Naruto's mischief. Hoping to avert further chaos, he grabbed Karan and barred her from messing around. Soon she was pointing at a different reagent bottle. What about this thing? Again, Kabuto yanked her away in time. That's a corrosive agent whose potency is on par with acid. Release. Hugely dangerous, just a drop on your skin would probably melt half your arm. Karin whined to Senshi, Senshi, look at the awful stuff Orochimaru researches in here, it's gotta be for evil purposes. Orochimaru, who was busy using instruments to test a fresh sample of Senshi's chakra, nearly choked at hearing that. He explained wearily, it's for extracting special mineral materials. Naturally, Karin didn't care. She just wanted to hassle Orochimaru. She and Senshi, with Kabuto accompanying them, then arrived at another rack of potions. Kabuto took the initiative to introduce them. Lord Senshi, these are potions Orochimaru-sama developed after extensive study of your chakra. They increase cellular activity and can repair long-term injuries in a ninja's body, boosting overall vigor. These 5 vials are the tier -1 through tier -5 versions. As he spoke, Senshi picked up the potions to examine them. He quickly noticed each contained a portion of his chakra, not raw, but refined by Orochimaru, then added in small amounts. The tier -1 had the least, the tier -5 a bit more. Given his prior experiences with the 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, and 6 tails, Senshi realized that once Orochimaru refined his chakra, it displayed some of the same advanced properties, typically exclusive to tailed beasts. He casually asked, Snake Bro, why not refine the chakra further? In these potions? Orochimaru's voice carried a sinister smirk. Refining it this far is nearly the limit of my present technology. He said no more. Senshi, being just a black market mercenary, wouldn't comprehend the complex tech. Telling him would be pointless. In Senshi's mind, though, a new idea took shape. He could refine his own chakra the way Orochimaru had yet do it dozens of times better. Orochimaru's refined chakra was already pretty effective, so if Senshi refined his own, it would surely be even more potent. Forming this plan, Senshi decided to try it once he got back. He turned to Orochimaru. Alrighty, Snake Bro, I'm out of here. Call me if you've got any more jobs. With that, he triggered the space teleportation ability of his Kama and vanished from Orochimaru's lab. Once he'd gone, Orochimaru and Kabuto exhaled heavily in relief. Kabuto asked curiously, Orochimaru-sama, are we really nearing the limits of how far we can refine Lord Senshi's chakra? Orochimaru shook his head. With our current apparatus, we can still raise the purity by over 10 times. But that'd be way too costly. Our goal is the perfect version of the eternal chakra elixir, plus using each successive good enough product to rake in huge profits from that old monkey Sarutobi and all those daimyo. Producing some ultra-high purity version now is nowhere near a truly perfect product, and giving it to Sarutobi would be a waste. It's not part of our research focus. Kabuto nodded, dropping the subject. Outside Konoha, on the main road back to the village, a group of 8 figures appeared, 1 adult and 7 kids, Kakashi, along with Naruto and 6 other little hotshots. If Karin hadn't gone off on missions with Senshi, that would have made 8 children. At that moment, Kakashi was bringing up the rear, mainly watching Raimon Yukika and Raimon. Hey 8. He'd noticed that while Naruto and the others had been powering up at breakneck speed, those 2 seemed more like him, using missions as training but seeing only modest results. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Quarterfinals. This discovery helped balance Kakashi's outlook quite a bit. He concluded that being able to rapidly increase one's strength just by doing missions might only apply to a handful of exceptionally talented shinobi. the rest were probably like him. After Kakashi led the group of little hotshots back to the village, they all said their goodbyes one by one. Naruto laughed and said, "Kakashi-sensei, I had a blast doing missions today. We'll come find you again tomorrow morning." Kakashi, oh. Once Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate returned to their lodgings, Senshi used his space-time jutsu to snatch them right before him. Raimon Yukika, surprised face? Raimon Hayate, surprised face? With a momentary blink of confusion, the two kids asked curiously, "Headmaster, what's going on?" Senshi chuckled. "You did well on your missions. Time to level up your mission grinding." As he spoke, he gathered a mass of bright blue lightning chakra in his palm. This chakra was extremely violent and destructive, but under Senshi's refinement, it grew purer and purer. Its once uncontrolled ferocity gradually became tame and manageable. Moments later, that ball of chakra practically resembled a transparent, sapphire-like crystal. At that point, Senshi stopped and handed the chakra to Raimon Yukika. Boom! The high-grade chakra Senshi had refined instantly merged into her body. Right then, she looked almost like the descent of a thunder god, her entire figure cloaked in flickering blue lightning. Her lightning release talent, chakra reserves, physical constitution, and her overall command of lightning techniques soared dramatically on the spot. Realizing the changes in herself, Raimon Yukika exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you so much, Headmaster." She bowed deeply, gratitude written all over her face. As the second to last among Omegakure's 6-man team, she was desperate to grow stronger. Having gleaned from this little experiment just how beneficial refined high-grade chakra could be to a lightning shinobi, Senshi then gave Raimon Hayate the same treatment. He, too, experienced a huge power jump, even improving his affinity for lightning chakra and his knack for lightning release. You two should go consolidate your gains. Do your best in the quarter-finale matches coming in a couple of days. Both Raimon siblings nodded seriously. Senshi then warped them back with his space-time jutsu. After they left, Karin latched onto Senshi's leg and rubbed her little head against his waist. "Senshi! Senshi, gimme as hair of that advanced chakra too." Senshi patted her on the head. "That stuff only works for lightning release users." Karin, surprised face, having assumed she could get stronger too, she got upset upon learning she couldn't use that high-grade lightning chakra. "But you still ruffled my hair into a bird's nest, and I didn't get anything out of it." Senshi gave a wry smile, apparently Karin had picked up his crafty ways. If there was no benefit, she wouldn't even let him pat her head. With that in mind, he took her neatly combed red hair and mussed it up even more. "Karin, oh. She let out a howl, shouting, "Senshi, you jerk! I demand a duel! A duel, right now!" Meanwhile, Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate headed to the training ground for a quick spar. Discovering that their power may have shot up by around 40%. It left Senshi practically worshipped as a godlike figure in their eyes. He had merely bestowed some chakra upon them. And their strength soared so drastically and across the board no less. It was unbelievable. Nothing else happened that night, and the next morning, Kakashi looking exhausted led 8 little hotshots to the Land of Fire's black market once again. As usual, the 8 youngsters fanned out to do missions. Before long, Kakashi noticed something utterly shocking. Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate had also achieved a giant leap in prowess. Seeing this fueled his existential crisis even more. Could it be, the reason I haven't improved is that I'm not taking enough missions? At present, the black market in the Land of Fire was rather lively. Not only were Kakashi and his 8 troublemakers there, Might Guy had also brought Rock Lee to farm missions. Having them train by doing tasks was a perfect fit. There were far more complicated surprises than just running 500 laps, which amped up the intensity. Both Guy and Lee found it very worthwhile. Indeed, as Kakashi had said, times had changed. Sticking to traditional training methods no longer cut it. Spotting Kakashi, Might Guy's eyes lit up. He and Lee ran over. Reaching Kakashi, Guy greeted him with boundless enthusiasm. Kakashi, my eternal rival, want to have a burning youth contest? Also, that training style you recommended for me and Lee is honestly amazing. We both love it. Kakashi, at that moment, was steeped in self-doubt. Hearing Guy's invitation, he pondered for a second, then asked, Guy, using that approach, have you truly felt noticeable progress? Guy nodded. Of course. Doing missions itself is physical training, plus you constantly run into unexpected problems that need solving. Maybe it's not so friendly to ordinary ninja, but for me and Lee, it's perfect. After hearing that, Kakashi gave a resigned sigh. The method of spamming missions to level up undoubtedly worked. But for some reason, everyone else seemed to be benefiting from it while he got nowhere. Guy carried on, Kakashi, how about joining me for some burning youth training? Kakashi shook his head in refusal. No, I need some quiet time. He planned to retrace the steps of Naruto and the others' development, to see if he'd missed something crucial that caused him to slip up along the way. In Konoha, Kumagakure's delegation had yet to depart. Though their elite genin were out of the competition, They stayed to watch the rest of the matches and gather intel, and also to have people approach Senshi for more possible collaboration. At the inn where they lodged, two Kumo lightning prodigies, Karui and Amwa, were practicing lightning taijutsu under the Raikage's watchful eye. After finishing, they stepped over to the fourth Raikage. Their losses in the matches had dealt them a big blow, so they trained tirelessly every day. When they approached, the fourth Raikage nodded. Karui, Amwa, well done, knowing shame and then forging on. You didn't collapse from defeat, you've pushed yourselves each day to improve. That's excellent. Indeed, there had been so many formidable genin in this exam that numerous genius kids had been knocked out. Amwa, who was dark-skinned with white hair, spoke up, Lord Raikage, I have a question, if that's okay. The Raikage nodded. Go ahead. Amwa hesitated before finally speaking in confusion, Lord Raikage, how is it that Omegakure Ninja can use our Kumo's secret light ninja taijutsu? And not only that, they're way stronger with it than we are. Karui had wanted to ask the same, but Amwa beat her to it, so she simply listened. The Raikage found himself at a loss. She, too, had no answer. Supposedly, Kumo Ninja had the best lightning taijutsu. But apparently not. Seeing the Raikage fall silent, Karui and Amwa said nothing further. After thinking for a while, the fourth Raikage told them, the cause is complicated, but I've already got a solution. I'll let you know soon. His plan was to send Karui and Amwa to further their studies at the Ames Ninja Academy. From the Raikage's perspective, the issue wasn't Karui and Amwa's talent, but Ames' level of teaching. Teaching standard wasn't something that instantly soared just by wanting it to. Therefore, dispatching Kumo's top lightning talent to aim for advanced training was the best move. He still needed to discuss this with Kumo upper echelon and also talk to Senshi before letting Karui and Amwa in on the plan. Of course, the Raikage wasn't the only one intent on Ames Academy. Over in Uegakure's inn, Oniki and IWA higher-ups were similarly talking about AIM. The first to speak was Oniki's granddaughter. Kuratsuki. According to what I found, Uzumaki Musen and the other 4 from Amy were initially just refugees in various corners of the ninja world. But unbelievably, it's only been half a year since AIM began taking in refugees and started up its ninja academy. Meaning, they've had at most 6 months of training, yet they're all read why this strong. With that, the entire room fell silent. Typically, big villages begin training their elites from a very early age. If conditions allowed, they'd start around age 4 or 5, raising them until about 12. To take the Chunin exams. Yet those well-bred elites who'd had 6 years of training lost to refugees. Given just 6 months of instruction at AIM's academy. It was beyond astonishing. After a long pause, Onaki said, "So, Omegakure clearly has a very highly advanced, very excellent, and very specialized way of fostering talent." In that single statement, he used very 3 times, highlighting how impressed he was. Then he added, "We need to gather any intel we can on how they train, and also find ways to send some of our IWA shinobi there to learn." After Onaki made his ruling, the IWA higher-ups all nodded to record the matter. As soon as Raza was discussing AIM with his retinue, "I've got 2 ideas. 1. We collaborate with AIM to open a school in Suna. 2. We pick some gifted kids each year to go study at AIM's academy. If that first idea works, we can do both. After all, even if AIM sets up a school in Suna, our teachers might not be as good as them." Once Raza was finished, Beiki immediately said, "Kazekage-sama, I agree. We can reach out to Uzumaki Senshi, or send a mission to Omegakure to negotiate with their leadership." Raza and Beiki spoke, the others nodding agreement. Meanwhile, in the mist, Gonbi and Kochiro were briefing Mei Terumi on the intel they'd gathered. Gonbi said, "Mizukage-sama, I've found that these days, many major villages and also medium/small villages are probing ways to cooperate with Omegakure. Many plan to send some of their shinobi to train in AIM. Should we prepare similarly?" Mei Terumi smiled, knowing ly not at all. "We in Kiri want to vie for AIM's help in establishing a joint ninja academy. That way, Senshi can come to Kiri more often to guide us, which benefits our development." Gonbi blinked, then praised her. "That's a brilliant insight, Mizukage-sama." Naturally, Kumo wasn't about to fall behind. The 4th Reikage, Darui, and other Kumo brass had spent the past few days discussing just that. Summarizing, Darui said, "Reikage-sama, persuading Lord Senshi to start a school in Kumo might be tough. Directly sending our gifted young ninja to AIM's academy should be easier. Then we can copy their model back home." The 4th Reikage agreed at once. "That's what we'll do." Of the 5 big villages, Konoha possessed the most intel, but they also found it the trickiest to decide anything. This Konoha F3 was in the Hokage's office once more, discussing AIM. Udaten Koharu said, "Other villages want to see found academies with AIM, but we in Konoha already have our own ninja academy and training system. There is no need." Mitokado Homura nodded. "Yes, and letting a bunch of foreign shinobi stay in Konoha and Masai is unsafe. Collaboration with AIM should only mean sending some of ours to study there, and maybe hosting a few from them." Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right. We could also do an exchange student program, send our top genin over while they send some of theirs to us." Whereas the 5 major villages tended to weigh all sorts of options, the small villages around them had few reservations. They'd accept almost any arrangement with AIM. At that very time, Land of Birds Rep, Toki, and Land of River Rep, Kaishima, who were personal friends, were discussing it together. Toki began, a Megakure's development has soared, unstoppable now. They're ninja over around 4 of the 5 major nations in this exam. If not for Uzumaki Karin withdrawing, AIM would be the undisputed champion. Plus, I know that once Kyuzagakure and Takigakure joined AIM's alliance, they gained all sorts of benefits. So Oura Land of Birds leadership wants in on that alliance. Any word from the Land of River? Shinkai nodded. Exactly the same. AIM's performance this time astonished our leadership, too. And seeing what Kusa and Taki got made us all the more envious. So we also plan on meeting with AIM folks. If both our sides can join AIM's alliance, then we'll be allies. With that, the nearby ninjas laughed. Not only the 5 major villages and the ones around AIM, but anyone who witnessed the excellence of Uzumaki Musen and company was talking about partnering with AIM. Some small villages hoped AIM would come to build a school on their own turf, others wanted to send their people's children to be educated in AIM. All these steps were quite important, so these discussions had been the hot topic for days. 3 days flew by. The quarter-final matches of the Chunin exams began. Aside from Konoha and AIM, every other village's candidates had been eliminated. Consequently, few people cared about who actually won. Their real goals were to mingle, form connections, and gather information. In the audience, folks whispered amongst themselves about what they'd seen and heard recently. I hear a lot of bigwigs are sending their best genin to AIM for advanced training. Think that'll help? Sure it will. Doesn't mean every shinobi there will become amazing, but from how Uzumaki Karin's 6 turned out, AIM's teaching is definitely legit. Yet, Uzumaki Musen and the others supposedly started out as refugees, yet now they're so powerful genin. If we sent them genuine talents, who knows how far they'd go. After that last remark, many people around wore thoughtful expressions. Indeed, AIM's 5 quarter-finalists were once homeless refugee kids. If they could get to this level in half a year, you could only imagine what real standouts or geniuses might achieve under AIM's system. Some folks even thought about sending their own children to AIM's academy. Surely that beat any other option. While everyone was talking, Shiranui Genmari appeared in the middle of the stadium. His voice boomed everywhere. Let the quarter-final matches of the Chunin exams begin. The first match, Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha vs Yakushi Kabuto of Konoha. Reactions throughout the stands were mixed. Some were excited, some disappointed, and folks like Oniki and the 4th Raikage showed a bit of glee at Konoha's potential predicament. Oniki laughed at Hiruzen Sarutobi, Lord Hokage. I never expected the first quarter-final bout would be a Konoha vs Konoha. Whichever one loses or if both end up battered, that's a real shame. The 4th Raikage added, both Naruto and Kabuto are strong. I expect it'll end in both of them pretty roughed up. As they mocked, Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly responded, yes, Lord Tsuchikage and Lord Raikage have no such worries at all. They, of course, understood his meaning. All Iwa and Kumogenin had already been knocked out, so they didn't have the headache of friendly fire. Oniki and the Raikage silently fumed, each more determined than ever to figure out a way to raise the strength of their own village's genin. Off in a corner of the stands, Orochimaru wore a faintly regretful face. Kabuto was strong, but Kabuto spent most of his time as Orochimaru's helper rather than actually learning lots of jutsu. If Kabuto had faced someone else, maybe he could have won. But squaring off with Naruto, Konoha's Jinchuriki, he had no hope. Even so, Orochimaru's real attention was elsewhere, the Raimon siblings sitting near Senshi. Earlier, upon entering the arena, he brushed past them. He sensed a familiar chakra presence from both. Having spent so much time studying Senshi's chakra, Orochimaru recognized that aura. Instantly. It felt almost like they'd used some sort of eternal chakra elixir, but one far purer than anything he'd produced. Confused, he couldn't figure out what was going on, so he intended to watch the siblings closely to see if their power had jumped sharply. If it had, he'd have reason to think Senshi also possessed the means to manufacture eternal chakra potions and possibly more advanced than his. While Orochimaru mulled that over, the Naruto vs Kabuto match commenced. As instructed, Kabuto did not fight full on. If there was an opponent he couldn't beat, he was just to put on a decent show and withdraw. Naruto was absolutely such an opponent, so Kabuto planned to give it a try then back off, ensuring he wouldn't get hurt and thus he could still assist Orochimaru with researching the eternal chakra elixir. Wielding a chakra scalpel, Kabuto clashed fiercely with Naruto, who gripped a kunai. Naruto, to his surprise, found this older nerdy-looking Kabuto to be much more formidable than expected, making him excited. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. He formed the seals, launching his Signature Re-Jutsu to dogpile Kabuto. In a flash, dozens of Narutos charged at him from all sides. Kabuto, impressively enough, kept destroying clone after clone with his chakra scalpel. In the stands, seeing this scene, Senshi felt it had that familiar ring to it. Even though his wood clone had taught Naruto a variety of jutsu and taijutsu, Naruto still loved busting out multi-shadow clones in every fight. Next to him, Karin couldn't help commenting, "What's with Naruto always spamming such a not very effective jutsu? At least he's using fewer clones than usual," Senshi said honestly, since Naruto generally broke it out every single time. Even though they were fighting fiercely, the outcome was hardly in doubt. Most spectators assumed Naruto would ultimately win. Kabuto was indeed strong, so Naruto wouldn't have it easy. But the final result came unexpectedly. After a heated exchange, Kabuto simply forfeited. He and Naruto had fought seriously, but not all out, so neither was hurt. This stunned plenty in the stands. But compared to most, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt relieved. He knew Kabuto had no real chance at beating Naruto, but if Kabuto fought at 100%, he'd certainly wound Naruto and if luck were on his side, might even defeat him. Kabuto didn't do that, though. He simply put on a fair fight, then conceded to Hiruzen. That must be Orochimaru's arrangement. As Orochimaru's subordinate, Kabuto likely avoided injuring Naruto so that Naruto wouldn't end up disadvantaged in the following rounds, letting some T-herd party take advantage. With that in mind, Hiruzen glanced over to Orochimaru's section, only to find Orochimaru looking outwardly calm but inwardly confused. "Why is that old monkey looking at me?" Even with his sharp mind, Orochimaru couldn't figure out what Hiruzen might be thinking. Not that it mattered. He turned back to the coming fights. Shiranui Genma then announced, "Next match, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha vs Uzumaki Lanmu of Omegakure." The moment Orochimaru heard that pairing, he lost interest. He was only curious about how Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate would do. In the stands with Kakashi, Higa Hayashi commented, "Kakashi, think Sasuke can overcome that ice release user?" Kakashi answered offhandedly, "He probably can." Hayashi let out a small laugh. "Kakashi, I suspect you're mistaken this time. That AIM ninja with ice release has a good balance of offense and defense. He's not so easy to beat." Kakashi nodded. For any other shinobi, sure, he'd be trouble. But Sasuke should have no problem. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Finals. Aftermath of the Chunin exam. While Kakashi and Hyuga Hayashi were talking, Sasuke's battle against Lanwu began. Sizzle. 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 Right as the match started, Sasuke cloaked himself in lightning release armor and charged straight at Lanwu. After spending some time around Lanwu and the others, Sasuke had a decent grasp of their abilities. Ice Release, Ice Shuriken. Lanwu likewise knew Sasuke would take advantage of a lightning user's speed, so the moment Sasuke moved, she cast her Ice Shuriken technique. Countless shuriken made of ice continuously formed in front of her, then shot toward Sasuke like a barrage of bullets. Bang! 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 A flurry of fast spinning, razor-sharp ice shuriken clashed against Sasuke's lightning release armor. And all shattered. However, this barrage let Lanwu slip from directly in front of Sasuke and reappear at his flank. Ice Release, Ice Shuriken. The instant she showed herself, Lanwu didn't hesitate. She attacked Sasuke again. This time, Sasuke's response surprised many. He simply activated another lightning release taijutsu, rushing Lanwu head-on. Lariat. With a shout, Sasuke turned into a streak of intense, electric blue light, racing at Lanwu at incredible speed. No matter how fast Lanwu was, she couldn't outrun the lightning release. Faced with Sasuke's sudden strike, she immediately switched to full defense. Ice Release, Ice Rock Dome of Magnificent Nothingness. An ice crystal dome instantly appeared around Lanwu, followed by layer upon layer of unbreakable ice armor. But against Sasuke, that barely helped. As a master of lightning release taijutsu, he could unleash massive destructive force. Boom! Rumble! When Sasuke slammed his lariat into the ice crystal dome, the entire arena shook. Amid the clouds of dust, everyone could plainly see that Sasuke had smashed Lanwu's ice rock dome of magnificent nothingness to pieces. But Lanwu wasn't actually harmed. Instead, Sasuke was the one who had fallen for a trick. Ice Release Secret Technique, Demonic Mirroring Ice Crystals. As Lanwu's cool voice reached Sasuke's ears, he found himself enveloped in a peculiar barrier, a space formed by numerous ice mirrors. Each mirror showed Lanwu's reflection. Even with his 3 Tomo Sharingan, Sasuke couldn't spot the real one. That said, Lanwu couldn't ambush him so easily with it, either. Swish! Swish! Lanwu, holding a kunai, emerged from one mirror to launch an attack. Right away, Sasuke responded by going on the offensive himself. Startled, Lanwu had no choice but to retreat backward and merge back into another ice mirror. She next began darting continuously between the many mirrors, trying to confuse Sasuke and expose a weak point. But Sasuke remained unmoved. If Lanwu didn't actively attack, he simply ignored her. With no alternative, Lanwu used another jutsu. Ice Release Secret Technique, 1000 Flying Water Needles of Death. All at once, multiple copies of Lanwu appeared throughout the demonic mirroring ice crystals, hurling volleys of senbon at Sasuke from all angles. At that, Sasuke decided he'd had enough. Because they were on the same side, he'd given Lanwu plenty of time to showcase her skills, and now it was time to end it. Sizzle! 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 Lightning once again crackled all over Sasuke's body, and he launched a lightning-charged punch at the demonic mirroring ice crystals. Aura! 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 Throwing a flurry of blows like a raging storm, Sasuke smashed mirror after mirror around him. Lanwu disengaged at once, reappearing some distance away in a slightly disheveled state. She showed no sign of wanting to keep fighting, instead announcing on her own. I forfeit. Up in the stands, Hayashi couldn't help asking Kakashi, Kakashi, can you tell me how you usually train? Naruto and Sasuke. Hayashi's question put Kakashi in an awkward spot. Ahem, Lord Hayashi, although I'm their temporary instructor, most of what I do is protect them so they can train safely. Naruto and Sasuke don't do traditional training. They complete huge numbers of missions, and that's how they train. To put it plainly, for them, spamming missions is their training. Upon hearing that, Hayashi nodded thoughtfully and said approvingly, Kakashi, you truly live up to your name as one of Konoha's prodigies, coming up with such a unique teaching method. I hope you'll find time to visit the Hyuga clan and share your Teichin-ji insights. Kakashi, for his part, had no idea what to say. Using that same training by missions approach himself hadn't helped him much, so how was he supposed to teach it to others? Still, he understood. Hayashi's words were partly polite. If Hayashi Rally insisted on discussing it, Kakashi would just give whatever partial intel he had. So he simply nodded. Yes, Lord Hayashi. Thanks to Naruto and Sasuke's outstanding performances, many people began paying attention to Kakashi, the man supposedly guiding them. Whenever anyone asked about Kakashi's role, he answered that he hadn't really taught Naruto or Sasuke anything. Obviously, no one believed him. How could he not have taught them anything? By now, Naruto and Sasuke were among the top picks to reach the final. Clearly there had to be a gag order enforced by Konoha. At the same time, Konoha's F3 were talking it over as well. Mitokato Homura said with a smile, even if Naruto and Sasuke are prodigies, there's no way they'd have come this far without Kakashi's guidance. Yuditen Koharu nodded. Yes. On top of being a powerful elite jonin himself, Kakashi has very high level teaching skills. That's definitely something we have to recognize. After the two had spoken, Hiruzen Sarutobi also gave voice to his plan. I intend to have Kakashi provide specialized training for all the squad jonin and the academy staff. While Hiruzen and the others were discussing, the matches continued. Next, Uzumaki Musen faced Raimon Yukika. They had a significant gap in strength, so there wasn't much suspense. From a casual viewpoint, it was just another match, but anyone who knew better saw the details. The moment it began, Orochimaru perked up. Because he had ingested the Yamata no Orokai fruit, he couldn't give up his current body, thus researching a perfect type of eternal chakra elixir was now a top priority. Meanwhile, Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate possessed a special sort of chakra aura that greatly interested him. He felt that somehow, the two must have gotten something highly valuable for his research. Uzumaki Musen and Raimon Yukika finished quickly. As expected, Musen wielding his strong wood release was more powerful than Yukika, defeating her and advancing to the semi-finals. Right after that match ended, the quarter-finals last match began, Uzumaki Lanyu vs Raimon Hayate. Although Hayate was a promising lightning user, Lanyu was likewise a lightning specialist but with storm release, so it was a mismatch. Lanyu won and secured her place in the semi-finals. Seeing Lanyu beat Hayate, Orochimaru, hidden in a corner of the stands, was excited. He felt almost certain that Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate had consumed something akin to an eternal chakra elixir. Such an item would be massively helpful in his quest for a perfect eternal chakra elixir. And they must have gotten it from Senshi. Learning that Senshi had access to the really good stuff made Orochimaru's mood shoot sky high. Should he get stuck in his research, or if he wanted to expedite a perfect Varion, he could just buy premium materials from Senshi, refine them further, then sell them off to the old monkey Hiruzen. In a string of new versions. Not long ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed to receive Tier-5 Eternal Chakra Elixir totally. Unaware that his good disciple had already planned out Tier-15, 16, and more. When the quarter-final matches concluded, there was still a 3-day break. Though Muzan and Lanya were strong, Naruto and Sasuke were heavy favorites for the final matchup. Unless they withdrew, it was basically going to be those two. After the matches ended, Senshi returned to the inn where the Rain group was staying. That night, an unexpected visitor arrived on the rooftop of their inn. As soon as the visitor appeared, Senshi used the SPA's time warp of his Kama to appear across from them. It turned out to be a familiar face, Lord Potkage Shimura Danzo, who had been AFK in Konoha's hospital for a long time. Seeing Danzo, Senshi frowned. "Danzo, why have you come looking for me?" Danzo replied calmly, "I heard intel that you and Hiruzen have formed many agreements. Not only did you help him manipulate things behind the scenes in this Chunin exam, but you even turned his grandson into a wood release user." Senshi wasn't surprised that Danzo knew. This was Konoha, after all. With Root's intelligence network, there weren't many secrets Danzo couldn't uncover. Some intel might be from direct investigation, some from logical deduction, since he knew both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senshi quite well. Things like Karin dropping out of the exam might puzzle everyone else, but Danzo could guess certain truths. Once Danzo had spoken, Senshi did not confirm or deny anything, he just asked, "And why are you telling me this?" Danzo cut to the chase. "From what I've gathered, that brat Konohamaru never had wood release, yet now he's a wood user. I want to cooperate with you. I want you to grant me wood release as well. And I want to buy the technology from you." Hearing that, Senshi shook his head. "Sarutobi Hiruzen respects Omegakure, he's a friend of ours. There are many things we can negotiate with him." At that, Danzo became anxious. "I can negotiate, too. I can become a friend of AIM." Senshi snorted. "Who are you in the land of fire, exactly?" "He's Konoha's Hokage." Danzo's expression shifted repeatedly. Finally, he steeled himself and gritted out, "What if I become Hokage? Would that do?" After a bit of thought, Senshi said, "We can talk once you've got something appealing to offer. You know perfectly well how difficult it is to turn someone into a wood release user, let alone produce many of them." On hearing that, Danzo fell silent. He had already stumbled over wood release many times, so he truly understood. Senshi's refusal to say yes right away disappointed him, but he still gained something from this meeting. Senshi gave him two paths. 1. Become Hokage, or 2. Provide enough benefits without being Hokage. Danzo felt that he might keep pursuing the second path, but then he realized Senshi had already vanished from the rooftop, leaving him alone in the chill night breeze. 3 days flew by, and at last the Chunin exam semifinals arrived. After all the previous matches, practically everyone could guess the outcomes. The first semifinal was Uzumaki Naruto vs Uzumaki Muzan, the second was Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Lanyu. As expected, Naruto beat Muzan by a solid margin, and Sasuke did likewise. Then it was Naruto vs Sasuke in the final. That final's result, however, was a bit of a surprise. After clashing head-on at full power, Naruto and Sasuke ended in a draw. Both had come in with plenty of supporters, and no one expected a tie. Even so, it was a good outcome. Konoha benefited no matter what. With the exams completed, the examiners started grading all the ninja based on their entire performance, deciding who would be promoted to Chunin. Besides the main proctors, there were many additional watchers who wrote up evaluations and scored each participant. Konoha was quite efficient. Half a day after the final, they released the promotion list. Konoha's 3, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Yakushi Kabuto. Tsunagakure's 1, Gaara. Kumigakure's 1, Amwa. Iwagakure's 1, Judosuchi. Kirigakure's 1, Kagura Karatachi. Amegakure's 5, Uzumaki Musen, Uzumaki Lanyu, Uzumaki Lanmu, Raimon Yukika, Raimon Hayate. Hello. There's probably problems with names, etc. They don't matter? Probably. Over 300 ninja had signed up for these exams, yet only a dozen or so actually got promoted, around 1 for every 30. Once the list was announced, everyone began hotly discussing it. Many who'd watched the entire exam now shared their views. This was way more exciting than the usual Chunin exams. Normally you'd never see so many entrants. Right? We definitely made a good call coming here. Konoha and Omegakure were insanely strong. AIM had the most newly promoted Chunin, while Konoha took the final's top spot in a tie. Honestly, if Uzumaki Karin from AIM hadn't dropped out, she'd probably have been first in the final. Hard to disagree. Most spectators were just there for the spectacle. They didn't put much stock in the final results. But for the 5 great shinobi villages and the other medium/small villages, the outcome mattered greatly. Outstanding Genin represents a village's future. If a village can't bring up really top-tier Genin, they'll inevitably go downhill. Back at the Uegakure Inn, Oniki once again called a meeting of his group's higher-ups. Akatsuki spoke regretfully, "Too bad Iway didn't mock Genin, he really was close." Kuratsuka said, "Actually, that's secondary. The key problem is that AIM and Konoha are just too good at training their new generation." Oniki felt gratified, proud of his granddaughter's insight. He nodded in agreement and added, "We'll have to prioritize intel on these 2 villages." Akatsuki: "That's your job." "Yes, Lord Tsuchikage." Akatsuki replied firmly. Over in Kumo's lodging. Bang! In a rage, the 4th Raikage slammed the wooden table before him into splinters, snarling, "What were those proctors thinking Amai didn't make Chunin? Absurd." Darui hurriedly interjected, "Lord Raikage, missing out on Amai's promotion is one thing, but the real issue is that the Genin raised by Konoha and AIM are too strong. If ours lag far behind, then once these present Genin become the backbone in Omegakure, Cloud will be completely outpaced." At those words, the Raikage quickly calmed down. Darui was right. If that were to happen, maybe the actual decline wouldn't be fully on his WH, but the seeds would be planted during his tenure. He'd go down in history as a traitor to the village. He absolutely couldn't let that happen. In Kirigakure's case, Mei Terumi was similarly worried. The village she inherited had been a mess. She turned it into a prosperous place but not yet a strong one, so she personally visited AIM's leadership about building an Akatsuki branch in Kiri, using their resources to train Kirigakure's ninja. That helped but wasn't enough. Mei wasn't alone in her fretting. Her subordinate Gonbi looked just as troubled and said hesitantly, "Mizukage-sama, seeing how Konoha and AIM raise their Genin, should we strengthen ties with them both?" Mei shook her head. "Our relationship with Konoha is mediocre and won't improve soon. But we get along well with Omegakure. Let's keep investing in Omegakure and Senshi." Meanwhile, Raza of Suna spent much of his time frowning. Tsunagakure's plan hadn't gone nearly as they hoped. Konoha and AIM both surged in renown, and Suna ended up no different from the other lesser participants. Most of that was just bad luck. Gaara was knocked out by Konoha's Jinchuriki before the semifinals. Otherwise, with Karin gone, Gaara would likely have made the top 4. With a sigh, he asked Baki. "How's the job I gave you?" Baki nodded. "Kazekage-sama, I've arranged rumors stating that Gaara-sama and Uzumaki Karin were the strongest contenders, and that their battle in the Forest of Death was fiercer than anything. In the quarterfinals, semifinals, or even final. Also that fight left Karin exhausted enough to withdraw, and Gaara-sama unable to show his best in the later matches." Raza was pleased. He didn't like stooping so low, but the only real highlight they had was Gaara's Forest of Death battle with Karin. "You kept it clean?" he asked. Baki replied, "Perfectly. No one will know it was us." Raza trusted Baki's competence. He then gave him another mission: from now on, gather every bit of intel on Konoha and AIM. Investigate everything thoroughly and report to me at once. "Yes, Kazekage-sama." Baki bowed. By contrast, Konoha was a lot more relaxed. They at Konoha F3 convened in the Hokage's office to address various details. Mitokado Homura said, "Though AIM's nin were surprisingly strong, Konoha is still the true winner." Yuditen Koharu added, "Naruto and Sasuke tying for first in the final should be publicized. Omegakure might have had more top genin, but their quality doesn't match ours." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. "We absolutely should promote T-Hat image." He wasn't about to reveal how he'd privately asked Senshi to make Karin withdraw, otherwise she'd surely have been the champion. Some folks suspected as much, but so what? Konoha's goals for the exam were achieved, plus there was the bonus that his grandson Konohamaru was now a wood release user. Under Senshi's guidance, the boy could eventually attain Hashirama level wood release. They thought brought a warm glow to Hiruzen's weathered eyes. While the 5 major villages each took the results seriously in their own way, for other small or mid-size villages except AIM itself the atmosphere was heavy. As the final results of the exams spread, many leaders of smaller villages lost sleep in worry, seeing the ever-widening gap between them and the big powers. Those exam results soon reached the land of rivers, where it sparked a stir among the populace. "Our village's ninjas are hopelessly weak. At this rate, how long can our land of rivers survive? Right? None of our ninja even got past the prelims, let alone made genin. Konoha is still so strong their 2 genin tied for first in the finals. Konoha being strong is a given among the 5 great nations. But AIM is the real surprise 5. Ninjas made top 8 and were promoted." The conversation soon turned to AIM. Plenty of intel had come in from Konoha, and with Suna egging it on, rumors of that terrifying fight between Karin and Gaara in the Forest of Death had spread. Despite being a small village, AIM had raised so many elites that people couldn't ignore them. "I hear if Uzumaki Karin hadn't withdrawn, she definitely would have won the final. AIM is amazing." "They sure are." Kusa and Taki joined an alliance with AIM and grew a lot supposedly. "Our land of rivers is thinking about it, too. Lots of bigwigs are talking." "Really? That'd be great if we joined AIM's alliance." Conversations like these played out all over the land of rivers. Similarly, the land of birds, also bordering AIM, was buzzing with talk of joining AIM's alliance, sending their ninjas to AIM's academy, and cooperating more closely. Various powers throughout the shinobi world, large and small, even sent officers to Omegakure for in-depth understanding. Back in Konoha, land of birds Toki and land of birds Jainin Kaishima met up again. Toki smiled, everyone's saying Konoha's the strongest village 2 genin tying for first. But if you ask me, the rain is no slouch. Konoha's top genin can't match the rain in numbers, not to mention whatever happened with Uzumaki Karin. Kaishima dropped his voice, right, though Konoha is indeed powerful, a Megakure he got no further because Toki cleared her throat. They were in Konoha, after all it wouldn't be wise to say more openly. Unaware that even without Karin in the final, it hardly mattered Naruto and Sasuke were also Senshi's students, so aside from Kabuto, it was basically a scuffle among fellow students in the quarterfinals. Toki quickly said, "I've already written a report to our leader detailing everything. Word is tacky and Kusa didn't he send certain promising kids to this exam because they're still too young. They're studying at Ames Academy, which means they might be even stronger later on, causing the five great nations more grief. Once I'm back in the land of birds, I'll try hard to make our leader set up ties with the rain." Kaishima nodded. For mid or small villages like ours, joining Ames Alliance has nothing but benefits. Land of birds and land of rivers, much like Kusa, all bordered Ames. Seeing Kusa grow so quickly made them envious. And after witnessing Ames' training abilities in the Chunin exams, they wanted it even more. They weren't the only ones. Other ninjas also planned to lobby their own leadership to join AIM Alliance or cooperate with AIM. Once the Chunin exams ended, Naruto and the other 8 little hotshots headed again to the land of Fire's black market for more missions. Observing the 8 of them develop the same training approach and grow ever closer, Kakashi's hunch kept solidifying. Naruto and Musen's group could hit it off so well and bond so deeply because there was some invisible link. Musen's 6 were Senshi's students, while Naruto and Sasuke were using the exact same training method, so chances were Senshi had also taught Naruto and Sasuke. It was just that Senshi was so strong that no one had noticed him secretly guiding them. With that in mind, Kakashi decided he should talk to Senshi directly. He felt a mix of respect and puzzlement toward him. Senshi's incredible power commanded awe, while Senshi's taking one of Kakashi's Sharingan and replacing it with a pair of fully functional ones left him both thankful and curious. Thanks to that perfect pair of Sharingan, his chakra wouldn't leak constantly just because the Sharingan couldn't be turned off otherwise. With the sheer volume of work he handled daily, he might well have dropped dead by now. Hence he resolved to contact Senshi, hoping to clear up many questions. After returning from the black market that evening, Kakashi simply waited. Once dusk fell and moonlight rose, he left his home and made his way to the roof of the inn where Senshi was staying. He wondered how to meet him discreetly, but to his surprise, Senshi simply popped up not far away, using his Kama warp. When he saw Kakashi, Senshi wore a curious expression. They hadn't had much interaction, but perhaps because Senshi had gifted Kakashi that pair of Sharingan, Kakashi felt enormous gratitude. Their bond meter had apparently reached 50, meaning Senshi could formally invite Kakashi into his mercenary group. Considering how Kakashi had been tagging along with Naruto to do black market missions, it made sense. Yet Senshi had no idea why Kakashi had come. Kakashi stared at Senshi with a respectful, somewhat odd gaze. "Lord Senshi, Naruto and Sasuke. They're your students, aren't they?" Senshi, surprised face. Senshi couldn't see what the big deal was, but he nodded casually. "Yes." Kakashi, looking like he'd just had a realization, said, "I suspected as much. No one but you could train them to his level in such a short time." Senshi didn't continue discussing Naruto and Sasuke. Instead, he extended an invitation to Kakashi. "Kakashi, in truth, the reason Naruto and Sasuke have grown so quickly is that they joined my mercenary group. I provide instruction and essential support to all members who join. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Scratch. Scratch. Grind. Grind. Farm. Farm. Kakashi froze at Senshi's words. For him, Naruto and Sasuke receiving instruction from Senshi was not at all the same as Naruto and Sasuke actually joining Senshi's mercenary group. Hiring Senshi as a tutor would simply mean paying a top-tier private teacher, whereas joining Sensei's mercenary group meant signing up with a foreign armed force. He also now understood why, despite him working as diligently as Naruto and Sasuke on mission after mission, his own progress had been so slow. Kakashi, would you like to join my mercenary group? Kakashi shook his head. Lord Senshi, I'm sorry, but I must refuse. As much as he wanted to get stronger, his loyalty was to the village. After a moment's hesitation, he went so far as to ask, Lord Senshi, wouldn't Naruto and Sasuke joining your mercenary group be detrimental to Konoha's interests? Senshi shook his head. I founded this group to assemble an outstanding team capable of solving all the client's problems. My mercenary group doesn't target any ninja village, including Konoha. Once you join, you simply keep working missions and growing stronger. I also provide every one of my members with necessary guidance and support. My mercenary group grants a great deal of freedom and doesn't force anyone to do anything against their own conscience. Pausing, he added, don't you, too, want to keep shining for Konoha just like Naruto and Sasuke? Kakashi wavered at that. Since Senshi's mercenary group had no ties to or conflict with any village, and did not force its members into unwanted obligations, while also offering Senshi's personal instruction and help, there really seemed to be no issue in joining. So Kakashi answered solemnly, Lord Senshi, please allow me to join your mercenary group. No sooner had Kakashi spoken than a barrage of system messages echoed in Senshi's mind. Congratulations! Your mercenary group now has 10 members, unlocking additional functions. Recruiting novices now requires only 40 bond points to invite them. Growth reward for group members, for every 2,000,000 RY a member earns, they gain 1 basic lottery chance. New function unlocked. Every member currently in the group receives 1 free lottery draw. Senshi, Omega Omega. Even someone like Senshi, used to all sorts of upheavals, was shocked for a moment. Right then. Kakashi, who had no clue what was happening, only saw a scratch-off card materialize out of thin air in front of him the moment he joined. Lord Senshi, what's this? Kakashi asked, bewildered. Senshi explained. It's a perk of joining. From now on, every time you earn 2 million RY in commissions, one of these scratch cards will appear out of nowhere. Once you scratch it, the card will turn itself into a prize. Sometimes the reward is used automatically, sometimes a space-time jutsu will deposit it near you. Hearing that, Kakashi was dumbfounded. So from now on, each time he made 2 million RY, a scratch card would appear? What kind of incredible ninjutsu was this? With growing curiosity, Kakashi scratched his new card and read the reward. Lightning release, lightning ball ×1. Reading the words, Kakashi was startled for a second, then his eyes widened in awe. The card in his hand vanished, turning into a massive flow of data that flooded into his mind. In the blink of an eye, he had learned lightning release, lightning ball. He even tried forming the seals for it on the spot. And it worked. He'd never studied that technique before in his life. At that moment, Kakashi was too shocked to utter a single word. Finally, he realized why Naruto and Sasuke were putting in non-stop mission work. He also couldn't help thinking, as expected of Lord Senshi managing even this kind of miraculous feat. Is this some top-tier ninjutsu? While Kakashi reeled in amazement, Senshi used wood-style clones to go around explaining the situation to the group's other members, making sure they all understood. He expected that once they realized they could earn scratch cards from doing missions, Kakashi and the others would start grinding missions like crazy. Indeed, after being informed, Naruto and Sasuke found out they, too, could now draw for random prizes. Naruto, upon learning missions would let him draw a lottery for a reward, was beyond excited. He turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, what did you get? Sasuke shook his head. I haven't scratched it yet. He was still inspecting the little scratch card that had appeared in front of him. With Senshi Sensei's space-time prowess, it wasn't too surprising, but he was intrigued about what he might find. Naruto, meanwhile, asked one of Senshi's wood-style clones, Senshi Sensei, once we've scratched the card, do we come see you for the reward? Senshi waved a finger. No. If the reward is a jutsu or chakra, it's applied to you right away. If it's an item, it'll appear near you. Hearing that confirmed, Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help marveling at just how astonishing Senshi's ability was. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe ninjutsu like this existed. Knowing how the scratch card worked, Naruto said eagerly to Sasuke. Sasuke, let's see whose prize is better, yet. Hey! Sasuke, don't tell me you're afraid of losing to me. Even if I get something weaker than yours, so what? Luck is part of strength, you know. Just watch me beat you. Why do you assume your luck is better than mine, Naruto? Sasuke. Naruto. And so they both got scratching. These cards were freebies from the newly unlocked feature, so any reward was pure gain, but both of them hoped for something good. Naruto held the card in his left hand, a coin in his right. Fmashuriken times 2. While Naruto worked, Sasuke revealed his own result. Ichiraku ramen times 2. With that, 2 big Fmashuriken lay on the ground before Naruto, while on a small table beside Sasuke were 2 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Seeing that, Naruto's eyes went wide. Sasuke! Did you just pull the jackpot? Sasuke rubbed his temples. Naruto! I really wouldn't call this a jackpot. Naruto had already dashed to the ramen bowls, peering closely and beaming. Sasuke, this is real. Ichiraku ramen. Seeing Naruto virtually drooling, Sasuke gave a resigned sigh and handed him 1 bowl, while Naruto likewise passed one of the Fmashuriken to Sasuke. Sitting down at a nearby table, Naruto said to Senshi's clone, Senshi Sensei, if only I see old pull Ichiraku ramen every time. Facing him, Sasuke remarked, Naruto, that's probably just a consolation prize. We have to earn 2 million RY for each card. Before, it took us nearly half a year to clear 20 million total 10 scratch cards. Even though we're stronger now, we really want to aim for bigger rewards to get the most out of it. Naruto nodded. Even so, having free Ichiraku ramen is awesome. Sasuke saw no point continuing. He guessed Naruto wouldn't grasp what he was trying to say. Karin's Kamui space. Karin had been about to start cooking when a scratch card materialized right in front of her, nearly giving her a heart attack. She almost used the Senshi summoning out of alarm, suspecting someone had slipped a strange card in without warning. But before she could, Senshi warped in with the Kama, explaining the situation. Once she understood, Karin perked up happily. Compared to Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke, she was not surprised by Senshi's astounding abilities. She'd already seen too many unbelievable things following him around. Whatever miracles he pulled off, she accepted them all. Gazing at Senshi, she asked, Senshi, what kind of prizes can you get with this scratch card? Senshi shook his head. No idea. Everything's random, so you'll have to scratch it and see. She nodded, then started scraping away. Soon, she read the text. Karan-chan's delicious cooking ×3. Karan, surprised face, she paused, then delightedly realized 3 familiar, fully cooked lunch portions had appeared in front of her. Senshi, surprised face, he looked at those 3 bento boxes of oil? No, wait, these black substances. He was completely confused. Shikaku and the others, overhearing Karen's conversation, immediately recognized it. Seeing she'd pulled 3 boxes of oil, Shikaku clutched its bulging belly, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha! She got 3 boxes of oil, definitely an awful prize. Yet Matatabi and Seiken, who had seen these meals, weren't laughing at all. For a stretch of time, that had been their daily lunch. Karan only confirmed their worst fears, quickly carrying the bentos to the 3-tailed beasts. Aren't you lucky? Extra dinner tonight, my delicious cooking. The 2 tails lifted a paw and said, ah, let Shikaku have it, he's hungry. The 6 tails noted gravely, yet, Shikaku's starving. Shikaku, surprised face,